Yeah, you should, because here I was talking to you guys. Thanks for making the comment, because I actually thought the sound was on, and I'm like, hey, how do I sound, guys? And nobody said anything. So until you said that, I did not realize it was muted. So thank you very much, Couch. Like, what is like? That's not a good sign. I guess you could mark off on the bingo cards right away. Claire can't take, because that was kind of silly. First cup of coffee, silly. Yeah. I'm just sitting here drinking my coffee, going, why aren't they saying anything about my volume? But anyway, how does it sound? I'm hoping okay. I'm hoping it's coming through. So, all right, here we go. All right, let me bring this feed up and just test this like right now. Thanks, Mip. Good morning or good evening. You're not in bed yet. Okay, let's get this up here and see how this looks. Uh oh, it's gonna look good. Oh, they're on the other side today. Look at the logos over there, and I'm over here. I wonder if I should fix that now. So that we can see stuff. I think I will. Okay, they're panning in. Oh, oh, look at that. Just a beautiful, clear picture this morning. Damn, they do such a good job. Yep. You getting your first cuppa, Anna? Like I recommend coffee for everybody. I don't know. What do you think of the spacing down there? Should I just leave my icon to the opposite, or should I now just go fix it to make sure that we're next to each other again? Like I don't. I do. The reason that I had myself down there next to them is I don't want to cover up their logo. I want everyone to know where the feed is coming from in support of them. You know what I mean? Like I know some people like put their icon over them and stuff, but I'm not doing that. Like I'm very happy for y'all to know where the feed is coming from. They do a lot of work. They do. Oh, let me just put this here. I guess I'm gonna have to get a banner, huh? Yeah, let's get the banner up. See how that works. See what the spacing. Okay, well it's still all right. What I think I am gonna work on the on moving this though. I'm gonna put us over here. Okay, I think I like it better when we are all like, yeah. Oops. Oh wait, that's not good. Now I'm covering them, and I don't want to cover them. I do not want to cover them. Okay, so do that. No, 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 no. Okay, we'll just do it. Let's see if this is better. I have to just tweak it a little bit until like, there we go. That's not bad, right? Okay. What do you guys think? Think I'll go with what you guys. If I could read it. Hello, Juju. Remain calm, all. This is not a drill. The trial is. I know, but Juju, I don't want to break your heart, but there's a motion hearings first. We got a Richardson hearing because the state is calling out the defense that they're just dumping discovery that doesn't even pertinent. Yesterday I did get to review the first part of the hearing that we missed, and they were going over the exhibit list of the defense, and there was at least 5 items that the defense had on their exhibition list that they didn't even have possession of and had not given to the defense, the state yet. And so since they're not going to be using it, like it was just like, we don't contest because we don't have it, and got removed. And then there were several things that they're only going to be able to use to refresh people's memories. Okay. But there was apparently all of these medical records from the jail on Sarah Boone. Like they were talking about, they go, we don't even know what this pertains to anything, because none of it had anything to do with her state of mind or mental health. And it's all just a embarrassing and redundant in this. Um, the state didn't understand where all this was coming from. You know, and it's nice to see everybody here this morning. Oh, Juju, I'm glad. Like, I just didn't want you to be upset. And good morning. I know motions first. I'm actually not convinced we will hear openings today. I believe it when it happens. Exactly. Because maybe something will happen during motions, like in some kind of delay. I don't know. Like, I am nervous. Like, I'm with you until it actually happens. Like, I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. Do you guys mind if I just like I'm gonna do the other view until we actually get started over here? Whoa. Um, or maybe this one. Yeah, this one. Just until we get started, and then I'll pull the other one. As long as everybody thought it was okay with the, like, you're going to tell me like that looks okay for viewing, right? Like, we're not going to be, I don't think, in the way of the podium or anything, and we're right next to their logo. But for right now, we'll just wait until they get started uh with everything. Good morning, Mandy. Good morning. Hey, Charlotte, Anna, Karen, got your coffee. Everybody got something nice to drink. Couch, rocket couch. Everybody, like, put something nice in the chat for the man who actually updated our bingo card extraordinaire for the trial and put some explanations in there. And what I love about the live trial bingo card is that it actually brings in phrases and notions that some of us will know from the very first trials that we covered with Johnny Depp. Um, and also with the Murdaugh trial, and even with the Daybell trial, like you'll see little catchphrases and stuff like that with the explanations. It's so much fun. Yeah. I just watched a bit of Dr. Barr commentary, and she mentioned that all the paperwork is in front of Sarah and not the lawyer. I know. I thought that was interesting. He has to lean over her to view Doctor. You mean Dr. Barry? Yes, I watched her this morning too, Juju. I swear. You know what? You're in my head, woman. Like, seriously, that was what I was watching this morning. Like, I love her because she's like so direct, and she's like, there's all these things that Sarah wants to claim, but it's not Sarah. Like, you could see it. It's just not her. And she gets into that covert narcissism stuff, and I'm just like, ooh, ouch, ooh. It is a psychiatrist, okay? Um, it is so. Oh, it's so. Please send good thoughts. Charlotte, I hope everything's okay. But of course, we send good thoughts your way for everybody. You know, of course, whatever is going on, I hope it's nothing bad. And if it is, I give you the strength. We all wish you the strength to get through. Rocket Couch, I am so fascinated and curious if the judge can maintain through this whole trial. Sarah and defense are testing his infinite patience hard. Yes, they are. And also, he's getting annoyed because the state's getting annoyed. And the state is actually throwing stuff back. And I don't know if you guys know this, even in the motion hearings, like the state and the defense cannot keep the disdain for each other out of their voices. Like Mr. Will J has a sense of humor. Like he is. When they again yesterday asked for what exactly is she being charged murder to for, and they read George's words and Sarah's words from the video. But before that, he goes, because we were having a good day. It was such a good day. Like, he was channeling the snark of Sarah Boone. I was just, oh. Like, I don't know. I don't know how they contain themselves. I really don't. I don't, because I'd be losing my mind. You know, I got so many DMs because like I couldn't hold back when the defense was carrying on the other day, and they could hear me snortling and all this other stuff. Like I have to mute more because I was making too much commentary under my breath apparently. Mhm. I hope you're feeling better, Charlotte. Good thoughts for you today. You know, same prosecutor, same. I hear you, Juju. Like the stock is real with Will J. Even Mr. Cacciatore looks at him like, really, Will? Like, come on, like, don't do this to us. Like, don't get the judge pissed at us, you know. But it's contentious, and I think you're right, Juju. The judge, you could see when he looks at people, and he's just like, "But that's not what we're doing, or that's not relevant to what we're talking about. Show me what you're talking about," you know. And he's so frustrating when he says that the defense, like 550 pages, and you can't tell me which ones you're actually interested in discussing. Like he's really annoyed, and I kind of get the idea that Mr. Owens is was expecting Sarah to actually take the deal because that was a damn good deal he got for her. And I think he's a little disappointed. I don't think he ever thought this was actually going to go to trial. And I'll tell you why I think that, because in his first discussions of why he took the case or why he was even considering coming on board, the first thing he did was go with the prosecution with Sarah's permission to try to get a deal. And he did a good job. And uh and she's just tossing it all away. And you can see that she's directing things. I mean, like Juju mentioned, the psychiatrist brought up, did anybody notice that everybody's bringing Sarah the paperwork and not the attorneys, that everything's in front of Sarah, and for the attorneys to look at anything they have to actually look over her shoulder or go right to her. She is in control of it all. She's in the position of power over there. Okay. And you know, I know lawyers defer to their clients. I get that. And you work for your client and you want to give them the best defense, but it seems like Sarah is not considering their expert opinion as attorneys. um I don't know. It's something I could be reading too much into it, because like we know all the letters and the history with Sarah, you know, but they do look like they're getting more and more uncomfortable. The comfy, we're all on the same team attitude is not what I see when I look at the defense table. You know what I mean? Yeah, I wonder what you guys think, because I could be biased. I mean, it's been what, how many years, with all this ridiculousness with Sarah, and it's just ramped up even more since she got the attorneys. You know. Hey, Beck, how you doing? Good to see you. Good morning. I did laugh out loud at the judge when he gets mad about defense not answering the question. Yeah, he does, right? He comes back and he just looks right at him and he goes, "Yeah, well, fine, but that's not what we're talking about." And I'm just like, whoa, whoa, like, ooh, like, let's go, you know. I so wish I could talk to Boone. I wouldn't last long, but I can't understand her delusional thoughts that that plea wasn't a good. But exactly, and we'll never know. I mean, we'll probably never know unless somebody does an intense interview with her. But some things have come up that I've been thinking about that I was quite surprised to hear other people actually vocalize. Um, there are a few of the ones that are looking at her like in a psychoanalyst kind of way, psychiatrists and therapists, who are now using the words pathological liar when it comes to Sarah Boone. And I have to admit, I was a little shocked, just a little bit, because I was like, I always thought like she couldn't help herself with the lying part because she lies about the stupidest stuff that you're going to get caught, and that's usually a sign like this. It's uncontrollable. It's just something that just happens all the time with her, inconsequential stuff, but when it comes to actually the changing of her story and all, the changing of her stories has developed based on the evidence she discovers they have against her. It's almost like she builds narratives around everything to just change everybody's perception of it. Um, but wow, I was like, wow, like, I've been following these people, the same YouTube accounts and the same therapists and psychologists like for like 2 years, and that has not come up. But the more they hear about her words, her actual words and testimony and they see the affidavits, the more they hear what she's actually saying and then following the timeline with it, the more they're talking about like she can't be trusted. And like, here's the thing. Do you guys realize that Sarah isn't even going to be asked questions by her attorney when she testifies? She will have no prompt for leading for the actual information that they want to get out. And her testimony is key to the whole case because nothing comes in unless they prove the overt act. Okay, and they were arguing about that again yesterday, and they're going to argue about that today too, because the state is saying that in Julie Harper's testimony and in Julie Warner's testimony, no one came forward with an overt act. Neither of them could actually testify when asked as to what the overt act was that triggered Sarah. Okay, only Sarah can. Okay, but now her testimony is going to be narrative. In other words, Juju, hold on. I don't want to get you like overly excited. But when I say narrative testimony, that means that she gets to sit on the stand with no prompting from her attorney whatsoever and just free range her testimony. Whatever Sarah says, whatever Sarah wants to say, she gets to tell the story. She gets total control of everything that comes out of her mouth in what order with no reins. No reins, Juju. Yeah, we're going to get Sarah, the real Sarah, like on that stand. Yeah, just Sarah. Just Sarah with no guide, no leash. Oh, that's a horrible plan. That's what I was thinking, Juju. Like, who the hell put that plan in motion? And you know who it was? It was not. It was not the attorneys. I doubt the attorneys had that plan in mind. Nope. No, no, no. But that's where it is now. And unless she gets the overt act in there in credible testimony to prove that she can use this defense, none of it comes in. None of the records from George, the state did win that without an overt act. Everybody thinks that the defense won on that. But unless Sarah can prove the overt act and credible, they're not going to be able to use this defense. None of George's old uh police records come in, his history of abuse, any of it, none of it. They're not going to be able to disparage him in any way. So he is protected here. Like, unless they can prove, the overt act for Sarah, they can't use the defense, which is basically going to attack his character and make him out to be the bad guy and her to be just 100% the victim, which, you know, popular opinion, the majority of the opinion is that this was a horrible relation in both directions. In most of those weighing in on a psychological end are saying that it does appear that it was Sarah who had the control. And then they went in about her ex-husband's testimony, trying to say he would be overly prejudicial because he's not paying her alimony. Let me just say, like, everything that happened yesterday in regards to evidence and stuff like that, it was really clear that the narrative is being pushed by Sarah Boone. It's like she's using this as revenge to get back at everybody. She's trying to discredit Brian Boone now and say that he's too prejudicial against her, even though they put him on their witness list. Okay, they want to treat him as a hostile witness, and Judge Boone is, Judge Kraynick is like, I'm sorry, but not paying alimony, what does that have to do with any of this? It doesn't make him prejudicial. Like, they have a child together. What? There's no order in that case. That case can't even go forward until this one is over. And he is paying it. It's being paid into account to hold for her because he filed a motion that she doesn't deserve it anymore. She is not taking care of the child. She doesn't have any expenses. She should be on her own, you know? But Sarah's not worried about any of that. No, she's just worried that, like, she wants that money. Mhm. Yes, Brian will state the facts that is overly prejudicial. Yes, Brian knows the real me. And we don't want anybody else to know. You got it, Juju. You called it. Did you shut down your browser or restart your computer? Are you talking to me? For why? What happened? Did something happen? Uh, are you speaking to me or somebody else in the chat there, Beck? No, I'm still waiting for the live, and it's not unusual that it's late because the judge actually. No, I'm checking. They're still, they're still just at the thing. I'm not behind or anything. Um, I didn't shut down anything. I don't know. I want to get a bottle of wine to watch your testimony, except for it'll probably be first thing in the morning, Juju. I believe that is where we will watch the last air bubbles rise from the sunken ship that is her case. I don't want to laugh. I want her to get a fair trial, but I just see disaster. There's people on Twitter just saying that this whole trial is going to be a disaster. Something's going to happen. Like something is gonna happen. Like the way that someone was saying at lunch yesterday that the prosecutors had their heads together in a real intense conversation, and just looking at the defense table and the disjointed, she's got three attorneys and they still don't have all the information they need. They still haven't put everything into evidence. Like most of the evidence that they wanted, they don't even have possession of. This was all lists that Sarah just made. It was impossible to get this stuff, and they couldn't get it in time. They were held, their feet were held to the fire. I guess they thought that the judge was not serious when he said getting new attorneys was not going to delay this trial one bit. Like if you came on board, you better come on board running, because he's not changing the dates for anyone, and he stuck to it. He gave them some leniency as far as like timelines in once they started a motion on when it could be wrapped up, like if they secured a position. Well, even with that good grace, these freaking attorneys just couldn't deal with it. Especially Owens, he'd rather push back. Oh no, like you don't know what you're doing because I can't do this. Like woe is me. Like whinging does not work with George Kraynick. Like he's immune to the whinge. I mean, if you think you're getting anywhere with him, defense team, you're not. He's had to deal with Sarah Boone since January. Like he's an expert now. He's an expert. You know. Oh, okay. Okay, so it wasn't me. It was Anna you were talking to. Okay, thanks. Yep. Oh, okay. Thanks. And thanks for clarifying, Vic. Yeah. You would have tagged you. Oh, yeah. You probably, yeah. I should have realized that you would have tagged me. Yeah. Yes, you heard wine, Karen. Yes, but like drinking wine, not the wine that the defense attorney was doing, like so much of. Oh, some evening? Oh, yes, we could do that. Speaking of watch parties, Juju, I'm going to be setting up like a really dumb horror movie, like the one about the raccoons that Robsky had posted. Yeah, we found the movie. We're going to set it up. You'll get to watch it. Isn't that great? We're going to do that. We're also going to have a viewing of Rocky Horror because like certain mods have not seen it and I'm like shocked and they really need to. Yeah, you could be convinced to show up with some wine. I'd invite you over. I'd even make breakfast. I have no problem having a little red wine with my breakfast. I thought you'd like that, Juju. The wine got Karen's attention. Like, yes, it did. Because I think with Sarah Boone, I think wine is like almost unnecessary. Like, but we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Hopefully through a whole day today. Oh, and wanted to tell you, I have a little idea, and I wonder how it's gonna go. But like the long lunch intermissions that we have. And sometimes I'm up here the whole time and I have somebody to talk to, but other times, like I want to take the break depending on how things are going. I do have the new dog in the house. I do have to like make something to eat and take a break and stretch and drink coffee, just like I would ask all of you to do. And I don't tend to be away for the whole break. But I thought instead of playing like the music on the loop that I was, I made a playlist last night of some of our friends that play music on their YouTube channels. And also Ren, who's like one of my favorites, put out a new song yesterday. And I thought that I would do a loop of like that. And if you look in the description of today's videos, I have put the channel names of the people that I'll be using some of their music for the next couple of days, making different playlists. So of course you guys know you're going to hear a little bit of record in there because he did just put out one of my favorite songs, a cover of Snuff by Slipknot, that he did a fantastic job. He redid all the music for it and he does the vocals. And oh my, they're getting the jury seats ready. They're doing the inspection. We get to see that. Right. And also there's like Mr. Victory has a new channel out with art and music. Some of you know Christopher Mate, he plays bass and there's a little bit of his improv in there. There's also Liam Wakefield who does a lot of guitar work and has done some covers, and he's also worked with the improv pianist uh Chris Durham, like that I go and see his stuff all the time. So hopefully they won't mind. I have tagged them, but I'll be playing little snippets of stuff from them. And maybe some reads that we've done from the library, the short ones like the Edgar Allan Poe's and the poems, just to break it up a little bit, and so it's not so boring. Like if anybody is hanging out or they check in later, just and honestly, I've had like this thing since I did reach the milestone of 5K, which I never thought would happen. Corny as it is, like this is just how I am. The first thing I thought of is all the other small creators that I work with and how I really wanted and always do promote them and try to, get some attention on them and stuff. And so this is just another offshoot of that. I've started threads, on Twitter in places that I want all the small creators. Like I wanted people to post, their favorite small creators. And I noticed like not a lot of people did like and I still want to. Like I want it. I want to share it. Like if I do anything, I want to do a live in celebration of the milestone, but I actually want it, all the people that need to be shouted out for all the work that they do, all the creativity. It's not easy to be out here being creative with your own voice and sticking to what you want to do. And I want to just celebrate them. I know, corny, aren't I? But yeah, it's true. I do. That's what makes me feel good. you know. So that's how I'm going to do it. So it's going to start with lunch, like in celebration of some of those channels. And there'll be a lot of it during the whole month until we do the live. I plan on doing the live of celebration the first week of November. And I put out invites to a lot of people that I've worked with that have their own channels to come and talk about their channels and talk about the creative community in general, no matter what part of YouTube you're in, just in gratitude to all the people who welcomed me into their communities and gave me a voice and helped me feel confident to do what I do as a hobby, you know. Well, you saw the top and someone said I did too. Yeah. Oh. Juju, speaking of a surplus of candy bars, I got a huge box of New Zealand chocolate. And one of them that was in there was so odd. I was like, if I tell Juju I'm eating this, she's gonna call me a bougie queen. And so now I have to tell you what it was. It was dark chocolate with sea salt caramel brittle and saffron, and it was to die for. It had like little crunchy pieces of like the brittle, like a caramely brittle in it. It had the back flavor of a little bit of saffron, and it was really, really dark chocolate with a hint of salt. It was phenomenal. But it's like all these odd flavors. Oh, New Zealand chocolate's really good because of the milk there. Mm. Anyway, that is bougie, but I would totally eat it. Thank you. It is bougie. It's totally bougie, but it was fantastic. It was absolutely fantastic, I have to say. And what's nice is like that came from the assortment bag. It's like a little square, you know? It is too sweet, I think. American candy, American chocolate has lost its charm for me. It's just way too sweet, way too sweet. Yeah. So, mm, but anyway, okay. So, what do you guys want to talk about while we wait? Because George Kraynick, when it's motions, he clears his calendar first, and he's got all this other stuff to do too. If everybody thinks this is his only case, like they're crazy. Because yesterday, well, I was an hour and a half late, but actually George Kraynick was an hour late too because he was actually doing clearing his calendar with a whole bunch of other arraignments and things that he had to handle in the morning before the motion hearing. Although he did put this on for 9 o'clock, I'm sure he's just clearing up what he has to clear up. Here you have to go to a chocolatier, not a grocery store, to get quality. Yes, but luckily enough, we have a lot. Like I have a lot of small chocolatiers here. There's like David chocolates here, and he like does stuff with his dark chocolate. Like he covers potato chips and pretzels and stuff. Like, but you can only get it fresh because like potato chips get soggy after like a couple of days. Covered in chocolate. Well, he does some strange stuff. The price of rice. I live in the middle of a cultural love fest. I do. Claire lives in the middle of a cultural love fest. Thank you. I do actually. I do. Actually, somebody said to me yesterday, like I said, what, like, wait, why aren't you explaining like what that is to me? He says, I can't, like, all about all these cultures. Like, I don't bother explaining anything that happens in England, the food, the names, the different words, because I know Like, I don't. I just go through. It's like I'm the weirdest American on the planet sometimes, I think. Canadian wine? I don't, you know what? I can't imagine I've even drank a Canadian wine. I'll have to look next time I go to the wine store because our wine store actually does things by section. But went to the wine tasting event here and they made maple ice wine chocolates. Wow, Anna. Ice wine is very expensive, but very delicious. It's from frozen grapes, very highly concentrated and sweet, and it's like a dessert. And it's delicious. I've actually tried ice wine, but never maple ice wine or maple ice wine chocolates from Canada. Mm. Well, if anybody wants to give me some maple ice wine chocolate, I'm in. Like, just hit me up. I'll give you the address. Like, I need to taste those. Let's hop the border and do some food tasting and wine drinking. I would love to go to Mexico or Canada with you, Juju. Oh, here comes Miss Boone. Oh, she's wearing a bright colored shirt. And is that the same gray suit or is that a new black one? Did you know that the defense team had to buy all the clothes? They had to buy and bring the clothes. There's no budget for her to get her own clothes. So not only is this man not getting paid, he's actually had to put out money. But he doesn't look happy today either. Oh. Oh, you haven't tried them yet? I want to know when you do, Anna. Let me know. There's a lot of sass for someone on trial for murder. She does. She literally does. But then she has a lot of sass about everything. Best wine to drink in the hot tub with snow falling. I would imagine it sounds delicious, Anna. Actually, I have tried ice wine. It's only out a certain time of year, limited batches. It's a bit expensive, but it's
Bless you.
delicious and unique. Bless you, Judge Kraynick is such a nice man. Listen, that man is. Yeah. Good morning, Sarah. I am falling into the bushes. Okay, no problem, Juju. Thank you for being here. You know, Mr. Henderson is now at the table. Hmm. The paralegal, the jury expert. For someone who's indigent, she's got a whole team behind her now. There's like 6 people at the defense table, sitting behind her and at the table. She has 3 attorneys, the paralegal, and the specialist, the jury specialist, and also I think Dr. Berkland. Remember, he's only allowed to consult. He's not allowed to be an expert anymore. It does have a whole new meaning, doesn't it, Beck? Yeah.
William J. for the state.
James Owens on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson, Sarah Boone, Kevin Beck.
Okay, so the tall guy that I didn't know who he is, that's Kevin Beck from, was it Arizona?
I do.
Yeah.
Ma'am, good morning. Can you please state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-77.
All right. Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table, wearing a black suit and a pink blouse. She is in custody in this matter. However, there are no restraints that are affixed to her person. So we will be standing when our jury enters and exits. Before we bring in our jury this morning, yesterday the court had reserved on a Richardson hearing regarding Exhibit 2 as identified in the defendant's 5th amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list, specifically 119 pages of records from Advent Health Winter Park that were provided to the state yesterday morning by way of USB drive. Yesterday, the court had ordered that the defense was to provide an edited version of only the records pertaining to anxiety and the lack thereof, or anything pertaining to those matters, but before 9 a.m. this morning. Was that done, Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. J, have you had the opportunity to review the culled down list of 119 documents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is remaining of those 119 specific JPEG images, and what do they pertain to?
Most of them deal with just billings, observations by the medical personnel, so on that necessarily apply to the issue of anxiety, as the court had indicated. I did include certain pages that discuss depression issues, because I believe that they were related to anxiety. And then I've identified 4 or 5 other pages that are not anxiety related, but maybe relevant to the case. I described that.
Of those 119 images, how many are being sought? 15? Okay, thank you. State response.
Apparently, these are all just related to a January 23rd, 2018 admission at Advent Health Winter Park. So it appears they're not seeking to introduce any records from other instances that were contained in the records that were first disclosed to the state on September 27th.
You speak of the 81 pages?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Nor the new 119 pictures that still not in a PDF form. So of the 15 pages, the first 2 that they list are pages 9 and 10 out of 1.
Uh-oh.
The Bates stamp from the hospital is over other text, and there was no other Bates stamp. So I had to, I'm guessing that it's pages 9 and 10 out of 111. It appears to just be a health information sharing sheet, like a contract. I don't understand the relevance of those 2 pages. Pages 21, and then they skip 22, 23, 24, and 25 are all part of her initial assessment on 123.18. We don't object to those pages, but for, and I apologize that there's a but for, the fact that at the bottom of page 25 begins her toxicology screening. And that does go into page 26. And they did not indicate that they want to use page 26. However, without page 26, we are going to experience relevancy issues and a 403 objection from the state. And that is because in her toxicology screen, for which she is coming to the treatment to seek treatment for depression symptoms, she is at 165 for ethanol, meaning when converted, it's 0.165 grams per deciliter, over twice the legal limit. It's a central nervous system depressant. We're going to have at least one medical doctor, well, two. The forensic pathologist will testify for the state, and then our expert on battered spouse syndrome, if we get to that point, is also a medical doctor. She's a psychiatrist, not a psychologist. Will tell us that ethanol is a central nervous system depressant. I believe even the psychologist will be able to get that information in. So we are objecting to pages 21 through 25 coming in without page 26.
If I understand your argument, is it a rule of completeness issue?
Yeah, I mean, in the sense that it applies to documents as opposed to statements. I mean, it is an out-of-court statement, so it is a rule of completeness issue, particularly when the symptoms and the complaints of the patient on that particular day were crying and being depressed and showing signs of using a central nervous system depressant. The rest of the talk screen, pages 27 and 28, they did not list. We are not complaining that they are not including that. Page 29 is another page they listed. That's more of a narrative about her visit at January 23rd, 2018. We do not object. Page 43 is just her vital signs. We don't object. Page 44 is more of the initial assessment on this January 23rd, 2018 visit. We do not object, nor do we object to pages 45, 46, or 47.
What are pages 45, 46, and 47, just for my own?
More of this initial assessment
Thank you.
of January 23rd, 2018 was my understanding.
Okay.
Page 48, we are asking again that this be included. Again, I don't believe it's super mysterious why we are going from pages 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, and then skipping page 48 and then going to 49. But we do want page 48 included. On that page includes her height and weight at the time. Page 63.
What's 49? So seemingly that's included.
49 is just some results. Again, it's misleading and doesn't provide full context without what I've described as page 26, because part of the results on page 49 show that she was tested, shows that she was tested for the presence of ethyl alcohol or ethanol, but it doesn't give the results.
Are the results contained in another page?
Just on page 26, the one I previously described as wanting included.
So not following 49 to 50 or 51 sequentially?
No, because the pages they want from the 40s are 43 through 47, skipping 48, and we're asking for 48 to be included between 47 and 49 to make sure it's relevant and complete.
But they are also seeking 49, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
They just skipped 48, just like they skipped 26.
Okay.
Page 63. It appears to be repetitive, but we don't have any particular objection. Page 63 of the 111. Page 108 seems to be another part of the initial assessment from January 23rd, 2018. So we don't object to that. So basically we're asking for pages 26 and 48 to be included.
Okay, thank you. The state did seek a Richardson hearing yesterday in this matter, and based on binding precedent by the 6th District Court of Appeal, Young v. State 369 Southern 3rd 1243, regardless of the culling down of the records, the court still is required to conduct a Richardson hearing. As to the issue of whether the defendant's violation was inadvertent or willful, Mr. Owens had advised that these documents were obtained sometime last week. He was unable to provide any specificity. He's going to confer with his office. Mr. Owens or Mr. Beck, are you in a position to advise when these documents were first requested, when they were received and when they were sent to the state, specifically any documents pertaining to Exhibit 2, the Advent Health Winter Park records.
Judge, I did check with my secretary, Margaret, and my understanding is, I didn't know that was going to be a question about when we actually sent it out. I know it was one of my trips down here. I got Sarah Boone to sign a medical release. We sent it to the hospital. It took a couple of weeks, I want to say. We got it last week. We don't know exactly when. We don't timestamp at our office when something is mailed in, and it was mailed in from the hospital to my office. For whatever reason, the records did not get to Shelby, who was handling that issue, until late. And I think it was yesterday or the day before that she was aware that they had not been disclosed. We provided the copy to the state at that time.
So did these records come in batches? Because my understanding, based on the state's representation and their objections, was that the first 81 pages came on September 27th. Those were provided.
Those were separate. Those were records that some of the other lawyers, one of the other lawyers had received, and we sent them on, but the problem was they had notes on them. So we sent that 81, but it wasn't directly from the hospital. So we were trying to get a more complete, unedited copy of the records. That's why we made our request.
Okay, and when was the error identified in time as to when these items were not sent, such that they were provided via USB yesterday?
Whatever date we gave them is when we realized there was an error, that same day.
Okay, my understanding that would have been yesterday morning.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
If I may, real quickly, based on the invoice that was sent from the Winter Park Advent Building Department, actually it's a separate subcontractor, the request was made on the 27th of September. I suspect they waited until they received confirmation of payment of $135 for receipt of them. So we received those. So it's all been within a couple of weeks, plus we had the hurricane issue last week. And I think there were issues as to the matter being provided for. I did speak with the state yesterday afternoon after I had a chance to look at the records. And I asked essentially what these matters were in relationship to. I was told that they already had those records and familiar with them. So I don't think there's any prejudice with the state based on our submission.
Okay. Any further argument or positions with regard to the Richardson analysis, Mr. J?
That's for the purposes of this hearing, if I could stack the documents.
Is that the 119 pages, sir?
No, sir, it's the 81 pages that we got on September 27th, 2024.
Any objection? All right, what was pre-marked A for the purposes of the Richardson hearing will be received without objection as states 1.
Your Honor, there was just a reference that 81 pages were all marked up by the defense. There's no markings. The issue and the confusion that the state attorney's office still has, though, is page 68 of 81 of these original 81 documents.
If you have a cell phone on, they need to be silenced and turned off, please. If you cannot follow the court's instructions, due to the publicity in this case, I will ask for you to be removed. Does everyone understand? Thank you. You may proceed.
And I realize that I've only had a limited amount of time to review the 119 pages that came in yesterday. And again, it's more difficult to review those because it's not in a PDF where I can word search it and do any of the things that are afforded to us with modern technology. It came in as 119 separate JPEGs. They're not in order. So for instance, when I'm trying to look for page 43 of those 111 records out of the 119 pages, it's not in order. And I've done my absolute best to try and see if this page, which is 68.
Yes. And referring to 68 of the 81 that was
Yes,
entered
sir.
as 1, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank
It
you.
is. sublabeled within these records as page 2 of 14, and it appears to be a part of her visit on January 23rd, 2018. And in the social history provided, it says alcohol use denies, tobacco use denies, and the other part isn't relevant. And I just haven't been able to find that. And so I'm asking for the leeway to continue to try and search for that particular page out of the 119, so that I may ask that out of the doctrine of completeness and fairness, that it be included. I'm just, at this point, I have not been able to find anything in the records that says that, and I'm limited in my abilities to cheat with technology and put it, if there's a 119-page PDF and you make it word searchable, you just put in the magic word, and it helps the attorney greatly. So that's why there's this confusion, and that's part of why I had to raise this issue. Was just at my first glance at those pages yesterday, I knew that something seemed off compared to what was previously provided.
Okay. Any response?
It has a heading, Your Honor. I'm not familiar with that heading in the documents that I was reviewing. I'll look for it again and I'll provide information.
I appreciate y'all working together on that. So here's what we're going to do.
If I may,
Yes.
We had told the state that we would bring in a printed copy, not the PDF, this morning. But Federal Express, which is the block away, for whatever reason, the road was being constructed. So they closed. So we were there at 8 o'clock to get the copy to the state we had promised, but we will bring one at lunch to hand to state.
Okay. Appreciate it. All right. Any other argument with regard to the Richardson issue? Anything further, Mr. Beck? Okay. With regard to, let me conclude the Richardson analysis first. All right. Thank you both for your positions and your arguments. The court has, as a matter of law, the court needs to determine whether the defendant's violation was inadvertent or willful. Court finds that based on the positions provided by the defense that the disclosure was inadvertent, but I do find that the violation had some level of substantiality to it. But due to the state's review and the defense compliance with the court's order yesterday as to culling down to the pages that we've identified, the court finds that the violation had a limited ability on the state's ability to prepare for trial due to the lack of objections to the majority of the documents, with the exception of page 48 and 26, which are sought to be included. For those reasons, I find that the prejudicial effect of the substantial disclosure is limited, and I'm not going to order the defense, not going to prohibit the defense from proceeding forward on moving these items into evidence. However, I do want to address the 403 rule of completeness issue with regard to pages 26 and 49 26 and 48 as sought by the state. No objection, Mr. Beck. All right, thank you. So the state's request is granted. Pages 26 and 48 will be included in any evidentiary documents that sought to be moved into evidence with regard to this January 23, 2018 incident, as provided in the 119 pages of item 2 of the defendant's fifth amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list. I will not foreclose the state regarding page 68 of the 81 pages. If they were able to find that additional document, we can address any argument at that time as to why that should be included. Anything further, state, before we bring in our jury?
Judge, the defense team has indicated to me that they intend on using demonstrative aids during opening statement. The ones that I have seen include jury instructions that may not be given and may not be given in the way that the court gives, and photographs that could be coming into evidence. I identified at least one that I don't recognize as something they sought to be seeking into evidence, perhaps two. So I believe we should have a discussion about each and every one of those. They should each be marked for the record purposes by letter so that we can refer to them and make a record. I believe it's in the court's discretion, even though I rarely see it exercised in this way in this circuit, to allow the respective parties to refer to actual exhibits during opening statements. I would urge the court not to allow that. They're going to see them soon enough, but particularly with what they are seeking to introduce, given the motion in limine ruling that the court has already issued, that at this point in time, the latest proffer with the defendant's testimony is not amounting to an overt act that will result in a self-defense instruction, that will result in prior instances of violence coming in, that it would be extremely prejudicial, dangerous, and to use Mr. Cacciatore's analogy, very impossible to put that toothpaste back in the tube if we amplify our opening statements, which may or may not come to fruition when we start talking about these past instances and battered spouse syndrome. It would be greatly amplified if they're actually seeing exhibits of the defendant's past injuries that she's attributing to the decedent. So I'm asking for us to discuss that.
Response before we go through each photo.
Judge, yeah, the defense is self-defense. Sarah's going to testify that she was defending herself. We believe the court's going to rule we're entitled to put on a case involving self-defense. And under the instruction for justifiable use of non-deadly force and the justifiable use of deadly force.
I'm not discussing the jury instructions at this time.
There are evidence of prior threats, prior events of violence committed under that instruction. Under the self-defense justifiable use.
Here's my concern. Why are we addressing law in opening statement?
Well, I agree with the state attorney. I did pull up a couple of these on the justifiable use of non-deadly force.
That does not answer my question.
I would agree not to use them.
Okay.
The two I'm interested in using and opening is the standard instruction. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You want to read it out?
No, I can see it, sir.
And then the other one is a reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt is the standard instruction.
What's your position with regard to those two, Mr. J?
Judge, it's opening statements. We should be discussing what we anticipate to come into the trial, and that's going to be enough of a minefield. It really shouldn't be about the law. We'll both have an opportunity to use the options, which we have not decided upon. We will have the opportunity to use that overhead or any means that we want at the end of the trial during our closings to put up what is actually decided to be the law after the case has been presented. So it's our position that we shouldn't be using demonstrative aids with portions of jury instructions. We're going to have that opportunity to argue how the law applies to the facts at the end, and we will have the correct version. And if the court is following the tendency that I've seen in this circuit recently, we may, in fact, read 3/4 of the jury instructions to them before we even begin our closing remarks. I think it's premature and problematic to be doing that at this time, and it's not the role of opening remarks.
Any other response?
Judge, I've been doing this 35 years. I've had these boards. I've used these boards at opening statements. I don't know how many times. I've said that I would waive introducing the one specific to self-defense, but reasonable doubt is an instruction you gave to the jury when we got started. And then this weighing the evidence is a standard jury instruction that applies in every case.
Are those the standard? Is that the language of the standard instruction?
I have not had the opportunity this morning to pull up the Florida Standard Criminal Jury Instructions off the Supreme Court website due to dealing with motions in limine, trying to prepare my opening statement, and doing all the things that I should be doing on the eve of openings. But I did notice that I did not believe the reasonable doubt instruction was complete just from memory. And I know that's not the complete weighing the evidence instruction either. It's an entire page of instructions for each of those.
Can I see the reasonable doubt instruction, please? Well, here's the first problem. That's the wrong instruction. Florida Supreme Court revised 3.7 earlier this year. That is not the appropriate definition of reasonable doubt. It is not what was read to the jury during jury selection. 3.7 now reads, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and it does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. That does not track the standard jury instruction. For those reasons, I'm not going to allow it.
Judge, I'll have it redone in arguments.
As long as we're still in the process of working through. The 3.7 instruction speaks for itself. I won't preclude you from using enlargements in closing, but for the purposes of opening, because it doesn't track the 3.7 instruction, I'm not going to allow it.
And this is an excerpt from.
Give me a moment. That seems to be the standard 3.9 instructions, or at least portions of it. Response?
Again, since it's not all of it, it's misleading. It's highlighting something about the law when we're just talking about opening remarks. 6 through 10 are optional. We haven't decided which out of the optional instructions, 6 through 10, we're going to use in this case because we have not heard the evidence yet. So I just think it's inappropriate to be delving into pieces and portions of jury instructions before we get the evidence. What we should be doing is explaining to the jury what we believe the facts are going to show and the inferences that they can draw from them, and argue the law later.
Last bite at the apple, sir.
Judge, they've got to have some guidance to the law. You know, that in many ways we do it where we give them the law at the very end, you know, and I understand the reason for that, depending on the evidence that comes in, but there's standard instructions that are going to apply throughout. And this is just giving them an idea of what their role is in considering the credibility of witnesses. I think it's appropriate. It's a brief statement of a standard instruction that comes in on every case.
Let me move to the photographs before I address the 3.9 issue.
And I think for the record, we should mark them.
Okay. Do you want them marked? You want them marked by Madam Clerk, correct? Okay, so let's approach with that first photograph, please. Madam Clerk, yes.
It's such an arduous process here, but it's really important because those pictures of her having marks on her or evidence, they are actually quite prejudicial, especially if the evidence of battered spouse syndrome cannot be entered. Remember, their case is linchpinned on her testimony. They can't even move forward with anything they're going to present. And yet they have all of this they wanted to present in the opening statements. You can't have it both ways. Like, you can't talk about alleged prior acts that Jorge Torres may have done, which she's claiming that these marks were done by him through abuse. You can't have it both ways. Like, they're not allowed to enter any of the evidence until they do the overt act from her testimony into regards, just to qualify for the defense that they want to present. Now, that was their choice to say that they were going to use this defense. But I don't understand why he thinks these pictures would be coming in. And it's kind of embarrassing to get called out on law. You went through all the trouble to print something up and tell the judge you've been doing it for years, but you didn't make sure it was still the standard before you printed it again. That's not dotting your I's and crossing your T's. It's kind of sloppy, in my opinion. But Sarah wants these pictures in. She was quite pleased to see them. I've given you guys the link to the Florida Standard for criminal jury instructions, so you can see what Judge Kraynick is talking about and what they are talking about of the standard of proof and reasonable doubt. The wording has changed, and it doesn't mean beyond all reasonable anymore. It's within reason. Is more the statute to clarify it. Where does this sit right now? The judges, they're logging in the photographs, but they're going to actually go over them as to whether they're prejudicial or probative for the opening statements. It appears that the defense wants to bring in photographs and boards for opening statements, and the defense is arguing that they want to go over jury instructions and stuff as a matter of law, which should not be part of opening statements. That's for closing. They should just be outlining their case. But, the defense has the problem that they can't outline their case until she testifies because they're not allowed to talk about the evidence, any of the prior acts that they want to use, any of the stuff that they want to use in regards to proving battered spouse syndrome or the state of mind she was in. So it's like a catch-22. And they're wrestling with those particulars right now. Rocket Couch, it's a very good question. Like, where are we? Right now, I don't know yet. This Richardson hearing has to finish first before we go forward. But they're literally got technicalities into what can be said or not said during opening statements because of the type of defense that they're using. Which I find absolutely fascinating. This is I've never heard of this before. Like, the stuff that we are wrestling with in regards to motions in evidence, I have not heard like this before, all hinged on her testimony on the stand before anything can come in. On a positive note, the defense did some work in regards to whittling down the submissions as instructed by the judge yesterday. It does believe that Kevin Beck, the third attorney that was on, was a voice in that and had physically looked at everything and assisted in the defense getting that information to the state in the proper format or a more digestible format.
Purposes of a demonstrative aid in opening statement is a picture of Sarah Boone that was taken by law enforcement on one of the incidents involving arrest. And you can see this letter right here, which we believe is relevant, admissible.
Next photo.
They're not showing us the pictures because they're not into this right now. Until they get like permission to actually be evidence, we're not going to see them. But the first picture, it's hard to hear him, but he did say it was taken by law enforcement at one of the incidents. I think he said in 2018.
That's Exhibit D, which is a picture of Sarah Boone on the back porch of the townhouse in question with her 2 dogs.
Now he's talking about a personal picture of Sarah Boone.
Exhibit C, the blow up of the picture of inside the townhouse, showing the sliding glass door as well as the staircase that leads to the master bedroom. That's Exhibit D. Is a picture of the large screen TV with 6 or 7 holes in it from where Jorge Torres hit the TV with a bat right next to their building. That's Exhibit E. Is a blow up of injuries to Sarah Boone's left arm from Jorge Torres. That's Exhibit F. Is a close-up of the wound to Sarah Boone's leg where Jorge Torres stabbed her with a steak knife. That's Exhibit G. Is a close-up of Sarah Boone's face. It shows where Jorge Torres poked her with a curtain rod. That's Exhibit H. Is a photograph, close-up of Sarah Boone after she was kicked in the head by Jorge Torres. That's Exhibit I. Is another close-up of Sarah Boone's face after she suffered injury at the end of the weekend. All these, I believe, Judge, all these exhibits, except for the first one, A, were in Sarah Boone's phone. The state took custody of the phone. State had the photographs. The state provided the defense in discovery with these photographs. We intend on introducing these photographs. We don't intend on introducing blow-ups. We intend on introducing the home-size pages of the photographs and then using these as the launching today to show the jury an opening and then closing the injuries that Sarah Boone sustained at the hands of Jorge Torres.
Any other further argument with regard to the use of those items pre-marked as A through I in opening statement? Mr. Owens,
Yes, Sir Judge, and I sent you some cases.
when did you send it, sir?
This morning.
I have not received it.
I think you were already on the bench, so we sent it to the clerk and the judge.
Has the state seen a copy of it?
I'm familiar with the case law. I did receive the email. I'm not sure if it indicated who all was copied on it. Separate one, but I'll check.
Is it just these two cases? Been provided Alsager v. State, 326 Southern 3rd, 656, Florida Supreme Court, 2021. Low v. State, 259 Southern 3rd, 23, Florida Supreme Court, 2018. Yes, sir.
Judge, the court has discretion to allow demonstrative aids. If you look at one or both of those, there was a state wanted to introduce a dummy they were using in a homicide case, which the court allowed. Other cases have allowed photographs and demonstrative aids to be used in opening statements. In the Alcaguer case, which is the 2021 case, trial court acted within its discretion in preventing state's use of a map as a demonstrative aid during the guilt phase rebuttal closing argument in a capital murder trial, where evidence visually demonstrated on the map was not without support in the record. That was actually an exhibit that was in the record. The 2018 case, Supreme Court of Florida, again, the trial court acted within its discretion in allowing a demonstrative exhibit. In that case, it was a murder prosecution. Trial court acted within its discretion in allowing the state to use a mannequin in a demonstrative aid in order to show the position of the gun in relation to the victim's body. The mannequin was used to set out the circumstances of the crime and to attempt to establish aggravation. The mannequin was used to demonstrate the location of the gunshot wounds, the angle of the impact against the skin, the incapacitating nature of each gunshot wound, advising of the trajectories were anatomical, not spatial, and had a small degree of error where only was slight difference between the victim's size and the mannequin's dimensions. There was nothing to suggest the mannequin was altered to resemble the victim. The court allowed, again, the court's discretion. As you know, we're claiming self-defense, and as part of that instruction, we're entitled to allege prior instances of difficulties and prior acts of violence so that the defendant who asserts self-defense, their state of mind is different from the norm. Instructions would read, find that Sarah Boone, who because of prior threats or difficulties with Jorge Torres, had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in danger of imminent use of unlawful force at the hands of Jorge Torres, you may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Sarah Boone are those of a reasonable person. On to say, if you find at the time of the alleged second-degree murder, Sarah Boone knew that Jorge Torres had committed an act or acts of violence, you may consider that fact to determine whether Sarah Boone reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use violence. We have a good faith belief that the exhibits will be introduced into evidence. They're demonstrative aids to aid the jury in understanding the circumstances surrounding that relationship and the actions that Sarah took and the reasonableness of those actions in light of their history.
Thank you. Any response, State?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Judge, the standard is it is your discretion, and you will only be reversed if you abuse your discretion in this regard. The state is urging you just flat out, as a matter of principle, to not allow the parties to go into the exhibits during opening statements. They're going to be seeing the actual exhibits in the very, very near future. I mean, we can do this. We can play the videos. We can show gruesome autopsy photographs on the big screen as well during opening statements, but those things are all coming. So we're just asking you first in general, let's not extend the opening statements in that regard any more than necessary. Now, our specific objections are this. With A, which is beneath everything now, but the bloody ear from the prior incident, I believe that it's from a body-worn camera, and I think he indicated as much. It was not from her phone. If we get to that point, where we know that this piece of evidence is coming in, that would be one thing. But right now, the law of the case is they cannot put on any evidence of prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence regarding the victim, or go into battered spouse syndrome in the evidence until self-defense has been established. And that self-defense must be established by the testimony, and in this particular case, it has to come from the defendant, of an overt act taken by the decedent, which resulted in an imminent threat of great bodily harm or death. And we have had that litigation. We have provided the court the most recent testimony regarding the defendant's most recent statements from the two doctors, and it doesn't exist at this time. So it's one thing for the parties to go into things in opening statements that don't end up coming into evidence. And when the defendant does that, well, under King versus State, the state gets to point out, look, they made these promises in opening statements and they didn't come to fruition. So you need to disregard everything that you heard that was going to happen in trial that didn't. But the problem, particularly for the state side, is we don't get to appeal. So if we go through opening statements and we have the jurors not only exposed to our words about things that may or may not be coming into evidence, but exposed to 1,000 words per picture, if a picture is worth 1,000 words, that amplifies the error. And it's an error the state has no remedy to fix. So we're asking for A, which would absolutely come into evidence. If we get this overt act testimony, which has not occurred yet from the defendant, then certainly A would come in, and some of the other letters. And there's nothing wrong with them blowing it up like that. In fact, the state has it on their exhibit and will be showing it on the screen as well. There's not a lot of dispute over whether that will come in if we meet that standard of an imminent act or overt threat of an imminent act of danger. B, I'm not sure B was on their list of items that they sought to introduce from the phone. We would argue a picture of her with her dogs on her porch doesn't have any relevance. I don't expect that to be coming into trial, so we're objecting on that separate ground. And then returning back to C, D, E, F, G, H, I. State is all aware of those photographs. We are prepared to introduce them ourselves through the digital evidence. There's no hiding those things. If we meet the threshold for this sort of evidence coming in.
Could you identify those for me? I'm trying to keep notes contemporaneously.
Yes. C.
It was C through I inclusive?
Yes.
Thank you.
B is the only one that is not a photograph of prior violence. It's, I don't know, it wasn't on their list of things that they sought to introduce, and I don't know what the relevance would be of her just sitting there on her porch with her dogs. But A and then C through I, judge, absolutely at the end of the trial, great. Blow them up, use them as much as you want. But in this particular case, with the rulings that the court has already made about this, based on the state's motion in limine, it is very dangerous to allow them to do this when we are not expecting it to be admitted into evidence based on the current state of the defendant's testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Owens, if you could address Exhibit B, was pre-marked as B.
But Judge, you've already ruled that these things come in and open. Remember that? prior
No, what I
rule?
ruled is that you were able to discuss them, address them in opening. Photographs are a totally different kitty.
I said nothing about battered spouse syndrome. I said self-defense. These exhibits come in under self-defense. In arguing these, I've said nothing about battered spouse. I'm talking about self-defense.
I understand.
And prior difficulties, prior acts of violence is a standard instruction.
But the overt act requirement remains. I mean, we've reviewed Holland and read it multiple times.
In good faith, with discussions with my client, we believe there is going to be evidence of an overt act. And she was facing imminent threat, and she reacted based on that threat.
Understood. Your response to Exhibit B?
Look at B. Which one's B?
It's her on the back porch with the two dogs.
Judge, Not only did he abuse, George Torres abused.
That's not the issue. The issue is that the state represented that it was not part of your exhibit list.
I believe it is a part of the exhibit list. We got this from the state. They sent over a bunch of pictures of flowers or hands that they want to introduce, that they listed as exhibits. I thought for sure we put this on there, but the relevance of it is not only did he abuse Sarah Boone, George Torres, he abused the dogs. And he would threaten to abuse the dogs to control Sarah Boone.
Okay, thank you.
They're checking judge
All right.
on whether they.
The court's prepared to rule at this point in time. Thank you both for your presentations and your argument. The court's had the opportunity to what was pre-marked as A through I inclusive. First, with regard to the portion of the 3.9 instruction, purposes of opening statement is to set the table of what the issues are, what the parties believe the facts and evidence will show. It is not a proper time to be discussing law or elements of law, and that is an element of law that will be instructed to the jury at the end of the case. So the court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons and prohibit you from using the portion of the 3.9 instruction in opening statement. You could talk about this is a job that you're going to have, but I'm not going to allow you to read portions of the instruction for those reasons at this time. With regard to what was pre-marked as A through I, the Holland case is clear. Before a defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's character, he must first show that there was an overt act by the victim at or about the time of the incident that reasonably indicated a need for self-defense. I understand your good faith belief. I take no position on whether or not you're going to make it or not. That's something that you're going to have to establish. But the concern is that the photographs, some of them are graphic in nature. The lacerations, the sutures, the bruising, facial wounds with bleeding may have such a impact such that the toothpaste cannot be placed back into the tube, assuming that overt act hurdle is not met. The court, again, takes no position on whether or not you're going to be able to meet it because I haven't heard the evidence and testimony. So court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons. You can talk about it. You can talk about it that she was a victim. You can talk about specific some incidences made it happen, but I'm not going to allow the photographs at this point in time for those reasons, for your utilization of them in opening statements. Any questions or clarifications with regards to the court's ruling? State.
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right. Are we prepared to bring in our jury at this time?
Got two other issues.
They've been waiting for an hour and 20 minutes, Counselor.
We intend to play the 2-minute suitcase video to the jury in opening statement.
State.
Again, I'm asking you to urge your discretion. They're going to hear it in the next 2 days of court. It's within your discretion whether we're going to start using exhibits during opening statement.
What's the other issue, sir?
I need to approach the bench.
Okay. With regard to the video, I'm not going to allow proposed exhibits to be used in opening statements. It's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm not going to allow your photographs, not going to allow the state to do anything. You can orally talk about what you believe the evidence and testimony is going to show, but the actual evidence is going to have to be presented here through witnesses or through demonstration and publication after that evidence is admitted. Y'all can approach.
While we approach, can somebody from their team start dismantling?
Please, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Wow. I can't believe the defense tried that move. So in order, for days, we have heard motions that said you're not allowed to present evidence until Sarah Boone takes a stand and testifies to the overt act. Your whole defense is invalid until she testifies about the overt act. And yet, this guy went and printed all of that up to try to bring it in to opening statements and then was going to play the video. No evidence in opening statements, especially with this kind of defense. They've already had hearings on this, and the judge's order was clear. You cannot present evidence until the overt act is testified to. I don't know what he's not understanding about that. This is definitely coming from Sarah Boone. She wants her story out there. She wants her 15 minutes with the jury to just say whatever. She wants her defense team putting up pictures of her and talking about how horrible George was to her, and none of that is allowed to come in until she takes the stand. That was like, I can't believe it. How offensive. They don't like to put the accused on the stand, but she has to take the stand, or this defense will not go through. They won't be able to put up any of those pictures if she doesn't take the stand and testify to the overt act, because they want to use battered spouse. But what really fascinated me here is that the defense literally tried to do a go around the battered spouse syndrome and say, "Oh, but we're in opening. We're going to talk about
Any reason why we cannot bring in our jury at this time? State.
No, sir.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right, let's stand and bring in our panel.
We are starting with the jury. That was a big loss for the defense. But he tried to say that it was all about just the self-defense part of it, and he wasn't going to talk about battered spouse syndrome. But they're the same defense. It's just an enhancement to it. That wasn't a manipulation of the court that he tried to do there, and I'm sure Judge Kraynick is aware of it. Like, that was not cool at all. Yeah. If anybody saw the state getting more and more agitated as he was talking, like, whoa. Good to see you, Tony. I do believe that box there is the suitcase.
Good morning, y'all may be seated. State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yeah.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
There's going to be sidebars. It's going to be like, Judge has the big button there that mutes everybody's mics when they go to sidebar. So it'll be quiet. This way I'm going to try not to be too muted so I can fill in. But wow, that was something. Is everybody else as stunned as I am about that maneuvering of the defense?
All right, members of our jury, good morning. I want to just confirm before we start this morning that you complied with the court's instructions last night to not have any conversations amongst yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved in this case. And then you have not conducted any independent investigation regarding those items. You just raise your hands to confer that you complied with the court's instructions. All right, the record will reflect that all jurors have raised their hands. Members of the jury, yesterday I told you that you may happen to see the lawyers in the courtroom or in the courthouse going about their affairs. And again, they're not trying to avoid you or speak to you because they're not allowed to. Did anyone happen to ride an elevator this morning with any of the attorneys, either for the state or for the defense? All right, juror in seat number 3 from my left, first row. Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Can you all approach for a moment?
Okay. And you're going to approach again.
And a juror in seat 4, left to right, first row. Yes, sir. Who did you ride the elevator with? Do you recall who specifically, sir? Mr. Owens. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so they, just to make sure that the jury is all comfortable. But I agree with Charlotte. She says she thinks the judge called them up when the jury was coming in to say, no more shenanigans, no more stuff from you guys today, you behave. Hopefully he did. I am actually hoping he did because I'm a little surprised that they, I guess I shouldn't be, because I do understand that the defense is in a position where they're going to do everything they can to get Sarah Boone the best defense possible, to get everything in.
All right, thank you both for your honesty. I appreciate that. Something we talked about earlier this week. That's the one thing that we required and asked of you, is just be open and honest. And I appreciate both of y'all's open and honesty. During the ride in the elevator, was there anything that you saw or observed that it would impacted you or influenced you in any way? Did it have any impact on you? Juror number 3, left to right, first row. Juror number 4, left to right, first row. Okay, thank you. All right, with that, members of the jury, we're going to proceed with opening statements this morning. Both the state and the defense will have the opportunity to present them. I ask that you listen closely to those statements that they're going to provide. But remember, these are not evidence. This is just the party's belief as to what the facts and the evidence will show in this case. After the conclusion of the opening statements, we'll begin with the state's case in chief through witnesses. With that, Mr. J, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence in this case is going to show you is that this defendant zipped Jorge Torres shot in the suitcase. She was able to do this because at the time of his death, he only weighed 103 pounds. And she did this with the malicious intent to punish him. And then she went up to sleep and left him to take his final breaths on this earth alone. How many breaths those were, we don't know. The evidence is going to show that it was at least for about 15 minutes, because there's going to be 2 videos that the defendant herself took of this event. The evidence is going to show Jorge Torres is dead because in this defendant's judgment, he deserved it. And out of a conscious disregard for whether he lived or died, you will see and hear these videos. What I expect you will hear from a video that began at 11:12 p.m., 45 seconds, on February 23rd, 2020, in Orange County, Florida, is a suitcase on the ground, face down, with the zippers facing the floor. You will hear Sarah, the defendant will say, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah. And then the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Fuck you." And the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Stupid." Sarah, "That's my name. Don't wear it out." Sarah, "I can't fucking breathe, baby. Seriously." "Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me." Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. The defendant laughs again. Sarah, "I can't breathe, babe." She laughs again. "That's on you." Sarah, "I can't breathe." She laughs again. Unintelligible words. And I would submit the evidence is going to show, because of the intoxication from alcohol, is the next thing she says. Sarah, 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 "I can't breathe, baby." That's what I feel like when you cheat on me. Sarah, "Fuck you." "I can't fucking breathe, Sarah." "You should probably shut the fuck up." Sarah, "Shh," is the last thing you will hear the defendant say to Mr. Torres as he is face down, zipped shut in a suitcase. That, again, began at 11:12:45 and lasts just over 2 minutes. At 11:23 and 3 seconds p.m., there's a second 22-second video, and it's the defendant zooming in on the suitcase. And all you hear during this 22 seconds, after he's been in this suitcase since at least 11:12 p.m., is one more time, Sarah. How did we get to this point where 103-pound Jorge Torres gets put into this suitcase left? Well, the next morning, the defendant wakes up, late morning, perhaps early afternoon, somewhere in this time range, several hours later. And she goes downstairs, and she doesn't see Jorge anywhere, Torres, and eventually realizes, oh my God, thing she does after taking him out, and I believe you will hear a description by the defendant saying, took his little legs out. At some point she makes that statement. And tries to resuscitate him. Here's gurgling as she presses down on his 103-pound chest, forcing whatever air was trapped in there out, gurgling. And the next thing she does is she doesn't call 911. She calls Brian Boone. Who's Brian Boone? Brian Boone is her ex-husband. Share a child in common. And this date, February 24th, 2020, is a Monday. A normal work day for most people. School day for their child that they share in common. But after they got divorced, the arrangement was Wednesdays and Thursdays, their child would be Mr. Brian Boone's responsibility. So February 23rd, 2020 was a Sunday. Now we've led into Monday. Mr. Boone had been trying actually to contact the defendant several times that morning because he just wanted to confirm she was going to get their child after school ended that day. And there had been a history of reliability issues on that issue on her part.
Oh no. I hope they just didn't. Oh.
And she finally called him back instead of calling 911.
I think that keeps happening because they're trying to get a better audio.
Being the nice co-parent that he
They have
is,
to aim mics at him. Remember, he walked away from the mic. The mic is behind him on the podium. And if it's directional, he's behind it now, which is why he sounds so far away.
Into the front door of her townhouse, which allows you a view all the way to the back sliding glass door. You're going to see that her kitchen is off to the right. There's a doorway that you can see all the way through. And on the back side of the kitchen and the breakfast room area, there's tables and stuff. There's also some blue legs sticking out in view. Brian Boone says, check please. You need to call 911. He doesn't set foot into that townhouse. He does wait outside though, being the good co-parent that he has been. So now, after having first called her ex-husband, after having first waited for Brian Boone to come over, the defendant makes the 911 call. What you will not hear are tears. You will not hear sorrow. Hide and seek kind of thing. I fell asleep. Found him dead in the suitcase this morning. I don't know what happened. He had blood coming out of his mouth. Don't know if it was an aneurysm. Pulled him out of the suitcase, tried to give him CPR. He was in the suitcase and I fell asleep. He's not awake. He's purple. He's not breathing. There's some instructions about how to do CPR given to her, asking about whether an AED is available to shock his heart. It's too late. He's cold, he's stiff, he's purple. We were playing hide and seek. We were playing hide and seek. This is horrible. This is horrific what happened. Like, what happened? We were playing hide and seek to shock his heart. It's too late. He's cold, he's stiff, he's purple. We were playing hide and seek. We were playing hide and seek. This is horrible. This is horrific what happened. Like, what happened? We were playing hide and seek last night and I fell asleep. So she mentions that there was blood coming out of his mouth. And his body, like all bodies in his death, was taken to the 9th District Medical Examiner's office and autopsy. What the doctor found was what you would expect after being left in the suitcase, crumpled up in the fetal position. He passed from positional asphyxiation, meaning like you're not going to get full breaths when you're crumpled up like an accordion, and environmental suffocation. You don't have to have a plastic bag over your head, tape shut with a full roll of duct tape to seal it off 100% and be worthy of the vacuum of space to environmentally suffocate.
Hmm.
It's close enough if you can't get the oxygen and the CO2 coming in and out of your environment. But she also did notice, yeah, he suffered from blunt force trauma on his torso, in his face, his mouth. She'll use words like contusion, will help her explain contusions and bruises. She'll use words like hematomas, will help her understand for you all that that means bleeding under the skin and blood, what you can expect from a bruise, that's why they're running through it. But he had all this additional trauma. He had trauma on his fingers as well. So now, the sheriff's office, Orange County Fire Rescue show up, and the defendant interacts with the first patrol officer. You will see and hear that body worn camera. It's more of the same of what we heard on the 911 call. I see. It was good. I fell asleep. I don't know what happened. A few hours later, the detectives from the homicide unit of the Orange County Sheriff's Office approach her and are ready to interview her after doing some initial things, which includes grabbing her cell phone off of a counter that was found at a suitcase in Torres and giving it to one of their digital forensic examiners, who we'll hear from later in the trial. But it's time to give a first interview with the defendant. So they do a first interview with the defendant in one of their unmarked detective patrol cars there on the scene. And the basics remain the same, but there's a little more elaboration, as you would expect from trained detectives versus getting the 911 call taken. But the basics of what the defendant tells them is we painted, we drew, we did puzzles. The particular wine we had was a Chardonnay from the Woodbridge.
Oh.
Bottles, plural, are in the trash. We started about 4 p.m. after Mr. Torres went to the store. Puzzles, art, listening to music, enjoying each other's company. We were literally just enjoying one another's company. The other bottle of wine that was left over from Boer wasn't even half full. So the description she is saying is 1 bottle of wine and plus a fraction of a bottle of wine left over from the night before. Ladies and gentlemen, not all bottles of wine are made the same. Many of us may envision what you would expect at a restaurant. Those are 750s, 750 milliliters of that. Bottles of wine that were recovered from the defendant's trash can were 1.5 liters. So the equivalent of 2 standard bottles of wine. A 1.5 liter bottle of wine is 50 ounces. Given that a standard serving of wine is 5 ounces, and there's receipts. The day before, Saturday, February 22nd, 2020, there is a receipt from Publix for a bottle of Woodbridge wine for $9.74. And then Sunday at 12:17 p.m., there is another receipt for $9.74 for a Woodbridge Chardonnay bottle of wine. And then at about 5:30 in the afternoon on February 23rd, again, there is another receipt for the same bottle of wine for the same price. And those 2 bottles of wine were recovered. They're going to be produced to you in evidence, and you will see that they are in fact Magnum bottles of wine. So that's the context that we're dealing with when we hear things like, we only had 1 bottle of wine and we finished what was left in the bottle of wine from before. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's 2 1.5 liters that are apparently 103-pound man and the defendant who is in the same weight class.
Oh. Please don't do that. Hey, come back, come back. Uh-oh.
And the decedent would leave leftover wine from any given day, remaining from the 1.5 liters from Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a lot of wine.
That's a lot of
So in
wine.
that context, we were just having wine, enjoying each other's company. At one point, we play hide and seek. She says she didn't zip it up all the way. There was enough room, in her words again, there was enough room for his little fingers to get out. We were still having a good time and whatever. And basically, you know, Mr. Torres is stressing out about jobs, his ex-wife, about money. And so they're just doing puzzles and doing things to keep his mind off of it, doing art, playing with the dogs, dancing with the dogs, playing hide and seek. We were always trying to outdo each other where we could find each other the best. When they started playing hide and seek, she went up to the shower and then got tired of hanging out in the shower and came down, and that's when she found him playing around in the suitcase. We both thought it was funny. I'm going to zip you up. 2 little fingers could stick out. And she went upstairs thinking, he'll get out, we're going to have sex and go to sleep. And she insists that they had wine, but we're not going to assess that for yourselves when you hear the recording she made. No ill will between us last night. Last argument, maybe last week. Don't really argue. We came home, drink, smoked, did art, listened to music, play with the dogs. We drink what we can afford. We used to be able to afford liquor, but now we can only afford wine. And that's how that day ends with the police. She goes and sleeps. What they are doing, and by they I mean Orange County Sheriff's Office in part, that's when they discovered the 2 videos that I just described for you. And there's other things in the phone, which I will discuss with you in a little bit. But she's summoned in for another interview, and she sits down and gives another interview on February 25th, now Tuesday. She does describe past instances of violence. You're going to hear about that. She's going to say, Mr. Torres had hit her with a curtain rod about a month ago. Since then, though, like, we've been good. I've been good. She describes that he comes at her all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or I try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talk to Brian, her husband, about any of that, but most of the time I flee and I go over there. There's a discussion about why she stays with him, and you'll hear that for yourself. She will say that she doesn't really want to drink. She just takes an occasional drink. She drinks to placate him, Mr. Torres. She says that you're going to see phone videos of Mr. Torres smashing her TV in the past, like a month earlier. You may see that too. But she doesn't get drunk. When she drinks, she likes being non-compos mentis, her words, not mine, having her wits about herself. Then she gets to the hide and seek again and describes that they've played it 3 times before, but had never zipped one another shut in it before. And they were really just running out of places to hide because it's just a townhome. She does not remember, according to her, she does not remember taking any photos or videos of the night's events. At this point, they ask her, well, would you like to see it? And she says, I can't watch this. I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was. Guys, this is killing me right now. That's why I flipped it over between the 2 videos. I didn't do anything intentional. Discussion over whether he had enough room to get any of his fingers out from the zipper. My intention was not to leave him there.
I don't know what's going on.
2, quote, he'll be up here any minute. My plan wasn't to leave him in the suitcase. Why is all this going on? It's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought he was okay. Guys, that's how we were with each other. Nobody understands our relationship. This whole suitcase thing never happened before, though she described it happening before. I'll never drink alcohol again. She insists that she has no injuries on her, and you don't have to take her word for it because they took photographs of her and there were no injuries on her. She insists over and over that there was no violence that day. It's like, okay, we're in a good place right now. Ask her about saying fuck you to Mr. Torres. Well, that's just being playful and having a good day. Everybody's having a good day. I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. Her words. What else? There's a conversation between Mr. Torres's brother, and again, nobody knows who's using these phones at the time text messages are sent in these records that you're going to see. But it's indicated that there's a communication between one of the decedent's brothers and the owner of the phone that was taken that belongs to Miss Boone. The text from the brother is, yo, my daughter told me what you did, Sarah. I don't want you around any of my daughters or nieces and nephews. And that's Christmas 2019, just under 2 months before this event. She replies, or the person using her device at this time, ugh, your quote unquote dad hit me in the face. The next text is, hide and seek, I shall. January 13th, there's another heated discussion. She describes it on January 13th in a text to Mo, the brother again. It's a Torres thing. Boo. Sends a picture. Keep the fugly creep out too. It's still fugly. Lose. The brother responds, please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you. The defendant's response, and bless you and all of you too. I'll get, in all capitals, rid of him. Then it'll be, in all capitals, better. Ugh, Torres. Referring to Mr. Torres. Getting rid of. But we, the state of Florida, and the members of the jury in our journey through this case, are all going to come up to a door that says, danger, keep out, stay away, by court order. And that door says, the defendant's history with the victim. This is a door we shall not enter without permission and invitation. Halloween in like 13 days. Part of the vampire lore is vampires can't come get you in your house. Well, I participate during this trial. We're going to be invited in to the defendant's past relationship for the previous couple of years with Mr. Torres. And as we come inside this room, at her beckoning, we are going to have things pointed out that she would like us to focus on. And you're going to hear the first night the defendant met the decedent, Mr. Torres, he smashes her phone, punches her. It's the first time in her life she'd ever been punched, I expect the testimony to be. And he made her curl up in a fetal position on her own porch for 4 hours. She was only able to escape this situation when he fell asleep. I expect that you're going to hear Torres is an alcoholic. I expect you may hear his high score on his blood alcohol level was a 342 once when he got treated at the hospital. This is a man who has serious alcohol problems, and I expect you're going to hear about that. Despite that first date, and this is going to tie into some other things that I expect could possibly come in. Despite that first date, despite at that point in time of this first date not having a relationship, emotional ties, and the things that come along with a relationship that make it harder to break off with a relationship, it's one thing to have a bad first date, it's another thing to end a 25-year marriage. Despite that first date, there's a second and a third. Now, these days are at bars, and there's nothing wrong with that. And it just typically ends up, she's going to tell you, I suspect, or you're going to hear that she said, one way or another. It's one thing or the other. Like, I ask a dude for a cigarette, Mr. Torres flips out, and I'm going to pay the price. Just things like that. You're going to hear and potentially see, yes, there were injuries that the defendant is going to attribute to the victim causing her. Black eyes. Cuts in the face, perhaps from the curtain rod incident that was mentioned in the police interview, happened about a month before. Bloody ear. A stab wound in the leg, which is perhaps described as sword fighting, playing around in medical records. But nonetheless, I suspect you're going to hear and see a lot about their past history. And at the end, if this occurs, if this comes in, the state is going to have the opportunity to take the lead of the tour in this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past history. And I'm not going to go into that now. If this all comes to fruit, the blooms on the tree during the trial, we'll discuss it at the end where it's more appropriate. But I'm asking you to not rush to judgment until you hear all of the evidence in the case. And then apply whether or not these past instances have anything to do with what happened on February 23rd. Now, like a home inspector, there are experts to come in and kind of help walk everybody through this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past relationship. I suspect there's a chance we may hear from some experts, psychologists and psychiatrists, about battered spouse syndrome. The state is not challenging in any way that battered spouse syndrome exists. It's well recognized. The experts will tell you all about it. Not disputing that at all. But there's some things that we would hope that you pay attention to during all the testimony, if there is any, about this subject matter. One is that it's not actually a recognized diagnosis in the Bible that they use in mental health called DSM-5-ER. Diagnostic Statistical Manual, version 5. It's text revision, something like that. What it is and what they describe it as is kind of a component of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. But because it's not actually in the book, it's like a recipe book. It's like our statute books for lawyers. You go into this book and say you have a particular disorder or diagnosis. It'll say, well, all of us agree that it needs these three elements, like elements of crime. Some of these elements have to be prevalent for a certain amount of time, so on and so forth. You map it to the book. Gives you the recipe for a diagnosis. But because it's not in the cookbook, you may get some disagreement about what it means between experts. It's kind of like grandma's recipe handed down from generation to generation without being right. But what I expect you'll hear is, it's important for people who don't have experience in certain abusive relationships that are violent to understand the control that can be exerted over an intimate partner by the other one, isolation, psychological violence, emotional violence, physical violence, sexual violence, which I suspect will be described for you as well by the defendant, perpetrated on her by the decedent. You will hear about all this. And what it ties into at the end of the day, after we talk about this during jury selection, is if there is a self-defense instruction read to you, this is to help you understand what an objective and reasonable person in the circumstances would do. Because years ago, we've gotten better as a society. Years ago, when this was first being researched, the question would be, well, why wouldn't you leave? In back spouse syndrome, the testimony from these experts help explain those things to people. Well, it's not that easy. You got to look at what's going on in the relationship, the isolation, control, so on and so forth. And that explains why you wouldn't leave. Well, now, but turning to the facts of our case, what you're going to decide the facts are is ordinary, objective, reasonable person in those circumstances taking those actions if you get a self-defense instruction as part of that. That's what it's used for. It's not used for explaining the subjective beliefs that one holds. What you will also hear about these things is, just like any other doctor or any expert, like a home inspector. If a home inspector's report was based solely on the person who's trying to sell the house, what they say about the house, great shape. I rewired the entire thing. Brand new JVC pipes. This sucker's good to go. I'm afraid this isn't that. You're not going to take that home inspector's report unless they lift the hood, take the tires, do all the things that the Fox on here, Carfax does. You want an expert to get reliable information. An expert's opinion is only as good as the information that he or she relies on. They will say, yeah, you gotta take into account the credibility of the person who's giving you the story. Even if it's the patient, the client that is saying all these things happen to her. You gotta find proper information. You gotta check reliability. Particularly in circumstances that we discussed. So, another thing that they're going to tell you is just because there's a bunch of violent nonsense going on between two intimate partners doesn't mean that spouse syndrome applies. Some people can go home and fight like cats and dogs. That's just their day, and they get over it. They live their life to fight another day. Their cycle just spins like that. So just because you hear about those things, what the experts will tell you, doesn't mean that it necessarily applies. If this testimony comes in, I expect that Dr. Harper will say that it applies to this group. But we'll talk to her about what she relied upon to make that conclusion. We'll talk to her about some other things and take that journey together. But at the end of the day, after you hear all of the evidence in this case, particularly straight from the horse's mouth, the video, where you don't have to rely upon the credibility of anything other than your own two eyes and your own two ears, the state admits that you're going to return a guilty verdict for second-degree murder. What the evidence is going to show is that the defendant killed Mr. Torres because she decided he deserved it. Not because the evidence will show an objective, reasonable person in her circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. J. Any opening remarks by the defense?
Judge, can we invoke the rule? It has been.
I've already advised the witnesses.
Okay, the rule of sequestration will be invoked. Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, appreciate y'all being here. I was introduced before. My name is James Owens, and I represent Sarah Boone along with Henderson and Kevin Beck. going to be several days long. Obviously today, Tuesday, we're not sure, but we're trying to make arrangements for witnesses to fly in, expert witnesses and whatnot, and we'll know more probably within the day, maybe Monday, so we can plan. I know your focus is on this case because you took it. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no higher call than to write a will. No higher call than to write a will. And we're going to ask you to write a will. And find Sarah Boone not guilty because she was justified in the force that she used to defend herself. If that force was reasonable under the circumstances that existed between Sarah Boone and Jorge Torres. Sarah Boone and Jorge Torres were down and out, as you can be, around alcohol. Both of them suffered from, used to be called alcoholism, now it's called alcohol abuse syndrome. And so day to day, they struggle with the use of alcohol. You can imagine that. It affected their jobs. It affected keeping employment. It affected even getting a job. As codependent as you can be towards each other. And you're going to learn with all that was domestic violence. And that Jorge Torres physically abused Sarah Boone. And she suffered from the effects, the psychological effects that one suffers from repeat violence from an intimate partner. They were together over 3 years, and there were several prior incidences of violence. We believe the court will instruct you at the end when you're considering self-defense, which we call justifiable use of non-deadly force or justifiable use of deadly force, that you can consider the prior acts, the history of violence, the prior difficulties that the parties had. In considering her set of circumstances that she was faced with in making the decision to use reasonable force under the circumstances. And the most important thing I can tell you here today is keep an open mind. There's two sides to every story. You're going to hear the state's side, them attempting to paint her a certain way, as they've done here today in opening statement. And then you're going to hear another side. And you're going to have to weigh that, all the evidence, the credibility of the witnesses, the photographs, the videotapes, and come to a conclusion. Now let's talk about this day, February 23rd of 2020, the date of this event. This case has been pending for some time. Here we are. October of 2024. I think the evidence is going to show that they had purchased some wine the day before, but they hadn't finished all of that. So it was in the refrigerator. Many times that's how they start their day. At some point, you're going to see a video from Publix, from where they live. I believe it's Winter Park. But Publix was not too far from their apartment complex. And they took their car, they drove over there. So you're going to see a videotape from Publix of them both going in the store about noon, and they come out with one of those larger bottles of the wine. And then, of course, there's a receipt, and the bottles are in the garbage can.
Yeah, start their day, Mandy. With the big bottle.
Of course, there obviously is an attraction between the two. And as everybody knows, couples can have great times where things click, everybody gets along, and then we can have episodes of disagreement. And how are those resolved? Really, is what this is about. How are disagreements resolved? But George was very jealous of Sarah. And you're going to hear the testimony about that.
Oh, I'm
And
going to
that
have to
he
mute.
cannot, in certain situations, he can be very charming. But when his level of intoxication gets to a certain level, is when he gets sad, moody, and a lot of times eventually it involved forcible sex with Sarah Boone or actual physical violence against her. They bought the wine. It's a simple life. They don't have much money, but they both like art. They did that for a while. They both like puzzles. They did that for a while. Well, about 5 or so, the wine bottle was gone. And George had said, I want to go get some cigarettes. So there's a convenience store right close by their apartment complex. And Sarah thought he was just going to walk over there and get cigarettes and come back. But no, what he did was he got her keys, he got her debit card, and he went over to the Publix and he got another bottle. And I think that was about 5:30, something like that. And again, there'll be the Publix video showing him going
Oh, I
in,
do
going
like
out,
additional
the video
information. This is
receipt, the
the
purchase of that bottle.
this is why I don't like some of the news
Will be
media
in the
things.
garbage can along with the other bottle.
But we can hear him, which is great.
Well, when he comes in with the second bottle, Sarah knows this is not good.
Mhm.
She knows this means he's going to get to another level of intoxication. So Sarah's concerned. So she attempts to placate him, keep him busy, keep him in a good mood. They drink that bottle. Well, she drinks as well. And at some point, they're intoxicated at a high level. As some people do when they're drunk, they get silly.
Mhm.
And they decide to play a game of hide and seek. She goes upstairs, their bedroom's upstairs, to the shower and waits for a period of time. And he doesn't come to her. At some point, she gets cold, she gets tired. She wants to go see, well, maybe we got it mixed up. Where is he? So she goes downstairs, and they had gotten a suitcase down a week or so ago. It's an old suitcase that they were going to donate to Helping Hands or Goodwill or somebody, and they were putting some items in there. And it's a broken down suitcase. It's a large suitcase. They both weigh about 100 pounds. And they don't eat good. Malnourished to a large degree. But the pull handle is broken off. And they've attached a little paper clip that's got the rubber around it. And that's how they move back and forth. Well, she comes down the steps, she sees him getting in and settling in the suitcase. So she walks over there and, they see each other, they smile and laugh, and she zips him up. And she zips him up and they laugh for a while. And they carry on. She sits on the couch. And at some point he says, I can't breathe. Now, his face is facing the zipper, and she's got 2 or 3 inches that she's opened it. And she doesn't know. They're intoxicated. She doesn't know whether he's just saying that to try to get her to get him out or what. But he's a captive audience. Physically, they're the same size, but he's much stronger than her. If they got in a fist fight, he would win 100 times out of 100. But she's got him now. He claims he can't get out. He has to sit and listen. It's a unique form of physical restraint. And so she lets him have it. Says things she shouldn't say. You'll see the video. It's about 2 minutes long. She videotapes it. She sits on the couch and turns her phone on and videotapes it for about 2 minutes. There's another video that's approximately 11 minutes later. The first video, George's, the suitcase is flipped upside down. The zippers are off. 11 minutes later, Sarah has flipped it right side up. Again, open for him to get out. And it's only 22 seconds. And you hear George say, Sarah. And that's it. Now, the key to the case is that 11 minutes. And what happened during that 11 minutes. Okay? That is the key to this case. Sarah Boone will take the stand. She will explain what happened. She will explain why it happened. The evidence will show that she was justified in the action she took to prevent an attack from Jorge Torres, which the law acknowledges that every one of us has a right to invoke, the right of self-defense. You can hear from the medical examiner. She is going to tell you about some bruising on Jorge Torres. Of course, he was in the suitcase a while, deceased, we believe. And that changes things a little bit, as the medical examiner will explain, but there's some bruising. Sarah's going to explain that to you. Why that happened. What were the circumstances surrounding that? Involving that. Her son comes and stays with him from time to time. He has his own room. He has several of his things there. And there's a bat downstairs. The same bat that Jorge Torres used, and there's a video where George is threatening Sarah. And he's swinging the bat at the TV about as hard as he can. And he does it about 6 or 7 times. You'll see it. Sarah's recording it. And it's during an argument. And he's trying to intimidate. Sarah loves you. You know, you're going to hear why women don't leave. why women don't leave. And you're going to hear about Sarah Boone and her struggles, her mental health struggles. Sarah had no intent to kill. The prosecutor mentioned she wanted him to die. Farthest from the truth. She loved the man. She hated the abuse. She couldn't leave him. She tried. She tried kicking him out 6 or 7 times. He kept coming back. She changed the locks. He kept coming back. She didn't have the family. She didn't have the support. She was weak, vulnerable. You're going to hear it all. You've got to take that all into account to try to understand what happened and the circumstances surrounding this tumultuous relationship. Now, you're going to find that Sarah's not perfect. And, she goes, as many of us do when we drink too much, you sleep in. She slept in. 11, 12, 1, somewhere around there. She moseys downstairs looking for George. Thought he was on the computer looking for a job. She looked outside, maybe he's out smoking a cigarette, and she sees the suitcase. She unzips it. She gets him out. He's purple. She tries her best to do some CPR. She freaks out. The only family she's got is her ex-husband, really. She relies on him. As the prosecutor said, a lot of times she'll flee to her ex-husband's house. Where her son is at, Lucas. It's the only thing she knows to do. She was kind of a sheltered daughter when she was younger. She's smart, but she's not worldly. She calls Brian. Look, what do I do? He said, I'm coming over. Please come over. He's about 5 minutes away. And she calls him again within a couple of minutes. Yeah, I'm on the way. He gets there. He walks in the foyer and sees his legs. And she called 911. She calls 911 within a minute or two. Detective Rodriguez arrives. They got the body cam now, so it's recorded. So you're going to hear Sarah talking. But Sarah's freaking out. Sarah's thinking that I'm somehow responsible. Eventually, she gives a statement to law enforcement. She gives one to Detective or Deputy Rodriguez. Of course, she's not the homicide investigator. She's just responding. She's the first responder. And, they know what to do. They try to assess the situation. They start putting the tape out. And then they call for the homicide investigators to come, which takes a little time. So she gets a statement from Sarah. Eventually, the homicide detectives get a statement from Sarah and one of the unmarked squad cars. And it's recorded. They hear that. And then the next day, they take Sarah's phone. Sarah gives them the phone, signs the consent to take the phone, take it to, they have a phone extraction people at the sheriff's department where they can take it and take out all the data, all your phone calls, text messages, photographs, videos, all that. And they found these two videos. Sarah's not aware, she doesn't remember making the video. You can imagine. She gives them the phone. Of course, she makes no attempts to do anything other than, here's the phone. So they tell her, you're going to get your phone back tomorrow. We'll bring it back to you tomorrow. Well, they end up having a conversation with the female detective, homicide detective, Hobson is her name, Chelsea Hobson. And they end up, Deputy Hobson was pregnant, or Detective Hobson was pregnant. They end up, hey, we're not going to bring your phone. I'm not feeling good. Pregnant. Can you come to the sheriff's department? Which Sarah Boone was telling you that was what I was going. That's what they told me I was going to the sheriff's department for. Well, instead it was an interrogation. And they were going to arrest her. They made their mind up on it. And they were going to confront her and try to get her to confess based on the two videos. And so there's approximately a 2-hour interrogation that was on the 25th in the afternoon. When she got there to get her phone, they said, well, we got to come up here. We need to talk to you. And they got her in the room. It's a small room, but it's being videotaped and audio taped. And it goes on for about 2 hours of them trying to get a confession to murder. And it doesn't happen. But Sarah lies. She's scared. She can tell they're trying to pin her on this, that this was some kind of intentional act, and it was not. So she lies. She's not a lawyer. She doesn't know about self-defense. She doesn't understand she has a lawful right to defend herself. She doesn't understand that she's justified in using the force that she used. She doesn't. I wasn't there to advise her. No lawyer was there. So she lied. And you're going to hear that. So you're going to have to balance that versus her taking the stand and testifying before you. And we simply ask that you look for the evidence of cooperation of her testimony. It's going to be later, probably next week. The judges will tell you in reading instruction on evaluating a witness's credibility. And they'll talk about corroborative evidence, other evidence that's consistent with the testimony that Sarah Boone will give you. So you're going to have to weigh that in her testimony. Now, self-defense, we talked about it in jury selection, usually a gun, some deadly weapon. The suitcase in this case was a physical restraint or a blocking of an attack, but it was unconventional.
Oh boy.
Self-defense nonetheless.
How is it self-defense if he could not do
Now, as I
it?
said, the struggles that occurred, many of them involve the police. So you're going to actually hear from some of the police officers. Maybe some body cam footage. You're going to see some photographs that they took of the injuries to Sarah Boone. And some of the videos you may see of her in a very happy, joyful type of thing. Well, number one, she's intoxicated.
AKA
Number
drunk.
two, she's safe. Police are there. So
Drunk.
her attitude is not one of distress.
An interesting perspective.
We're here today, full packed courtroom. Judge Kraynick's here, but you're the most important people. Because you've got to decide this case honestly, fairly, and according to the law. And we talked about the two biggest principles from the Constitution that apply. In this case, and in every case in which a citizen like Sarah Boone is brought into a courtroom and accused of a crime. The first is you as a juror must presume or believe that Sarah is innocent. And that belief stays with you throughout the entire trial. Because of that, she doesn't have to prove anything. That's why the state went first in jury selection. That's why the state went first today. That's why the state will go first putting on their case. They have the burden of proof, and it's the highest burden we recognize in any type of litigation in this country. Proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. You are going to have doubts about this case. But the most important thing is not to rush to judgment, to keep an open mind and understand there's two sides to this case. There's their side and there's our side. So you can't form any fixed opinions early on. That's hard to do, as Mr. Henderson said in jury selection. That's extremely hard to do. Now you're going to hear some testimony. There's been mention of experts. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger. Victims of repeat violence may fear death in a situation others would not. After hearing both sides of this case, we're confident you're going to have a reasonable doubt. And we're going to ask you to follow the law and do justice in this case. And find Sarah Boone not guilty. Because it's the right thing to do.
Is it?
Thank you, sir. The party's approached for a moment.
Oh boy. Okay, sidebar here.
We've been listening to opening arguments in the suitcase murder trial. Prosecution went first. The defense just delivered their opening statement as well, and now we are waiting to see what happens next.
What I'm going to do is switch feeds again. I am going to try to get the other feed up now and see how they're going to do with the audio. I think that the mic issue may actually be resolved. I'm going to check over with Law and Crime now. Only because it's because of the announcers that are coming through from the news station. They're going to keep doing that in between, and I'm just trying to keep that kind of stuff out. Although things maybe like that helped so much while we were trying to get everything. Okay. All right. Okay. The state is calling their first witness, Juan Torres, to the stand. We're not breaking it. We're going to Law and Crime now. The audio seems to be good. It is Dave Cacciatore for the state, and the first witness is going to be I'm trying to get the right feed up. It's going to be George Torres' brother Juan.
Sir, good morning. You could be seated. And once seated, if you'd state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Juan Torres, Juantorres.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire, Mr. Cacciatore.
Good morning, sir. Can you tell us how it is that you know George Torres?
He's my older brother.
And how many siblings do you have?
6 or 7.
And how long has your family resided here in the Central Florida area?
20 plus years.
And before residing in the Central Florida area, were you guys in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. And Massachusetts.
Your brother, how often, your brother George, that is, how often would you talk with him?
Often we talk, let's say, on a weekly basis.
And how far away did you live from George?
About 5-10 minutes. Pretty close.
Would you see him pretty often?
I would try not to go over there too much.
Who was George living with at the time that he passed away?
Wait, Sarah?
And without getting into many details, what was your relationship like with Sarah?
We didn't really have a relationship.
Would it be fair to say you didn't get along with her?
Yes.
Back on February 23rd, 2020, did you have an occasion to talk to your brother on that day?
Yes, sir.
And when you spoke with your brother on that day, did you FaceTime with him or did you speak with him over the phone?
We talked on the phone.
Was that phone to your ear or was that phone?
It was on speaker.
And who was present?
My wife and my 2 kids.
And without telling us anything that George may have said to you, can you tell us what the top of that conversation was?
We were just talking like we normally did. He just calling me to check on me, basically.
Now, in the background of that conversation on the evening of February 23rd, 2020, what did you hear?
Sarah's in the background yelling.
You recognized her voice?
Yes.
What was she yelling about?
Something about choking or how he choked her. I really don't. That was it.
About how long was this conversation that you had?
Maybe 10 minutes, I think it was.
How did the conversation end?
Because she was yelling in the background, so that was it.
Did she sound upset?
She sounded upset.
Did you talk to your brother after that conversation?
No, that was the last conversation I had.
Have you ever spoken to Sarah since that conversation?
No.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Okay.
Good morning.
Mr. Henderson.
In the beginning, when you started, it was hard for me to hear, but I know you were talking about other siblings, other family members that you had here. Could you repeat that for me, please?
Here in Orlando, I have one sister and 3 brothers.
Sister and 3 brothers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did your brother Jorge Torres, did he ever stay with you at any time?
No.
Would he ever live with you or any of, I mean, not you, but any of your other siblings?
No.
All right, sir, let's go back to this phone call that you were talking about that was on February 23rd of 2020. And that phone call was approximately 7:30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who called who?
He called me.
And then y'all were talking. Is that correct?
Sir.
All right. And when he called you, did you notice anything about his speech or his voice?
No, he was fine.
Sounded normal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he wasn't slurring his words or anything like that?
No.
By the way he talked or what he talked to you about, could you tell at that time if he had been consuming alcohol?
No. Because I knew when he would drink.
Okay. So in your opinion at that time, based on what you heard and what he was talking about, you do not believe he had been drinking alcohol?
No.
Now, you said you heard Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? How did you know it was Sarah?
I could tell in her voice.
You recognized her voice. So you could hear her. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've heard Sarah speak before before that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've heard her speak on the phone before that time. Is that correct? And you said that Sarah was yelling. Is that correct, sir? And she was yelling about, he's choking me. Or tell him about choking me.
Yes.
Okay. During that conversation, and you heard her say that, did you ask your brother, what is she talking about?
No, I did not.
Did that statement at that time, did that statement surprise you?
Not really.
You've heard it before?
No.
Based on Sarah's voice that you've heard, was it any indication to you that she had been drinking?
No.
No? Sir, at some point your brother said he had to go, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he hang up on the conversation?
Yes.
And did he say bye and you say bye?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I don't have, if I can.
You may, sir.
Sir, other than siblings, do your Your mother and father, do they live in this area?
Yes.
Were there times that George would stay with them?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Actually, we'll keep him subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
All right, sir. You're released subject to recall by either party. Thank you.
State would call Devin Jamro.
Sir, good morning. You could take a seat and please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Devin Jamro. That's Devinjamro.
Thank you. You may inquire, sir.
Sir, who do you work for?
I work for Publix Supermarkets.
And what is your position with Publix Supermarkets?
I am the assistant store manager.
And at what location?
Currently the Castleberry location.
Were you at the location on Goldenrod and University Boulevard back in February of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Is it loud?
Your Honor, may I approach the witness
The
with
volume
previously
or
marked
me?
for identification as states D and been shown to defense?
D's in Delta?
D as in Delta.
Yes, you may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states D. Could you use these scissors and open this and look at the contents of this package to yourself?
Sure.
Sir, do you recognize those items?
I do. Yes.
And tell us, what are these items?
These are Publix receipts.
Are these receipts evidence of transactions at Publix? Are they made at or near the time of each transaction?
They are absolutely made at the time of the transaction.
And is it in the normal course of business that Publix keeps these receipts?
Yes.
And these fairly and accurately appear to be the receipts from your Publix store?
Yep.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states D into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection?
What was pre-marked as states D will be received into evidence without objection as states 1.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states J and shown to defense?
You may.
So I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states J. Can you take a look at that disc?
Yes,
Do you see your initials on that disc?
I do.
Did you have an opportunity to look at that disc prior to coming to court this morning?
I did, yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
This is CCTV footage burned from the camera system at the location.
And at Publix, is it the regular practice of Publix to utilize surveillance cameras?
Yes,
And in the normal course of business, are the videos from those surveillance cameras kept?
yes,
And are these the cameras taken from February 23rd, 2020? And I believe there's 2 video clips included, one at 12:17 p.m. and another at approximately 5:39 p.m.
yes,
And they fairly and accurately represent the surveillance video that was submitted from Publix to law enforcement in this case.
they do, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states J into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as states J will be received into evidence without objection as states 2.
And I have no further questions for this witness.
Any cross-examination? Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're released.
Thank you.
Have a great day. State, you may call your next witness.
State would call Joan Williams.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Okay, Joan, Joan, Williams, Williams.
Thank you, ma'am. Counselor, you may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what it is that you do for a living?
I'm a 911 call taker at Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you held that position?
24 years.
And tell us, what are your duties as a 911 call taker?
I answer phones for an emergency, non-emergency, medical, which I transfer to the medical side of the business.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to record 911 calls?
All lines are recorded.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to keep records of each of those 911 calls?
Yes.
And those records are made at or near the time of each call, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been previously marked for identification as states L and been shown to defense?
May.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification as states L. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes. My initials.
Did you have an opportunity to review this disc prior to coming to court this morning?
Yes.
And those are your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does this disc, does it fairly and accurately represent the 911 call that you took in this case on February 24th, 2020 at 12:59 hours?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states L into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
It was pre-marked as states L will be received with no objection as states 3.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Can the parties approach momentarily?
Okay, so we're moving pretty quickly with witnesses when they're entering evidence. And I guess they are just entering evidence before actually playing that evidence, those both discs, just to say like where the evidence is coming from and just to validate it. But they did not play the CCTV footage of them purchasing the wine, nor did they play the 911 call yet. It's just a different way of doing things. So I don't know. Maybe when another witness comes up, they will start to play like the actual evidence for the jury. But the jury does need to hear that 911.
State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Vincent Battaglia.
Okay, fourth witness.
Raise your right hand and be sworn. Please be swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Sir, you may be seated. After you're seated, if you can state and spell your name for the record for us.
Vincent Battaglia, Vincent Battaglia.
Thank you. Sir, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you tell us what it is you do for a living?
Right now I work for an auto parts company,
And where do you live?
New Jersey.
Back on February of 2020, where were you living at that time?
I was living at the Tealwood Apartments in Winter Park, Florida.
And what were you doing at that time when you were living at Tealwood?
I was enrolled in Full Sail University. I was in school.
When you were living at Tealwood, did you have any roommates?
Yeah, I had one roommate, Brandon. Yeah, that was it. Them.
That's Brandon Moats?
Yes.
Did you have neighbors?
Yeah.
Were you neighbors with Sarah Boone and George Torres?
Yes.
And approximately how long were you neighbors with them?
About a year, a little over a year. I moved there in January 2019.
And during the course of that year that you were neighbors with them, did you have occasion to interact with them at times?
Yeah.
In fact, did you ever go over to their home?
Yeah, like a couple times, yeah.
And I believe you tuned a guitar for a child there at the house?
Yeah.
This Tealwood apartment complex, how would you describe the walls that separated your units?
Thin, like very thin walls.
And with those walls being so thin, would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling coming from Sarah Boone and George Torres's apartment?
Yeah.
How often would you hear this?
Almost daily.
Did Sarah Boone ever approach you about the things that you heard coming from their apartment?
Yes.
And where were you when she approached you?
I was smoking a cigarette on my back patio.
And approximately what time
It was
was this?
pretty late. I can't remember the exact time, but it was definitely anywhere between like midnight to 2 a.m. like right around there.
And do you remember how much before the date when the police called that this occurred?
A few months, like probably 4 to 5 months before that.
So 4 or 5 months before February of 2020.
Yeah.
And when she approached you on this late evening / early morning on that day, what did she tell you?
Pretty much just kind of like, if I do hear anything like through the walls or whatever is out back, just kind of keep my mouth shut. Like, don't really speak about it or anything like that, or say anything to anyone. And I just was like, okay.
Did she make any motions with her hands?
Yeah, like just kind of like, finger over the lips, like kind of shh, like keep it hush, like that kind of thing.
So she told you not to report anything you may have heard about arguments or yelling or fighting, anything going on over there?
Yeah.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
I do, yeah.
And what about that evening sticks out to you?
That sticks out to me from that night was literally just there was a very, very loud noise that I heard that was loud and powerful enough to shake my bedroom wall. And I remember that because I was sitting on my bed on FaceTime with my girlfriend at the time, and I literally felt the wall shake and it stopped me mid-conversation. And she even asked me through the computer, what was that? And I was like, I have no idea.
Did you hear any yelling coming from their apartment on that night?
Before that, yeah, like it was just arguing kind of stuff.
What was the last thing you heard?
The last thing I heard was like the loud noise and just a little bit of shuffling, and that was kind of it. It just kind of went silent after that.
Could you hear anything that was being said?
Not clearly, and it was never really anything clear. It was just like you could hear arguing back and forth, just kind of like and kind of like an I hate you, like it's whatever it is, whatever the argument was about kind of thing. At the time, that's really all it was, but it was never really clear enough to hear like the full argument. And honestly, I never really paid attention too much to it. If I heard it, I kind of stepped into my living room to be further away from it.
Did you hear both the defendant's voice and also Jorge Torres's voice?
Yeah, all the time. It was like a back and forth. Yeah.
So other than the statements and the phrases of I hate you, you weren't able to discern the contents of this argument?
No.
What was the last sound you heard?
The last sound that I heard was like the loud banging noise that it was like a very odd sounding noise that I've never heard before this day, but it very much sounded like it was where my bed was positioned. It was kind of towards the back of the apartment, and it almost sounded like it was coming towards me, but like on the side of me, then it was just like a loud rumbling noise. Like that literally sounded like it was kind of far away from me, and then it like ended up like almost next to me. And like I said, the walls are thin, so like it's very easy to hear like through the walls, and not even just sideways. Like I hear my upstairs neighbor, like all around, very thin walls.
Now, was your bedroom, where was it located in your apartment?
The back of the apartment. So it was like, there's like a little kick out next to my patio, and that's like, that was my bedroom back there, like along the grass back there.
On the first floor?
On the first floor, yeah.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Any cross-examination?
Mr. Battaglia, good morning.
Good morning.
Now, you said that you lived there next to Sarah Boone and Jorge Torres for about a year.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the police were called to their residence
Like,
while you were there for the year? Are you aware of any incident in which the police were called to their residence?
I had never seen anybody there, but I had had other neighbors in the complex tell me that it has been on multiple occasions. So that's why.
Just instead of what somebody else told you,
Yeah.
just what you would observe. Did you ever, the year that you were there living next to them?
Yeah.
Were you ever aware that the police were called to their residence?
No, the times that I was home, I never saw any police at the apartment there.
And did you work odd hours or? You went
Yeah, and with my schooling and stuff too, I used to have class at like 1 o'clock in the morning. So all the time I was at random moments, like just not home throughout the day and night and stuff like that. So yeah.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, based on your interaction with Sarah Boone?
I'm going to object.
Let me finish the question first, please.
Do you know from your experience with Sarah Boone and your experience with Jorge Torres that they drank alcohol?
Yeah.
Hang on.
I'll withdraw to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Are you aware that they both consumed alcohol to excess?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, of course.
Well, Vincent, I think you had testified, you may have given a statement to law enforcement,
Yes, it was one of the detectives.
a recorded statement.
Yes, I can't remember his name, but yes.
Okay, and I think it was on February 23rd of 2020.
Yeah, right around that time. Yeah.
I believe you had said that,
I'm going to object as to improper impeachment.
Approach.
An objection on improper impeachment. In other words, he's just going to try to discredit the witness based on something that was said in the testimony that he
Objections
gave.
overruled
As far
for
as the,
sir, would it be fair to say on that date you got home around 7 p.m.?
7 p.m.
Yes.
Which day was this?
Sunday, February 23rd, 2020.
No, that day I actually got home from work probably around 1 or 2 o'clock or so.
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon, because I went to work that morning at around 5 a.m.
And you said that you heard the normal yelling and arguing at about that time when you got home?
No, it was around that time, but it was really around like 10 o'clock, 10:30 is when like the arguing I could really hear clearly. It was like around 10:30 at night.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly.
Yes, sir.
So on cross-examination, you were asked about the arguing you heard, and I believe your testimony was that it was pretty intense around 10:30.
Yeah.
Approximately what time was it that you heard this loud crashing thump sound that you described?
Little after that.
Overruled.
It was a little after that arguing and stuff. It was probably around 11:15, probably 30, 45 minutes after like the arguing I could hear started.
No other questions?
Can this witness be released?
Yes, John.
Not subject to recall.
We would like him subject to recall. We've got his number.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
the defense wants him subject to recall because they want to go back at the testimony for the timing, I believe, in regards to when that noise because, you know, in all honesty, that loud noise that shook his bed, that is kind of relative because they're trying to decide whether or not that suitcase went down the stairs based on the injuries, and it does appear that that seems to be what the state would like put out there. And if that's the case, then a lot of what Sarah is explaining as to what happened.
All right, sir, you are released, not
It's
subject to
contrary.
recall. Have a great day. Thank you.
All right, they're not going to let him be impeached. He's done. The neighbor.
State would call Brandon Moats.
Neighbor number 2.
Bless you.
Raise your right hand, please. Sworn. Swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. State and spell your name for the record for us.
Yeah, my name is Brandon Moats, BrandonMoats.
Thank you. Mr. Cacciatore, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you knew Sarah Boone?
I moved into the apartment next door to her when I was in college.
And so when was that you were in college?
I would have moved down here in 2019 and would have been there until like 2021, 2022.
So she was your neighbor at Tealwood Apartments, is that correct?
Yeah, it would have been Tealwood back then, yeah.
And did you have any roommates back then?
Yes, I was rooming with Vincent Battaglia.
And during that time, what were you doing?
Like,
as far as work and school?
I was just going to school. During the time of this, yeah, I would have just been going to school. I don't think I would have had my job yet. I was just a student.
Did you have much interaction with the defendant or with Jorge Torres in this case?
Honestly, I avoided them as much as possible usually.
The apartment where you lived, tell us, how would you describe the walls that separated the units?
Yeah, I remember that my bedroom was like the front facing bedroom and our walls shared a wall with where their staircase was. So like the way the apartments were laid out, we had a 1-story apartment, they had a 2-story apartment. So they had a staircase running right next to the walls next to like our bedrooms.
Would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling going on inside of the defendant's apartment?
Yes, the walls were pretty thin. So if people were yelling, you could definitely hear it.
And how often would you hear arguments or disagreements going on over there?
When I first moved in, it was it was at least like once a week, to the point that I started tuning them out. Like I got good enough at just like not listening to them. They argued very, very often.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, could you hear arguing going on in their unit?
Not late into the evening, earlier into the evening, probably like 7, 8 o'clock. That evening, probably like earlier on, I could hear arguing.
And where were you inside of your apartment?
I would have been in my bedroom pretty much all night.
And your bedroom, just so that we can paint the picture, where would that would have been, on the first floor or the second floor?
We had a first floor apartment.
Okay, so all the units were, or all the bedrooms were on the first floor.
Yeah, like I was saying before, we had a 1-story apartment, and then they next door had like a 2-story townhouse. So we only had the 1 floor.
Understood. And at a certain point in the evening, did you hear a loud crashing sound?
Yeah, probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock that evening.
And can you describe that sound for us in more detail?
I mean, yeah, at literally, like I said, at like 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's the way their staircase was set up. I could, my bedroom, the top of their staircase would have been like above my ceiling, and it ends next to where like my roommate's apartment was. So I could hear something start above me super loud and then fall away from me, like it was falling down the stairs.
Did this affect the walls that were between your 2 apartments?
Oh yeah, me and my roommate, I remember me and my roommate talking the next day about like we could literally, like, it shook both of our rooms.
Did you ever have occasion to talk with the defendant about what happened?
I never saw her after that. She would have, I never saw her after that happened.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you were asked by the state if you ever had any interactions with Sarah Boone or Jorge Torres. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said you tried to avoid them.
Yeah, I don't like drunk people, and they were drunk a lot, so I did not interact with them.
Do you remember this interaction with Sarah Boone in 2009 when you woke up and witnessed Sarah?
I would have been 9 years old in 2009.
I'm sorry, 2019. Good catch. In 2019, when you woke up and witnessed Sarah sleeping on the concrete patio.
Oh, this may have been a slight misconception in how I said this. I never woke up and saw her sitting on the patio myself. That I would have seen her on the patio eventually, but it's not like I woke up and went back and saw her on the patio. This was my roommate relaying the story that she had fallen asleep on the back patio, and then I saw her.
Okay. So you did not witness that yourself, or did you see her?
I saw her asleep on the back patio. I was just clearing up the sequence of events there.
Okay, thank you. Another time, do you recall our interaction with Miss Boone when you were coming home from school and she was trying to talk to you and she seemed paranoid and rambling?
Yeah, I had gotten locked out of my apartment, so I was waiting on the steps waiting on the steps outside of my apartment for my roommate to get home. So she came up and started talking to me. I don't really remember too many details of what she was saying, because I didn't want to talk to her. But yeah.
Okay. Do you remember saying that you believe Sarah was avoiding going into her apartment?
That's definitely the vibe. I don't remember what she was saying, but the vibe she was giving off was that she didn't want to go home.
Now I believe, and I just want to make sure that I heard you. You said that the first arguments, other than the boom, which was 10 something, initially it was around 7 p.m. You heard arguing?
It would have, yeah, because it would have been. I remember that day I got home from class around 5, because I got out of class around 4:30 usually and walked home. So I would have gotten home around 5:30. And it would have been after I took, because I came home, I made myself lunch and I took a shower, and then I heard all of their arguing. So it would have been about an hour and a half, 2 hours after I got home. So around 7 to 8 o'clock.
Okay. And during that time, when you say arguing, was it back and forth?
I honestly, I wouldn't really be able to say if it was back and forth. I don't know I wouldn't remember too vividly if it was back and forth.
Let me ask you this: did you hear a male voice?
Yes, I heard a male voice.
Did you hear a female voice?
Yes.
Okay. Were they both loud?
Yes.
Okay.
That was good direct
If I can
question.
confirm, Judge.
Yes, sir, of course.
He's trying to be as honest as he can, this witness. I appreciate him trying to clarify the sequence of events and stuff. He does not want to be taking any information out.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Subject to recall, Judge.
All right. All right, sir, you're released subject to recall. Thank you.
Mm.
Can the parties approach?
Okay, I think he's going to talk about lunch since it's 12:20 on the sidebar here. This has been interesting. You know, they're moving along pretty quickly here. You know, we've heard from the neighbors setting the thing. I find it interesting that the arguing was really heard in quite early on such a good day that Sarah said they had. Like, well, that's going to be, you know, part of the credibility of her testimony back and forth on whether the jury is going to believe that because of her state of mind for BSS that she gave that whole other story to law enforcement first and stuck to it for quite some time. Mm. Mm. They do get to you know, the neighbors are not released from further testimony. At least this one is in. The first one was. Sarah's very busy with the papers right now. And a lot of it's in her handwriting. I see a lot of notes. She's been taking notes. Opening statements, she was very set on attention with the Will J or ADA Mr. J. She was definitely focused on what he was saying. From the notes on Twitter, there's several people in the courtroom that are tweeting, and they said that the jury paid a lot of attention to both of the attorneys during the opening, and Sarah too. Well, the loud noise is a pretty important evidence to be putting in, that people heard what sounded like something falling down the stairs or going down the stairs, and that it was large enough or heavy enough that it actually shook the walls of the next door apartment. I don't recall in any testimony Sarah talking about the suitcase going down the stairs or that it was upstairs, although when asked by law enforcement where the suitcase was normally kept, she did say it was normally kept in a closet upstairs.
Members of our jury, thank you so much for your time, your attention, and your participation in this very important process. It is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to ask that you return here no later than 2 p.m. so we can pick up at that point in time outside of here, 12 Alpha in the Orange County Courthouse. And I'm going to give you an instruction. You're going to hear this instruction a lot over the next couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have any discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, please leave your pens and your notepads on each chair. The deputy will collect them. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and I thank you for your service.
Okay, so we are going to have an hour-and-a-half break for lunch. Breaking at 12:30. Everything moving along. This has been really interesting. I'm going to hang for a little bit, and you guys got some questions, and then I'm going to bring up a playlist of music for everyone. And then I'm gonna work on the timestamps. Usually when we do a live trial, I do like to put the witnesses in, and I like to put who's speaking for who for going back later in reference.
Anything we need to address? Defense. All right, Ms. Boone, I just got a couple of inquiries of you, ma'am, before release. Are you satisfied with your attorneys so far throughout this trial? Definitely. And are you on board with the strategy that they've employed so far in this trial? All right, thank you very much. We'll be in recess till 2 o'clock. Court's off the record.
Wow. Wow. Do you see, like, George Kraynick did that yesterday also at the end of the day. I do believe that this is strategic on his part into actually, because of how the risks of the defense that they're using, he is documenting every step of the way for her to actually verbally say that she's satisfied and she's behind all this. To prevent an appeal and an overturn for bad representation. Because there is a lot of risk in this defense, and everybody sees it. And I think the judge is fully aware that this could have been the issue with several of the other attorneys. Yes, she probably. Oh my God. I missed what happened. Had to try getting my dog inside, but she's happily bouncing around like a bunny. Sorry there, Shill. Basically, we're breaking for lunch until 2 o'clock. We're going to have an hour-and-a-half lunch break, everyone. I will come back before the 2 o'clock mark if anybody has questions or you want to talk about anything like that. But I am going to have some music on in between. I'm just waiting for the courtroom to clear out just in case. But he did ask if they had anything, and no. But I did really made note of Judge Kraynick again asking Sarah Boone if she was happy with her representation in the way it's going. Exactly, Mandy. I mean, Judge Kraynick is a very smart man. I think he knows this defendant very well since he's been dealing with her in January, and he is dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Yeah, exactly, Mandy. Jinx, right? Yeah. So, wow. I gotta say, I'm quite impressed with this judge. I was a little confused why they didn't play the footage of the CCTV camera and or the 9/11 tape, but they did get it entered into evidence. But like Juju had said in the comment earlier, perhaps they are going to play it all in a sequence together to show the course of events, which would make sense to the jury. Okay. Oh, thank you, Karen. Thank you for joining us. Everybody do enjoy your break. Absolutely. And thank you, Karen. It's really nice. I enjoy being here for you guys. This is great. We're going to bounce around between different feeds. Mandy, thanks so much for the Fox Orlando, because that really did have great audio, but it got crazy when they started talking. So I switched over to Law and Crime, which now has an excellent feed. So she has, okay, so apparently everybody else gets to leave and Sarah has to sit there until they come get her, right? Or like, are they going to shackle her for lunch, or do they bring her lunch in here? I wonder. Well, she's not allowed to leave the table until they come for her. Mm. All right. I guess we won't know if she eats lunch at the desk or not. All right. They've got the seal up. I'm going to drop this and get the music stream ready for you. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to actually share a playlist of small creators that we all know that are in the Discord and on my panels, and you see me sharing their music and stuff all along. And I just thought it would be a good idea to get them a little bit of exposure, to, you know, not play the same music over and over. Like, I do have looped stuff that we can play and everything like that, but I thought this would be a little different. And also just because I do know some very creative people, you know, you guys know I love supporting all of the small creators that are around in all of the different communities that we either panel or visit, or I watch their content, you know. I have listed all of their channels in the playlist that I'm going to be using from the playlist below in the description. But yeah, she did drink it like it was freaking Tito's there. Mandy, you're cracking me up. Mandy's like, hey, wow, she shot that water like it was Tito's. You know, that's exactly what went through my mind when I saw it, but I didn't say it. You know, I was just like, oh my gosh, between you and Juju, it's like we're all sharing a brain. Yes, probably. I was thinking that law enforcement officers walk through the evidence and where it came from. I think they're documenting how, you know, for source with the 9/11 operator and also the Publix manager, like where the information is coming from, and then do the piecing it all together with law enforcement officer. That makes perfect sense. And Juju had said something similar too. You know, they're like, all right, so let me bring up. Yes, let me bring up this. It will show the stuff here. Basically, because I want them to see the channel name. That's why I'm not making it like really huge. But I hope you will all enjoy a little musical interlude for a while as you come and go. If not, but I will be back a little bit before 2. It is 12:30 now. I would say that I will be back between 1:30 and 1:45. But I'm going to take care of some housekeeping items during the break also. If anybody has a small creator channel that they want something shared, just let me know, because I want to make different playlists for sharing different things during the break of lunch, because it can be quite long. I don't want it to be too boring, and I don't want to create 2 streams. So there we go. All right, everybody, enjoy your break. I'm going to mute. You're going to put this on now, and I hope you enjoy.
Bury all your secrets in my skin. Come away with innocence. Leave me with my sins. The air around me still feels like a cage. And love is just a camouflage for what resembles rage again. So if you love me, let me go and run away before I know. My heart is just too dark to care. I can't destroy what is in there. Deliver me into my fate. If I'm alone, I cannot hate. I don't deserve to have you. Ooh, my smile was taken long ago. If I can change, I hope I never know. I still press your letters to my lips and cherish them in parts of me and savor every kiss. I could not face a life without your light, but all of that was ripped apart when you refused to fight. So save your breath, I will not hear. I think I made it very clear. You couldn't hate enough to love. Is that supposed to be enough? I only wish you were my friend. Then I could hurt you in the end. I'll never claim to be a saint. Oh, my home was banished long ago. It took the death of hope to let you go. Oh! So break yourself against my stones and spit your pity in my soul. You never needed any help. You sold me out to save yourself, and I won't listen to your shame. You ran away, you're all the same. Angels lie to keep control. Oh, my love was punished long ago. If you still care, don't ever let me know. If you still care, don't ever let me know. on the street. They call it moto. Scoop. Moto. Zig-a-doo-do-do-do-do. If you catch me alone, you better get on my zone, because I'm ready to kill. I'll sit on my throne made of bodies and bones, because I'm mentally ill. I'm feeling alive, I got the will to survive, so never test my skill. For goodness sake, man, I'm ready to break, man. Murderer, homie, it's the way that I get down. Rat-tat-tat-tat, murderer. See me on the corner of my town. Get back, 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 murderer. Swing for your jaw in the first round. Rat-tat-tat-tat, murderer. Homie, it's the way that I get down. Right. I was born shameless, fighting out in Brighton with the neighbours. Brother, ask your mother what my name is. I was born famous, trendsetter, hot stepper, greatest. Shocking like a finger in the anus. I was born wasted, stoned out my brain, but I faded. Writing catchy syllables, contagious. I was born courageous, naked and fucking outrageous. With the microphone, I rock stages. I jump on the rhythm of rhyme, me cyclone. I pull this scallop right out the stone. King Kong, the precision it hits like Stallone. Rocky, keep it cocky, I'll be Al Capone. I walk alone, sit upon the author's throne. If you want it, I'll deny it like a mortgage loan. Your daughter's home, we'll be staying home alone. Condone the bone, eat it like a Toblerone. Biatch. If you catch me alone, you better stay on my zone, because I'm ready to blah, 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 blah. I'll sit on my throne, made the bodies and bones, because I'm mentally ill. I'm feeling alive, I got the will to survive, so never test my skill. For goodness sake, man, I'm ready to break, man. Murderer, homie, it's the way that I get down. Murderer, you see me on the corner of my town. Get back, 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 murderer. Swing for your jaw in the first round. Attack, tack, tack, murderer. Homie, it's the way that I get down. Whoa. I line them up against the wall, and I don't mean metaphorically, lyrical bullets. I mean, actually fucking kill him, squeeze the trigger and pull it. Blood splat, how's it going, lad? Rhymes are flowing mad, trust that. I'm a pro at that, seeds are sowing bad boy. I'm an addict, volcanic, a man is twisted and manic. The rhymes are gifted, goddammit, I push the button, we panic. Breathe, I seize the land, sky and the seas. It's easy seeing me freestyle freely. What man? Yeah, I can't no rock man. Drop it like it's hot, man. Wear a clothes from Oxfam. Goddamn, I am a blood-sucking titan from the streets of Brighton. Hit you with my right hand, sucker. If you catch me alone, you better get on my zone, because I'm ready to I sit on my throne, make the bodies and bones, because I'm mentally ill. Yeah, I'm feeling alive, I got the will to survive, so never test my skill. For goodness sake, man, I'm ready to break, man. Murderer, homie, it's the way that I get down. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat, murderer. See me on the corner of my town. Get back, 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 murderer. Swing for your jaw in the first round. Rat-tat-tat-tat, murderer. Homie, it's the way that I get down. Whoa, oh, 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 yeah.
I hurt myself today.
to see if I still feel. I focus on the pain, the only thing that's real. The needle tears a hole, the old familiar sting tried to kill it all away, but I remember everything. What have I become, my sweetest friend? Everyone I know goes away in the end, and you could have it all, my empire of dirt. I will let you down, I will make you hurt. I wear this crown of thorns upon my liar's chair, full of broken thoughts I cannot repair. Beneath the stains of time, the feelings disappear. You are someone else, I am still right here. What have I become, my sweetest friend? Everyone I know goes away in the end, and you could have it all, my empire of dirt. I will let you down, I will make you hurt. If I could start again, a million miles away, I would keep myself, I would find a way.
All right, color travelers, welcome back. This is DJ Kayla, guiding you through the cosmic swirls of sound, where every pulse brings a new revelation. You ever look at something so striking, like this drawing here? The way the patterns twist and pull, it's like the currents of our lives. No matter how far you drift, there's always that one place, that one person who's never really left you. Y'all, tonight's track is that feeling captured in melody. Kane Turner's voice dives deep into that void of longing, a soul that's lost and still searching. It's Only You I Find is more than a song. It's a confession of a love you can't forget, no matter how hard you try to run. It's the echo that keeps pulling you back, just like those spirals in the drawing. So get yourself ready and close your eyes. Let yourself fall into it. This is my 197.7 The Victory, where you don't just listen, you feel the loss.
I've been trying to fill this hollow ground, but every step sinks deeper, pulls me down. I meet new faces, searching for your shade, but every breath feels like a memory made. Your colors lingers in each quiet room. In every laugh I hear your voice in bloom. They try to hold me, but it's never right. And warmth fades quickly in the coldest night. You're the one I can't forget. No matter how I try, it's you I can't regret. The space you left, it hurts still. Every road I walk, it bends to your will. The world around me turns, but I stand still. Your memory's a ghost I can't kill. I kiss new lips, but all I taste is air. Each touch reminds me that you're not there. I thought that time would loosen all these ties, but now I see your love never dies. I'm haunted by the pieces left behind. In every heart it's only you I find. The world around me turns, but I stand still. Your memory's a ghost I can't kill. I kiss new lips, but all I taste is air. Each touch reminds me that you're not there. I thought that time would loosen all these ties, but now I see your love never dies. I'm haunted by the pieces left behind. In every heart it's only you I find. I tried to move, but you pull me back. Through every moment, you fill the cracks. You're the one I can't escape. No matter how I twist and shake, you're the one I can't forget. No matter how I try, it's you I can't regret. The space you left, it hurts still. Every road I walk, it bends to your will. No matter how far I run, I know it's true. I can't forget you. Can't forget you.
A special reading for Bears Library, a collaboration with MC Recker
Still I Rise.
by Maya Angelou. You may write me down in history.
With your bitter, twisted lies.
You may trod me in the very dirt.
But still,
Like dust, I'll rise. Does my sassiness upset you?
Why are you beset with gloom?
'Cause I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like moons and like suns.
With the certainty of tides.
Just like hopes springing high.
Still, I'll rise.
Did you want to see me broken?
Bowed head and lowered eyes.
Shoulders falling down like teardrops.
Weakened by my soulful cries.
Does my haughtiness offend you?
Don't you take it awful hard.
'Cause I laugh like I got gold mines.
Digging in my own backyard.
You may shoot me with your words.
You may cut me with your eyes.
You may kill me with your hatefulness.
But still, like air, I rise.
Does my sexiness upset you?
Does it come as a surprise?
That I dance like I've got diamonds.
At the meeting of my thighs.
Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise.
Up from a past that's rooted in pain, I rise.
I'm a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling and swelling. I bear in the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise.
Into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise.
Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave.
I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise. I rise. I rise.
Tired of lying in the sunshine, staying home to watch the rain. You are young and life is long and there is time to kill today. And then one day you find 10 years has got behind you. No one tells you when to run. You missed the starting gun. rolling. And one day closer to death. Every year is getting shorter. Never seem to find the time. Plans that you would come tomorrow. Have a page of scribbled lines. Hanging on in quiet desperation. Is the English way? Time is gone. The song is over. Thought I had something more to say.
Godliness with contentment is great gain, for we brought nothing into the world, and we cannot take anything out of the world. But if we have food and clothing, with these we will be content. But those who desire to be rich fall into temptation, into a snare, into many senseless and harmful desires that plunge people into ruin and destruction. For the love of money is a root of all kinds of evils. It is through this craving that some have wandered away from the path and pierced themselves with the many pangs of greed.
Money makes the world go round. Money makes a pure man lawless, proud. Money makes a man's verb consummate the noun. Cause an action to a thing is inspired by the pound or the dollar. False prophet, preach profit and we follow. When the scholar teach dishonor, that's a bitter pill to swallow. The biggest bank robber are the banks and the politicians, but judiciary are whores, what a shock. When we lose sight of live and let live, forget your soul is made much richer by the love that you give. If you're living just to make a living, that's all that is. And when you're lying, slowly dying, well you die with a grin. Now digging up the root of evil, money too like a blade. You can slice across the jugular or carve and create. But when the money ain't the means, but the means is the money, you start to compromise ideals for dollars, morals get bloody. Now let me tell you a little story about a boy named Brent. Born March 1990 in the Celtic Welsh ends. We didn't have much, but mum and dad, they made enough to put hot meals on the table, fill our bellies full of love. A little sister fell into the picture. Oh my God, we loved her, made our family richer. Then we both got older, world a little colder. Life, it had a way of chipping away at that shoulder. I held her and I told her, hierarchy, status exists. Sometimes the purity of youth gets snatched, leaving you stripped. You'll learn that love is not enough, it's not a world for a kid. So toughen up and buckle up, because it's bumpy as shit. And there'll be those who take advantage of the light in your soul. And there'll be times you feel the cup you're filling leaking with holes. And that dark can get much darker, we all must grow old. But listen up, my little sister, hold these words to your close. Keep that kind heart kind, humankind are in need. Never ever let this world make you bitter like me. Because this world needs love, and love it leaks from you, see. Sis, this world needs light, and you're the brightest I see. I see your wings have feather more than ever. Mine were torn by my oppressor. Sickness scorned me, but whatever. By your side we fly together. Give me flight when I could never. A releasing of the pressure, and the pressure makes a diamond. I will shine with you forever. Fuck greed, fuck depression, fuck bullies, fuck the jealous. Fuck every man who made you feel less than a treasure. And fuck a world that makes us feel small. Fuck the forces that divide us. Now's the time to stand tall, because money makes the world go round. Money makes the sick boy sicker somehow. Money gets a man mug punched in his mouth. Money run the gang thug, drug money plow. Money makes open case close. Money bend love, make war, make ghosts. Money gives a poor man hope. Money saves lives, takes lives, money both. Money is, money isn't, money's just that. Money's just a concept, people are trying. Tax up the poor man, feed up the fire. Money's just cash. Take money, take money, take money, take. Fake money, fake money, fake money, fake. Money ties, money ties, money ties, eh. Money lies, money lies, money lies, eh.
miss me? You thought you buried me, didn't you? Risky, cause I always come back. Deep down you know that, deep down you know I'm always in periphery. Ren, aren't you pleased to see me? It's been weeks since we spoke, bro. I know you need me. You're the sheep, I'm the shepherd, not your place to lead me, not your place to be biting off the hand that feeds me. Hi Ren, I've been taking some time to be distant. I've been taking some time to be still. I've been taking some time to be by myself since my therapist told me I'm ill. And I've been making some progress lately, and I've learned some new coping skills. So I haven't really needed you much, man. I think we need to just step back and chill. Ren, you sound more insane than I do. You think that those doctors are really there to guide you? Been through this a million times. Your civilian mind is so perfect, they're always being lied to. Okay, take another pill, boy. Drown yourself in the sound of white noise. Follow this 10-step program, rejoice. All your problems will be gone. Fucking dumb boy. Nah, mate. This time is different, man. Trust me. I feel like things might be falling in place. And my music's been kind of doing bits too. Like I actually might do something great. And when I'm gone, maybe I'll be remembered for doing something special with myself. That's why I don't think that we should talk, man. Because when you're with me, it never seems to help. You think that you can amputate me? I am you, you are me, you are I am we are one, split in two, that makes one. So you see, you gotta kill you if you wanna kill me. I'm not leftover dinner, I'm not scraps on the side. Oh, your music is thriving? Delusional guy, where's your top 10 hit? Where's your interview with Oprah? Where are your Grammys, Ren? Nowhere. Yeah, but my music's not commercial like that. I never chase numbers, statistics or stats. I never write hooks for the radio, they never even play me, so why would I concern myself with that? But my music is really connecting, and the people who find it respect it. And for me that's enough, because this life's been tough, so it gives me a purpose I can rest in. Man, you sound so pretentious, Ren, your music is so self-centered. No one wants to hear another song about how much you hate yourself, trust me. You should be so lucky, having me inside you to guide you, remind you, to manage expectations, provide you perspective, that thing you neglected. I get it, you wanna be a big deal, next Jimi Hendrix, forget it. Man, it's not like that, man, it's just like that. I'm inside you, you twat. No, it's not, man, you're wrong. When I write, I belong. Let me break the fourth wall by acknowledging this song. Ren sits down, has a stroke of genius. He wants to write a song that was not done previous. A battle with his subconscious, Eminem did it. Played on guitar, Plan B did it. Man, you're not original, you criminal rip-off artist. The pinnacle of your success is stealing other people's material. Ren, mate, we've heard it all before. She sells seashells on the seashore. Fuck you, I don't need you, I don't need to hear this. Cause I'm fine by myself, I'm a genius. And I will be great, and I will make waves, and I'll shake up the whole world beneath us. That's right, speak your truth, your fucking God complex leaks out of you. It's refreshing to actually hear you say it, instead of downplay it. Music is all about the creative process, and if people can find something to relate to within that, then that's just a bonus. Fuck you, I'ma fucking kill you, Ren. Fucking kill me then, let's fucking have me, Ren. I'ma do it, watch me prove it. Who are you to doubt my music? Cause I call the shots, I choose if you die. Yeah, I call the shots, and so I choose who survives. I'll tie you up in knots when I lock you inside. Newsflash. I was created at the dawn of creation. I am temptation. I am the snake in Eden. I am the reason for treason, beheading all kings. I am sin, with no rhyme or reason. Son of the morning, Lucifer, Antichrist, father of lies. Mistopheles, truth in a blender, deceitful pretender, the banished avenger, the righteous surrender. When standing in front of my solar eclipse, my name is stitched to your lips. So you see, I won't bow to the will of a mortal, feeble and normal. You wanna kill me? I'm eternal, immortal. I live in every decision that catalyzes chaos, that causes division. I live inside death, the beginning of ends. I am you, you are me, I am you, Ren. Hi, Ren. I've been taking some time to be distant. I've been taking some time to be still. I've been taking some time to be by myself, and I've spent half my life ill. But just as sure as the tide starts turning, just as sure as the night has dawned, just as sure as the rainfall soon runs dry when you stand in an eye of a storm. I was made to be tested and twisted, and I was made to be broken and beat. I was made by his hand, it's all part of his plan that I stand on my own 2 feet. And you know me, my will is eternal, and you know me, you've met me before. Face to face with a beast, I will rise from the east and I'll settle on the ocean floor. And I go by many names also. Some people know me as hope. Some people know me as the voice that you hear when you loosen the noose on a rope. And you know how I know that I'll prosper? Because I stand here beside you today. I have stood in the flames that cremated my brain, and I didn't once flinch or shake. So coward the man I become when I sing from the top of my lungs, that I won't retire or stand in your fire, inspired on me to be strong. And when I am gone, I will rise in the music that I left behind. Ferocious, persistent, immortal like you, we're a coin to different sides. When I was 17 years old, I shouted out into an empty room, onto a blank canvas, that I would defeat the forces of evil. And for the next 10 years of my life, I suffered the consequences of illness, psychosis, and autoimmunity. And as I got older, I realized there were no real winners and there were no real losers in psychological warfare. But there were victims and there were students. And so it wasn't David versus Goliath. It was a pendulum, eternally swaying from the dark to the light. And the more intensely that the light shone, the darker the shadow it cast. And so it was never really a battle for me to win. It was an eternal dance. And like a dance, the more rigid that I became, the harder it got. The more that I cursed my clumsy footsteps, the more I struggled. And so I got older, and I learned to relax. And I learned to soften, and that dance got easier. It is this eternal dance that separates human beings from angels, from demons, and from gods. And we must not forget, and I must not forget, that I am a human being. Thank you. Thank you.
life. Trying to make it through my day so I can sleep at night. Trying to figure out my way through the maze of rights and wrongs. But like you used to say, nothing feels like it's really worth it. Forget perfect, I'm trying not to be worthless. Since I last saw you, I've been looking for a purpose. Well, I met this kid who thought like I did. He had a weird way of looking at it. This is what he said: slip out the back before they know you were there. And at the worst, you see nobody cares. You don't want to be around when it all goes down. Even heroes know when to be scared. Slip out the back before they know you were there. And at the worst, you see nobody cares. You don't want to be around when it all goes down. Even heroes know when to be scared.
Now, I don't remember where I met him or remember his name, but he walked funny like he was just too big for his frame. Just over 5 foot, but he weighed $150. And what he said seemed so right, it stuck with me. Listen, it's like poker, you can play your best, but you gotta know when to fold your cards and take a rest. And know when to hold your cards, hold your breath, and hope that nobody else is stacking the deck. Because I don't need to tell you that life isn't fair, it doesn't care, it arbitrarily cuts off your air. And like you are want someone to say it's okay. In the truest part of our hearts, everybody's afraid. We're just underappreciated and overwhelmed, fighting so hard to hide a fear that we're scaring ourselves. You understand what I'm saying, cause you always did. But it's different in the words of a cowardly kid who said, slip out the back before they know you were there. At the worst, you see nobody cares. You don't wanna be around when it all goes down. Even heroes know when to be scared. Slip out the back before they know you were there. At the worst, you see nobody cares. You don't wanna be around when it all goes down. Even heroes know when to be scared. And I'm no hero, you remember how I was, you know. All I ever did was worry, feeling out of control, to the point where everything was going end over end. I'm spinning around in circles again. This is where you come in. All of this to explain to you why I had to separate myself away from yesterday's life. Please remember, this isn't how I hoped it would be, but I had to protect you from me. That's why I slipped out the back before you knew I was there. And I know you felt unprepared, but every single time I was around, I'd just bring you down. And I could tell that it was time to be scared. That's why I slipped out the back before you knew I was there. And I know the way I left wasn't fair. I didn't want to be around just to bring you down. I'm not a hero, but don't think I didn't care.
Oh boy. Well, I don't know if anybody's back yet, but I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. I'm gonna have fun playing all the music of the people that are around us that are so damn creative in their reads, their poetry. I'm gonna be sharing a lot. I think we need to celebrate all of the small creators out there, the small channels, the very, very creative people doing all original stuff and, you know, making it really nice out there on YouTube. Different things, all different communities, everybody just doing their thing and just enjoying their hobby. So I hope you did enjoy some of it. If you have any suggestions on music that won't get copyrighted, a friend or a channel that you like, or read anything, anything that won't get copyrighted. A lot of regular music will get copyrighted these days. If I go to play it, I know a lot of the independent artists like Netflix and Rent, like they don't mind. Scott Bailey, like he doesn't mind either. You know, we use a lot of his music. Kevin McLeod, yeah, quite a few different over. Chris Zabriskie, like a lot of them on YouTube. Just put it out there for others to use, and I just want to open up some of the lesser known. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed that. I know I did. I know I did. All right, let's just see where we're at. Okay, so far, we. No, of course they're not back in the courtroom yet. They're not due back for quite a while yet, so and I'm too worried about it. We've got the law and crime feed. We've got a feed still from Live Trial TV. And they have their feed up. We'll try to use the one with the best sound. Law and Crime had really good sound. The Fox 35 out of Orlando had excellent sound, but they also kind of come in with commentary a lot in like with those flashy screen things, which were nice because, you know, I mean, they gave us good information on the lawyer and on the murder to charge, you know, that we could look at, but still, you know, I just want a clean feed with just the images of what's going on in the court that I can, you know, so for me. And Tony, thank you for the DM. I'm just concerned. I have to check that out. Like, I'll be listening to it though anyway, the music video you sent me, but I do have to worry about whether or not people will be wanting to take you know, hits out of my stream, because if I have to edit it to get rid of the music, we will lose the chat. What is this, Rocket? Let me see this. Let's see. I've been thinking I kind of want to do badly translated covers of songs, but since I don't play an instrument, I'd probably need to borrow someone's instrument. You know, a lot of songs have a backing track to them already out there somewhere on YouTube without the words. Or you could like hook up with somebody like MC Wrecker who actually does transcription of original songs through his DAW using instrumentation and all and tweaking it just a bit. Maybe he'd work with you. Or he could at least point you in a direction of where to get a backing track, you know, because they use them all the time. We know so many creative people, don't we, Couch? Between the asylum, in the library, and all the other corners of YouTube, you know? And if you do something like that, you let me know, and we're gonna put it up. Definitely, definitely. Oh, so I did get all the timestamps in for the morning. I wonder how the afternoon's gonna go. What? It's interesting to hear the neighbors' perspective. Oh yeah, Karen, I'm just back, killing time for a few minutes. We've got like 13, like more 10 minutes plus at least until they come back in the court. And that's if they come back on time. I'm going to probably use the law and crime for this afternoon because the you know, they did have pretty good volume from what I could see. Let's just see. Well, for right now, see, they don't have anything up right now yet. So we'll wait. I want to just see where the lining is. Oh, that's not bad. There we go. Okay. All right. So that's the one we'll be using when they come live. Like, yeah. Yeah. Are you so woke now, Liam? You missed it. Like you were in concert earlier here during the lunch break. An idea I had and was all of you fantastic creators doing music and individual stuff out there, like your collaborations with Chris Durham in the stuff you do on your own and the stuff that Record does and the stuff that Mr. Victory is doing, and also some of my favorite artists like Ren who are independent and don't do copyright strikes. We played a whole hour concert. You were a star. You'll have to go back and look through lunch. Also, you're listed in the description, your channel. I hope you don't mind, but it is public. So yeah, you did put it out on YouTube, and I grabbed it. And I'm playing it during the lunch rather than do an instrumental loop like I did last trial. You know. Karen says, "Can I share? We had a car drive into our garage Friday and Saturday night, and the insurance covers, but what a mess! No flood, no fire. Oh, thank you. Like, whoa, that's terrible, Karen. I'm sorry. It is interesting, Liam. Like, I'm playing, the covers from Chris's channel and yours and Chris Mate, and if you can think of anybody else that I can share, let me know, because I just want to put some real YouTube creators out here in the music and not have to worry about copyright. So if you're the guitarist that you mod for, if she's got pieces out there that she doesn't mind, let me know, because I will list her too. I want people to get more eyes on what they do. Yeah, Beatrix. Yeah. Do you think she'd mind? Yeah. I mean, she does have it out public, so I imagine she wouldn't. But I love guitar too. I put a couple of Chris's piano pieces up. You know. But we are actually on trial day, Liam. We had a morning. We had 5 witnesses this morning. Just to give you a catch up, I did do the timestamps there. We had the Publix manager entering in the CCT video into evidence, and then we had the 911 operator entering the call into evidence, although they did not play either for the jury. And then we had, the first witness was Juan Torres, which was George's brother. Yeah. And then witness 4 and 5 were the neighbors, Vincent Battaglia and Brandon Moats, who gave testimony. In the beginning, there wasn't a lot of cross for the public manager and the 911 operator. But the defense did cross on the other 3 witnesses. I'm sorry, Karen. That can be trouble. I know how dementia can affect caretaking greatly. Been in that situation before. Liam says she has a lot of classic songs which are way out of copyright. Also some newer ones. Okay, cool. I will definitely start adding them to the playlist because she's an amazing guitarist. Thank you, Liam. Yeah, be working on the playlist every night, Nate. So yeah, I do, Karen. It's just beautiful, especially classic guitar, acoustic classical is just amazing. I could listen to it forever. I love listening to record practice, and I love hearing Liam play. So Rocket Couch. I wonder what a badly translated cover. Like, what do you? Which like? Do you have one particular song in mind all of a sudden that is piquing your interest? You're gonna rewrite the words? Lippy does stuff like that too. She likes to rewrite the words to song. All right, we got 7 minutes up, but nobody has the feed going live yet. I am hoping Law and Crime is coming back. They do have their feed up still. But it's like a big blank screen. Okay, excuse me for one moment. I'm going to mute for a moment and I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Like, okay, sorry about that, guys. I just had to check something real quick. You know, I got the dog here too. Yes, stuff going on. Rocket Couch says nothing in particular so far, but I do want to avoid doing one someone else has already done. Yeah, that's always the thing. But if it's gonna be unique to you, don't worry about that so too much. Like just because somebody else has done a cover. I mean, that's the thing about covers. Everybody gets to do it their own way. Yeah. Don't worry about it, Karen. It's no problem at all. We all share. Yeah. Yeah, we do. Well, it's just killing time. Now we've got 5 minutes off and I still don't have a feed live yet. I'm going to just make sure this is gonna be live. Yeah, it does say they're gonna be up. Why won't it get big though? I don't know what it's doing now. Now it won't. Now it won't get. What's this? No, it's just not the right feed. I didn't want that one. Oh, okay. They actually took their. Okay, so true crime. Did they take their feet down? Okay, it's still live. Oh. This one. I don't know why it's not letting me make this one for law and crime large. It's really annoying me. Okay. What is going on with this one? Okay, I think they. All right, I finally got it. Okay, so we've got that one. We've got this other one that's not live anymore. All right, let me go look back on their channel and see if they've got another feed going. Yeah, they have a new feed they started that they're gonna pull up, but just wait and see which one's gonna be better. I'm hoping the law and crime comes up like within a minute or two. Let's see, we got like 2 minutes. You think they'd be testing their audio in the room, you know? Oh, we have about 20 minutes left. I thought it was 2 o'clock they were coming back. It's 1:59, right? Didn't he say 2 or did he say later? Like, no, I thought like they left at 12:30 and I thought he said 2 o'clock in. I hope so. Like, I hope it's not another half hour. Covers are better when they aren't trying to copy the original. They need the new artist's character in them. They do. That's why, like the latest version of one of my favorite songs by Slipknot, if anyone doesn't know, is Snuff. And actually, MC Record just put out an absolutely amazing cover of it. A lot of personal, yeah, of his own creativity in there. And I really enjoyed it. I did play it in the beginning of the hour, you know. Let's see. Liam says the song I did recently called Overkill has a line, ghosts appear and fade away. Colin Hay, the writer, had a fan say that he was pleased that there was a song which he could relate to as a farmer. That's cool. When asked which one, he said the song where goats appear and fade away. So he thought it was goats instead of ghosts. Okay, I get it. Oh, looks like they are actually now. Let me bring it up because they are actually. Oh, they are here in the clear. Okay, I'll keep it this way until we they go live with the sound. We do have their volume is up just to make sure that when the sound comes on, then I will change the view. But at least we can see that we do have a good feed right now, everyone. Isn't that lovely? And hopefully we'll have good sound this afternoon. But that's a funny story there, Liam, when people get it wrong, right? Like the words, you know, the gecko is so doomed. They don't say that. A cover that sounds just like the original is pointless to me. I might as well just listen to the original. Exactly, Rocket Couch. Yep. That huge box, I do believe, may be the suitcase. I think, Anna. I saw on Twitter from the beginning, people have been saying that they do believe that that is the suitcase in there. So. And then Tony says, exactly, Rocket Couch. I can see why some artists do covers like that because some songs are just fun to play. Yeah. And have fun and enjoy it because you like it so much. Yeah. I know if it is the suitcase, it's kind of small, but remember, he was tiny. He was smaller than Sarah Boone, and she's not really that big. He was only like 103 pounds when he died. Like, and he's short. And so he was all folded up in there. It is kind of, take your breath away to just think that that is the suitcase sitting there. Hold on, I'm going to mute for a second. What is that beeping? Did you guys hear that too, or is it just my headphones?
All right, we're back on the record. State of Florida versus Sarah Boone, 2020 CF 2603. Can I get appearances for counsel for the record, starting with counsel for the state?
Dave Henderson on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone. Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same black suit and pink blouse from this morning. State, anything we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Can we get the evidence projection system up and can we test it before we
Yes.
go live?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's a good idea to test the evidence projector before we get started. Oh, thank you, Tony. I do think it probably was them testing the audio.
If you want to test it out, Mr. J.
That means they're going to present evidence this afternoon. Okay. I guess they're getting the system on now.
At 12:59 p.m. with a GMT offset of -300 minutes. Call on Monday.
So we're going to have video evidence and pictures this afternoon, it appears. It does appear that we will.
Call 1 at 12:59 p.m. with a GMT offset of -300 minutes. Call on Monday.
What is going on?
2020.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
That is the best I can do, sir.
Oh, they're testing the system. Okay. The less
Okay. All right. Anything else, state, we need to address?
Not this time, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, sir.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Just in the spirit of full disclosure, there are some persons behind me to my right and my left. I run the mock trial program at Barry University School of Law here in town, and these are some of my students as a member of that program, so they're here just simply to observe. So pay no mind or attention to them. With that, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's stand and bring in our panel.
Okay, bring in the jury. All right. Go to feed the kittens, Anna. Yeah, between panel and jury. Yesterday he called them, before they were seated as the jury, he called them the panel.
Jury answer.
Well, now that he has the actual jury seated, yeah, he's been referring to them as jury. Oh.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Members of the jury, good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. If you could, again, by a show of hands, confirm that you complied with the court's instructions that we gave prior to the break. Record reflect all jurors' hands have been raised. With that, the state is going to continue with their evidence presentation this afternoon. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Brian Boone.
Oh, Brian Boone, first out. This is going to be very interesting, direct and cross. He's on both the state and the defense's witness list, so I doubt that he'll be released after his testimony. I'm sure that the defense is going to want to bring him back off.
Sir, good afternoon. You could be seated. After seated, if you could please state and spell your name for the record for us.
Brian Boone, B-R-I-A-N, B-O-O-N-E.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you know the defendant?
I dated her for quite a while, and then we eventually got married.
When you say you dated her for quite a while, how long are we talking?
I met her in the late 90s, and I believe it was around 2005 when we got married.
Did you have any children as a result of your marriage with the defendant?
Yes, we had one son.
And how old is that son?
He is currently getting ready to turn 14.
Did your marriage with the defendant last?
No, it did not.
And approximately when was it that you separated and began proceedings for divorce?
Probably 2017. I'm thinking maybe.
And at that time, when was your divorce actually finalized?
Maybe it was 2006. I think the divorce was 2017. I believe.
And after your divorce, what was your custody arrangement with your son that you had in common with the defendant?
She was supposed to have him on Mondays and Tuesdays. I would have him Wednesday, Thursdays, and then we'd alternate Friday through Sundays every other week.
So 1 week you would have 5 days with your son, and another week she would have 5 days with him.
Correct.
And was this still the same custody arrangement in February of 2020?
Yes.
And in February of 2020, did you have, do you recall the events that occurred, I guess, first on the late evening of February 23rd, 2020?
On that evening?
Yes.
Well, apparently Sarah called me at one point during the night.
Do you recall about what time she called you?
I think it was 11 something.
When you answered the phone, how did Sarah sound on the phone?
She sounded like she had been drinking, was pretty drunk.
Were you able to understand what the defendant was saying?
Somewhat, but she woke me up. I had work the next day. I was asleep when she called. She's done this before, calling me late at night, and generally I kind of just try to ignore it, so I wasn't really paying attention.
Who was she living with at the time?
Jorge Torres.
When she called you late that evening, Could you hear George in the background at all?
Not that I remember, no.
Did you pay much attention to this phone call?
No.
Now, the following morning, on February 24th, 2020, did you begin to call the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And approximately what time did you begin to call the defendant?
I think it was like 11 o'clock or something.
And why was it that you were calling her?
Well, it was going to be Monday. I had him on Sunday and dropped him off at school, and I was calling to try to find out if she was going to be actually picking him up that day.
Why would you have a question about whether or not she was picking him up?
She wasn't generally very good about actually getting him on the day she was supposed to.
So it was not uncommon for you to have to remind her to pick him up or to make sure that she was going to pick him up?
Well, I mean, remind or just find out if she was going to, or if she was just going to give him over to me as what happened.
Do you remember at what time on February 24th you actually got in touch with the defendant?
I think it was like 12:30 or something.
And when you actually got in touch with her, what did she tell you on the phone?
That George was dead, and if I would come over.
Did she say what happened to him?
I don't remember if she told me then on the phone or when I got there, but she told me they had been playing hide and seek and that she fell asleep.
What did you advise her to do?
I told her she needed to call 911 and that I would come over as soon as I could.
And this is on your first phone call here at approximately 12:30.
Yes.
On 2/24/2020.
Yes.
Did she call you again while you were en route to her residence?
She did. She called to find out if I was still going to be coming over.
And when you spoke with her while you were en route, what, if anything, did you advise her?
I told her she needed to call 911 and told her I was on my way, but she needed to get somebody over there.
How long did it take you to arrive at her residence?
From the first phone call, or?
Yes, from the first one.
Well, I mean, I live a minute or two drive away, but I had to get my puppy. We had just gotten a puppy recently. I had to get him in his crate and stuff like that and put something on because I was working from home. And total time, maybe 10 minutes.
When you arrived at her apartment, tell us what she told you when you arrived.
George was dead, and I don't remember if she told me now or before that they had been playing hide and seek and she fell asleep, but I at that time told her again she needed to get 911 called to get somebody over there.
Had she called 911 at this point?
No, she had not.
So you've advised her now 3 times to call 911.
Yes.
Did you go inside of her apartment?
I walked in the front door into the little tiled area, like entranceway thing.
What, if anything, did you observe when you made it to that point?
Looking into the living room, I could see like the end of his feet and maybe a little bit of some legs that were kind of coming out around the backside of the kitchen area.
Did you continue to go into the apartment?
No.
Where did you
Sarah told me she was going to call 911 and go outside and have a cigarette and a drink and asked me to come out there with her. And I told her that I didn't really feel comfortable being inside. And I went out front and got in my car and waited for people to show up.
Did you witness the defendant call 911?
I think I was in there when she dialed it and first got somebody on the phone, but I wasn't there for the whole conversation. No, I was outside.
Did you stay there at the scene while police arrived?
Yes, I was there. I was part of it. I knew I'd have to talk to somebody, so
Did you talk with law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Judge, we want to reserve our questions for when we call in our case.
Okay. All right, sir, you're subject to recall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just as long as he remains under subpoena.
My understanding is subject to recall.
So somebody will contact me about when we come back?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. State, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, may we approach a moment?
Yes.
Okay, I wonder what that's about. Probably a delay in a witness, or they're going to need something to do with evidence. But yeah, for those of you that did not catch the morning, it is time-stamped on the video. If you want to go to witness testimony and whatever, the hearing was first. Yes. So that was very short. Okay, Tony. Thank you for being here. Okay, we're back on.
Members of the jury, we'd appreciate your patience for a few moments while the state attaches a Bluetooth speaker so that they may publish some evidence that's been received so far.
Okay, so that is going to be so that the whole room can hear.
Mr. J, whenever you're ready, sir.
That will be better for us.
You may do so.
All right.
It's 300 minutes. Call on Monday, February 24th, 2020.
911, what is the location of the emergency? 4748 Brent Court, apartment 3. 4748, what's the street name? Brent, F-R-A-N-T-D. And the appointment number? 3. Is this a police or medical? My boyfriend is dead. Okay, send a line for the fire department. Do not hang up. That's good. No, we don't leave. 4748 Brent Lane, apartment 3. Brent Court. Brent Court? Yes.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
Okay, right, okay.
It's Tealwood Park Apartment.
Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I kept him in a case when we were playing, and but kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was begging the case. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Right, okay, what's your apartment number?
3.
Apartment 3?
Yes, like he had like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know, like he had like an aneurysm or what happened.
Right, okay, all right, okay. This is beginning of number 2. All right, okay. Okay,
Right now?
Okay, 40, yeah, man, this is, we're on our way there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay, you hanging from somewhere or what, man?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Okay, so you was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay, how old is he working now? 42-year-old man. All right. Okay, we're setting up on the sheriff's office out there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. All right, listen to me. Okay, that you need to confirm this. No, right, I understand. You need to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all?
No, he's purple.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor, kind of back for you, okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah, okay, well,
nothing happened. He's purple.
okay, listen, you did the first thing I need you to get it for me, okay?
What is it?
Will you be available?
No.
All right, you're right by him now.
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay, okay, ma'am, listen, so is he cold and stiff?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's not necessarily cold, but he's stiff.
Right, okay. All right, listen to me. Listen to me. I want you to lay him flat on his back for me on the floor.
I did.
Removing the pillows, okay?
Yes, I did.
All right, okay.
He's stiff and purple.
Right, okay, listen, okay, man, that's fine. We're still going to put compressions on him, okay? All right? If you lift your hand on his breastbone, right in center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your hands up on that hand.
Ready, I'm telling you. Just like looking at him, tell.
Okay.
Please, okay, your girdle.
Okay, listen to me. All right, I want you to place the heel of your hand. Okay, right between his chest, right between his breastbones. Put your other hand up on that hand.
Yes.
We want to pump his chest to be hard and fast. Going to live twice per second.
I'm doing it again.
Okay, no, just keep on pumping. That's all you need to do for me. Keep on pumping his chest with it. I don't need you to stop and talk or anything. I just want you to count out loud for me, okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
Wow.
14, 15.
She is sitting there like stone.
Okay, man, just keep on pumping his chest. That's all you need to do for me, okay?
Yes. Come on, please, hurry up.
Okay, ma'am, they're driving here as fast as they can. Okay, don't stop to say hurry up. Just keep on pumping and counting.
I'm still doing what I'm telling you, okay?
Okay.
Still doing it.
All right, just keep pumping his chest. Count out, I can count with you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Please hurry.
Okay, man, they're getting here as fast as they can, okay?
He's stiff and he's purple.
Okay. Keep pumping his chest for me, ma'am.
I'm still doing it, okay? Still doing it. Just don't make me upset.
Right, okay, that's fine. You did a good job. Just keep on doing it for me. All right, they're getting here as fast as they can, along with the sheriff's office also, okay?
Please.
Keep on pumping, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, man.
I'm doing it, okay? We're playing hide and seek.
All right, I understand. All right, just keep on pumping for me, okay? Okay.
Please hurry.
All right, okay.
Horrible. This is horrific. What happened? Like, what happened?
Okay, man, keep on pumping the chest for me, okay? They're in the parking lot. They should be up there shortly, okay?
I'm still doing it, okay?
All right, okay, good. And you found them in a suitcase, you said?
Yes. asleep last night. I fell asleep. I think that's it.
Keep on pumping the shit up there.
I am.
Okay. Okay.
Open. Come in. Where's my puppy now?
Let that take over for you, okay?
When was the last time anybody saw him? The last time. We'll play hide and seek. He was in the Battaglia. Okay. But unfortunately, he's been down too long to have to keep it for him. Hello, ma'am.
So we're there, obviously.
Alright. No, my boyfriend. Is your boyfriend? Okay. Does he have any political? No, not that.
Hey, man, is the time to take care of you, okay? Yeah, so we'll see you there.
All right. Oh, ma'am, is still there? Hello? Contact 407-716-8684, reference to mobile data. 1308.
Call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 4.
We're ready to continue with the presentation of witnesses.
Yes, sir. You may call your next witness.
State we call Abraham Moreno.
Okay.
Mr. Moreno, raise your right hand and sworn to the swear or affirm from testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I affirm.
Sir, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Abraham, A-B-R-A-H-A-M, last name is Moreno, M-O-R-E-N-O.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Cacciatore, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a maintenance supervisor for apartment complexes.
Is that what your position was back in February of 2020?
Yes, it was.
And what apartment complex?
Tealwood Park Apartments.
And how long did you work for Tealwood Park Apartments?
About 2 years.
And tell us, what were some of your duties in your position there with Tealwood Park?
Daily, I cleaned the grounds, walked the property, answered maintenance calls, did emergencies, dealt with vendors.
Did you become familiar with the residents there at the apartment complex?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to meet the defendant in this case and also a Jorge Torres?
Yes.
Let me turn your attention to February 24th of 2020. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And on that date, did you have occasion to come in contact with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And tell us, what was the circumstances in which you came into contact with her on February 24th, 2020?
I was called by the manager and the assistant manager to come to her unit. I believe she was already sitting outside at that time.
And when she was sitting outside of her unit, what, if anything, did you observe about her and about the unit?
The police was there. Her ex-husband was present. She was sitting outside, and that's when she decided she wanted to talk to me and the managers.
And what did she tell you?
That she's confused. She's not exactly sure what happened. She pointed out that she recalls that they were playing a game of hide and seek. There was an instance where she was going to teach him a lesson, and then she just doesn't recall anything else until the next morning.
Did she say she fell asleep?
Yes, she did.
Did she say things got out of hand?
I don't really recall that part, but I do recall her stating that they were playing their game and that George went into a suitcase, and I didn't ask any questions. I just let her talk for herself.
How long was this conversation?
For about 4 or 5 minutes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
You may inquire, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This conversation that you had with Miss Boone,
Yes.
that took place on the 24th? Is that correct?
Yes.
And who else was present on the time that the conversation was taking place?
Standing right next to me would have been Melissa Sexton and Eugene Harris, as well as the officer who was in front of the door.
Okay. So there was a law enforcement officer there that day, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, on the 24th is when you said that Miss Boone made this statement to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
They were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
And what else did she say happened?
She had told me that they were playing hide and seek. They had drank. She was trying to teach him a lesson, and that was that. She went upstairs. She went to sleep. She woke up. She doesn't know what happened.
Okay. So that was on the 24th?
Yes.
All right. On the 26th, were you not interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay.
I may have my days wrong, but it all happened on the same day.
All right, the 24th, do you remember 2 days later that a Detective Scott Lowen conducted an interview with you at 4704 Lucier Court, Winter Park, Florida? You remember that interview?
Yes.
So that was 2 days later, is that correct?
I would assume so.
Yes. All right, so when he interviewed you 2 days later, did you tell him about this statement that Miss Boone made to you that you just told this jury in court?
I did mention it to him.
You did mention it to him?
I mentioned to them that we did have a conversation.
Did you tell him the content of the conversation?
I mean, I told him the whole content, but I did tell him we had a conversation.
All right, well, what did you tell him? What content did you tell him on the 26th?
That they were playing hide and seek, that she was confused, she doesn't know what happened. I do believe I did mention to him the fact that she had said that she was trying to teach him a lesson. Not that anything was done with malice. I didn't state that at all.
So it's your recollection now today that on the 26th, you told Officer Lowen what you just told this jury. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Sir. In preparing for this case, did you have a meeting with the Assistant State Attorney on September 23rd of 2024?
Did I have a meeting?
Yes.
A brief chit chat over the phone.
A brief chit chat that was over the phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. At that point in time over the phone, did you tell him you tell him that Sarah Boone, the defendant, stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
Yes,
Is that what you told him?
yes,
Okay. And that was in 2024 of September the 23rd of this year, 2024. Is that correct?
yes,
Are you telling us that back on February the 26th of 2020, you told Officer Lowen at that time the same thing?
no, that I recall, yes.
So did she ever tell you how things got out of hand?
No,
Sir, you testified that you knew both Mr. Torres and Miss Boone, is that correct?
yes,
You actually knew George Torres from a different time, didn't you?
yes, I did,
When did you first know George Torres?
in the 1990s.
In the 1990s?
He was a teenager and he lived down the street from me and my wife.
So you had had a previous relationship with Mr. Torres?
No, not at all.
Not at all. You just knew him from then?
Yes, as I stated, he was a teenager and I was an adult.
Okay. During this time, though, that you became reacquainted with him, did y'all establish a friendship at that time here in Orlando?
I wouldn't say a friendship, but an acquaintance, yes.
Okay. Sir, on Monday, February the 24th, that would have been the day that you were with Miss Sexton and Gene Harris
Yes,
out in front of the apartment.
correct.
Did you talk to law enforcement that day?
No,
You did not talk to them that day.
I don't recall talking to him that day, no.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't have any. If I can confer.
You can, sir.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Any redirect examination?
Just brief.
All right, thank you.
Back in the 90s, when you had previously known George Torres in this case, where were you living at that time?
I lived across the street. I lived on one block. He lived the next block over down in the middle.
In what city?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
And when did you move from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
2018.
So in the intervening years, from your move from Philadelphia to coming to work at Tealwood Park, did you have any contact with George Torres?
No, as a matter of fact, I moved from that particular block in 2005. So I don't meet Judge again until I work at Tealwood's.
When did you start working at Tealwood's?
2018, 2019, roughly there.
No further questions.
Can this witness be released?
No, Your Honor, just subject to recall.
All right, sir. You'll be released subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
State will call Deputy Kayla Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You could be seated. Please state your name and spell it for the record if you could for us.
Kayla Rodriguez, Kayla, Kayla, Rodriguez, Rodriguez.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cacciatore, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi,
Can you tell us who is that you work for?
Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Deputy Sheriff.
And how long have you been a deputy sheriff?
A little over 8 years, since 2016.
And tell us, what are your duties as a deputy sheriff?
As a deputy, I respond to calls for service, anything from a over with call, like a car being keyed the day prior, or a 911 emergency.
And what type of training do you need to be a deputy sheriff?
So for me, I obtained my bachelor's degree from UCF in criminal justice in 2014. After that, in 2016, I was hired by the sheriff's office. Right after being hired, I went straight into the academy. The academy is 5 months of training. We go over everything from case law, scenarios, defensive tactics, physical training. After that, I do 2 more months with the sheriff's office where we go specifically into policy related to Orange County specifically. After that, I do 3 months on the road with a trainer where we are evaluated periodically through that process. You have a partner, you respond to calls for service during that time, and you slowly learn how to handle calls by yourself.
Do you also undergo continuing training as a condition of your employment?
Yes.
Tell us, what were you working on February 24th, 2020?
Yes.
And tell us what area.
Orange County, unincorporated Orange County.
And did you receive a call in regards to this case?
Yes.
And what was that call? What information did you have at the time you received the call?
So the dispatcher informed me that a woman called 911. She was actively performing CPR and that her boyfriend was in a suitcase.
And did you respond out to the scene?
Yes.
And when you responded out to the scene, were you dressed similarly as you are dressed today?
Yes.
And just for the record, you have, it looks like a standard green uniform on with a tool belt, your firearm, and also radio, body-worn camera, badge.
Yes.
Tell us about your body-worn camera.
So my body camera is used to capture scenes when we arrive. So as we are conducting any sort of law enforcement action, we turn our camera on.
When you turn your camera on, tell us, does it immediately capture sound at that point?
It does not. When we activate our camera, it goes back a minute. And the minute that it goes back to, you don't hear any audio for that first minute.
Tell us also about the capacity and the battery life of your camera as well.
So the battery will last us an entire shift typically if it's in a buffering mode. So if we're not recording, it will last the entire shift. As we record, it does drain the battery. So typically we will turn it off if we're sitting in our car for an extended period of time. If we call our supervisor, if we're talking to another deputy on the side, away from scene, we will not have the camera recording. If it recorded throughout the entire shift, the battery would die. We would need multiple batteries.
So you actually activate the camera in order to begin recording?
Correct.
Was your body camera operational on this call out?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, which has been previously marked for identification as states H, I, and G that have been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm first showing you what's been marked for identification as states I. You recognize that disc?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24, 2020?
Correct.
And is that your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of your body worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states I into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as I will be received into evidence without objection as states 4.
Ma'am, next I'm showing you has been marked for identification as states H. Can you take a look at that disc? Tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24, 2020?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And is that your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of that portion of your body worn camera from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states H into evidence.
No objection to any of those coming in.
All right, what was pre-marked as states H will be received without objection as states 5.
And lastly, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as stage G. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24, 2020?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to review this camera prior to coming to court?
Yes.
And that's your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And it fairly and accurately represents your conduct on the body worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states G into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. What was pre-marked as states G will be received without objection as state 6.
Your Honor, request permission to publish states 4.
You may.
Your Honor, may we dim the lights and use the overhead projector?
Yes.
The jury's going to get to see the body cam footage from the day of the incident now. Oh, good. He full screened it. Excellent. Let's hope they get the volume on. There we go.
Hello there. Hi. You live here? Okay, I'll talk to you guys with some information. That's my, the property manager. I don't know if I should go tell him really quick, or just so he knows what's going on? Where's he at? He wants that in. Oh, don't worry about that. We'll take care of that for you, okay? I had to figure out the. Okay, wait 1 second, okay? I really need something to drink. Okay, well, I got my dog parked on the counter. Okay, we'll take care of you 1 second. At the time, that you called it? Is that the time you called it? Okay, perfect. Go ahead. 7 at 13. What's going on? Who is he you? Boyfriend? Yes, for like 3.5 years. What happened? right, last night, we had a. Can you pass this to the, around to the FBI stuff? They need to sign that, sure. Okay, now we have, okay, go. No, each of them has to, this might be a real thing, but each of them has to put their name. Normally, we always, I just put everybody. What's going on? I just got here to fill me in. No problem. Like, put a puzzle together, we can do some artwork there. You are putting a puzzle together? Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there. Okay. We've been doing art, trying to take stuff off the wall to make new art put up there, like having a good time with one another. But we were drinking, we had a bottle of wine last night. Okay. So then it's like, we decided to play hide and seek, right? Okay. So he gets in the suitcase. Okay. That's my assistant. My former assistant. Hi, you live with the guy? No. I told him over here. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. So then he came over here. Yeah, let's talk inside. Okay. I called you guys. The problem is, I fell asleep. When did you do CPR? This morning. When I found it before you called. Yes. 1 o'clock right now. I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish. So I came downstairs. And I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. That's when I found him. I took him out. I tried doing CPR, and then I called him, and then I called you guys. Did he be here before the fire department got here? Who? The husband? Or your ex-husband? Okay. Where'd you live at? Right on the street. Okay. So you were planning to get some updates? I did, but then I fell asleep. Okay, stop. You're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. Like having an aneurysm or a heart attack or what? What kind of medical condition? None that I know of. No. All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine. Okay. Doing puzzles, artwork. Then we decided to go ahead and see. That's all that happened. Okay. But I don't want it there. Like, I don't know what happened. So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to you calling out that one? You tried that all morning? Yes. Okay. And then I told him while I was probably ballpark. Here, let me fill this at the end, okay? Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am so cutting out right now. Ma'am, and you can't talk to him until we get done with paper, okay? Just don't leave, okay, Brian? Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you. I know. Do me a favor. Stand over there by that part. Okay. There's a dog in there? Yeah. You want to help clear the back bedrooms real quick? Just make sure there's nobody else in here? Nope, he was here with the girlfriend, and that's the girlfriend's ex-husband. He was going to see you. They were playing hide and go. See what she said? She's been doing CPR on him all morning before calling us. Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and start making phone calls. Okay, go ahead. What do I do with this dog? Because I don't want him to mess with him. Come here.
Oh my.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Yes. Hey, come on, let's go outside. Come on.
Good boy.
You think about it, man? But just want to make sure.
Orange County.
Yes, Doctor. Put it over here. We check this closet. So garage. That's garage.
All right, I guess we're gonna have to set up a crime scene now.
Just give us a second, okay? It's only time I can't move anything from out of the house. Here, let's get you down, because I don't want you to have, now, this is probably a lot for you to deal with, right? Water. I can get you some water, okay? Just I want you not on your feet. I need to use my water. Okay, I'll get some for you.
Wow.
Your Honor, request permission to publish states 5.
You may proceed.
I think they're going to play all 3.
Let's go ahead and start making the calls. Now, could you go ahead and give me his last name? Torres? Spell it for me. Torres. And his first name? George, Jorge. Jorge. Okay. O-R-G-E. His birthday? 2/13/78. And this is the boyfriend? Yes. How long? 3.5 years. Living together that whole time? Yes. Okay. And your last name? Boone. Spell it. B-O-O-N-E. First name? Sarah. S-A-R-A-H. Birthday? 10/10/77. So you had a second to kind of collect yourself. Tell it to me again. You guys were playing last night, drinking a bottle of wine, putting us together, doing artwork, puzzles, artwork. Okay. Had a bottle of wine, and they decided to play hide and seek. So he what time was that? Do you remember? I mean, I know that I was in bed probably by like what, 12:30? Okay. Well, I went upstairs at least, and I fell asleep, forgetting that he was in the suitcase. Playing the hide and go. Yes. And at some point, you put him in the suitcase? No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it would be funny to be put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to joke with you and I'll pick you up and make him, squirm a little bit, whatever it is. But then I fell asleep. I fell asleep. Where was the suitcase? Right where it is. Right down there? Yes. You zipped him in there? Yes. Thought it would be funny a little bit? It was. We both were laughing about it. Okay. And then I fell asleep. Where did you fall asleep at? Upstairs. In your bedroom? Yes. Okay. Totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase still. Okay. And then you came back downstairs? This morning, or this afternoon, yes, when I got up. What time? 12:30-ish. I was awake, but I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase. He can tell you there's a lot of things that I/we think of. Jobs. Yeah, he did tell me. Right, all that good stuff. So I just totally forgot. Did you introduce CPR on him? Yes. Yes, about what time this morning did you start doing that? No, it was the afternoon. It was afternoon because I was awake. So then I finally decided to come downstairs at like 12:30-ish, whatever it is. And I was like, I forgot he was in the suitcase. And he wasn't moving. Nothing was happening. So I unzipped it, took him out and started doing CPR on him. He was on his way up here. I called you when he got here. Once he got here, you called us? Yes. Okay. And air was coming out and he was gurgling, but I could tell by looking at him. But you had to do CPR, you doing that on your own? Yes. Okay. And then the person that was on the phone with me also, I counted with him doing it. And he's got no medical, he doesn't take any medication? I don't know. I don't know medical wise. I know he doesn't take any medications whatsoever. The only thing, like I said, I don't know if alcohol had to do with it, but we had a bottle of wine. Okay. All right. Here, I want you to sit back down because I don't want you to have one more sip of water. Yes, go on. That personal 29 residential audible plus 3 I'll do what I can to get you a cup, because I don't want you to have to keep doing that. The cups are like right there. Right here, don't talk to the ex-husband, right? Can I have a cigarette, please? Ma'am, I can't take anything out of the house. It's on the back porch. Nope, all of it, secure, okay?
I'll try my best to get you what you need, okay? Maybe one of these days you'll have a fax from someone, you know, sit down and I'll try and get you what you need, okay? Just cut. Okay. I don't want you on your feet.
Wow.
Yes, you put him out. He came back in? So there's no fence then? Corporal, I can give you a run now. She's, sitting on the curb. I told her she's down. I was getting ready to call you guys. Yeah. Want to talk over here?
Your Honor, request permission to publish State 6.
You may do so.
This would be the third and last body cam footage for Deputy Rodriguez. Yes, this is when the detectives arrive. That will be the ones who will conduct the rest of the investigation. I agree, Juju. Can you imagine watching all this? Although she doesn't seem to have much of a reaction.
Hey, Sarah. You get enough water? No, you want to stay seated. I want you getting lightheaded. So remember I said the detectives were going to come out and talk to you and go from there. You know what I'm saying? They're here. They're going to ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
All right, Sarah, my name is Chelsea. My partner Scott. It's my understanding you reside here? Okay. Is it just you? Okay. Your former husband. Okay. But you reside here with George, and then your son lives with you, or lives there's 50-50.
Yeah.
Okay. So from what has told me, she explained last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine, and around midnight, you decided okay. You guys decided to play hide and seek.
Well, we were playing hide and seek, and then
was your son home at the time, or okay?
No, it was fine. It was fine.
Okay.
Decided to play. We just did it like that. Like, sure. We were putting puzzles together. We were doing artwork. You can see the puzzle that we finished in there, and then the artwork, and then decided to play hide and seek. Just get stupid.
Okay.
So he decided to get in the suitcase. So I thought it would be funny to, and he was talking about it too, to come up in there. I go upstairs and fell asleep. So this morning when I got here, I actually got up out of the bed. I thought for sure he was downstairs on the laptop. He was really quiet. But then I came upstairs and I'm like, where is he? Like, and then that's what I found it.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Okay. And then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning.
It was afternoon. I mean, I was
or this afternoon.
but I just didn't want to come downstairs. So
Okay.
I just laid in bed for a little while, and then I eventually came downstairs. He was about where he was, and then I was like, oh my God, he's in the case still. So I pulled him out, and I stretched him out, and I started to try to make CPR for him. I called you guys, so I called Brian. Okay. And then as soon as he got here, which is 30 seconds on the road, I called you guys.
Okay.
The
investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house, we have to look at things. Are you okay with us going in the house and looking at things? Okay. And forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them coming inside, taking photographs and? Okay. Okay.
Can I ask, is Brian, or George, does he diagnose any kind of medical history?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't take drugs. I mean, we'll have to take a bottle of wine here and there, but I don't know. Like,
Well, that would be my next question. So you guys don't normally drink, you just drink once in a while, or?
well, I'm gonna say like, okay, I guess normal drinking is like we will have like a glass of wine or two, like while we're cooking dinner. Sure. Beer, and we'll say we're getting the family. We'll say from there. But it's not like.
A couple of beers a day?
Like, I don't understand though, like, for the little bit that we had, like, not hiding it. Like, I don't know if they had a heart attack or a stroke or anything, or what happened. I don't know.
So were you guys together all day yesterday? Okay. Here?
Yes.
Like you, neither of you left the apartment yesterday?
I think we were about to before to get bigger.
Okay.
But I mean, you could walk there.
Does he have any history? I know he doesn't now, because you said he doesn't.
I don't know.
As far as you've ever known him, you've never seen him?
No. I mean, he's from Philadelphia, and he grew up in Philadelphia, and then he went to Massachusetts, and then from Massachusetts he came down here. So I don't really know, like, a whole lot of, like, medical history or.
How long have you guys been together?
Almost 4 years, like 3.5 years.
You guys been living here the whole time?
Yes.
You've never been to the doctor or to the hospital during that time?
He and his brother got into a really bad argument at one point and had facial reconstruction. But he has been in the hospital from that, and then I talked him into going to see like a regular physician to get just like a regular like checkup thing. Yeah. But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or the doctor?
Both.
The surgery I think was at this point like 2 years maybe, 2.5 years. The checkup was probably a good 2 years too.
Okay.
And the suitcase is still in there?
Yep, always.
Is it normally stored down there, or did you guys travel recently?
No, he was going to start picking from what do you call it? Donation in there, so that's why
it's out?
Yes.
Okay, you guys did recently travel somewhere and anything like that?
After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around the message panel, or you just zipped it up and walked away
I
after?
was laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep.
But what position was he in when you went in? Was he sitting on his rear end and his head up, and he just kind of
No,
up?
okay, so like this is the suitcase. Like this is his head and then he's right here.
So he was laying on his side?
Yes. Yes.
You just closed the flap and zipped it around?
Yes.
Okay.
I was not playing.
Understandable, okay.
So he said that I needed to tell you guys about his family. Like, who do I talk to about?
We're gonna do that once we walk through and see. Yeah, we're gonna.
I'm just telling you, like,
Yeah, it's gonna be a
I'm
while.
afraid for my life. I want you to know, I am afraid for my life. His family has never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, what they call me. So they've never liked me. They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me. I'll put it that way.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean, like, about this.
No.
Okay. So no one's gonna know until we will be making that notification, so
They're going to
it's,
tell me.
okay,
Do
well,
they live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to tell me. His kids are going to tell me in Philadelphia. They're going to tell me. This was not intentional.
okay.
They're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
We're gonna do a thorough investigation, and we will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we need to, okay?
And my 9-year-old.
Well, he's at school, and he's with your husband.
I know, well,
Ex-husband.
Your husband said that, or your ex-husband said he made arrangements for your 9-year-old to be picked up.
Oh, okay, Mom. Okay?
All right, we're gonna go inside. if that's okay.
Yes, please, right, can you guys keep posted, so I know what's going on?
Yes, ma'am.
And don't
All you have to do is get their attention if you have a question, you need to talk to us. He's standing right there, she'll be right here.
Yeah, okay, but when you guys tell me, like, so you're telling me, like, you won't call whoever it is without telling me, right? I mean, I have all their phone.
We're not calling, we're not making phone calls, we're actually gonna speak to them in person. We
That'll be
are.
later on.
Okay.
It'll be later.
Prior to us making any
I'm
comments.
not gonna be here. They're going to tell me.
We'll address all of that, okay, before we leave.
Okay? This was. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Just stay seated, okay, Sarah? I know you're panicking, okay? Just relax. I'm gonna talk to you. We'll keep checking on you.
While you were at the scene, did you also make contact with Brian Boone?
Yes,
Did you take a statement from him as well?
I did.
Were all your interactions with the defendant on that day captured on your body worn camera?
Yes.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No questions, Judge.
Is this witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm surprised there's no cross.
You're released, not subject to recall, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
Wow. So no cross exam. Basically, we're just going to let that stand the way that it is. Not going to even ask if Sarah seemed upset or she seemed agitated. Not even trying to put that in the mind of the jury. Like, wow. I know, right, Crave? Like, they have not crossed a lot. I think they're letting this type of evidence speak for itself until they can actually go against with what they want after Sarah actually testifies when they're all. Remember, they can't bring in any prior acts. They can't even bring in any of the abuse statements, any of the aggravating factors until she can testify to the overt act to allow the battered spouse syndrome defense or self-defense. It is, it is odd. There were 3 body cam videos in the testimony of the deputy first on scene. They can't cross the videos, no, but they could ask. I think what I'm surprised about, Liam, the most is that they did not ask about her demeanor or if she was being factual or anything like that. You know, nope. Nope, you're right, Crave. If you're not subject to recall, she can't come back. That's it. They lost their opportunity to ask her anything. Well, then again, maybe they thought her answers would not be beneficial to Sarah Boone, so that they'd rather leave it up to the jury to make their own opinion on it. Hmm. Well, that's part of the case now here. The whole case is lynched on the fact that what she told the officers at the scene, 911 in since then, is different from what they are alluding she will be testifying when she takes the stand. And if it goes the way it did in the motion to suppress hearing, it's quite a different story of just I don't know what happened and we were just playing hide and seek. It's a different story. I'm wondering how they're reacting to her demeanor because she seemed completely unflustered in by any of it, even the 911
Members
call.
of our jury, it is 3:21 at this time. We're going to go ahead and take that afternoon regularly scheduled break. I'm going to ask you to come back here in 15 minutes at 3:37. Similar instructions that I've given you previously. Please don't just conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. I thank you for your service, and we'll see you shortly.
Okay, so we're going to take a 15-minute break. You think I'll just what I'll do is I'll move it over to this format for a little bit so you can see me that my mouth is moving and I'm talking. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm going to leave the sound up in case we catch any little conversations between the attorneys. You know, that's always interesting. The jury is going out.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Bless you. State anything else we need to address?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in a recess till 3:37. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. 3:37, 15 minutes. Let's see. Are they just going to leave that up like that? Because if they are, then I'll pull it down until they come back. Looks like that's what they're going to do. So let me just come over here. Make me all big again. Yeah, there we go. All right. So that was interesting. The body cam. Like, remember, we do have the detectives yet. They're both on the witness list, and we've got hours of investigations. We've got their questions when they were at the scene. We've got their body cam from inside their vehicle when they did an interview with her, and then we have the 2 hours the next day when she went to the Orange County Sheriff's Office after they found the videos and such whatnot. You know, I kind of feel for you, Teacher Damien, because you're just coming into it without the history. I will let you know there's a playlist listed in the description, my Sarah Boone playlist, which will go over all of the coverage we've done as it went in all the hearings and where we are. There's also in there several of the videos that will be coming up as far as evidence. It's up to you if you want some of the background. You know, you could just like go by what's happening actually in the trial, because that's the evidence that's going to matter to the jury, right? Like, that is where the jury is going to be getting their perspective and all of their information in regards to whether they decide she's guilty or not. You know, one little tidbit is I'm wondering how everyone's feeling right now about her not taking that 15-year deal. It was just offered again to her last week, you know, and for manslaughter. And the judge even said straight out, you know, if you're convicted here, the minimal sentence is 22 and a half years with no time off for good behavior. Yeah. And that's what I'm going to have to start with. And she was like, nope. And her manslaughter deal for 15 years actually would have taken 4 years off her time that she's already been in there. And also she would have only had to serve, I think, 65 or 80% of it. So like she could have been out in another 4 years. But Sarah Boone really thinks that once the jury has all of her side of the story, that she will be acquitted. She believes she's going home. She stands behind this defense. And I gotta give Judge Kraynick a lot of credit for asking her at every turn, are you happy with your representation? Are you behind the defense that they're putting up? Because it is a risky one, a very risky one. It's not just self-defense. They have to show imminent threat, and they have to also show that she was in a mindset that she would think there was imminent threat when a average person in the same situation would not. And that's what the battered spouse syndrome is meant to help them prove. That we will hear expert testimony from forensic psychiatrists on both sides that will say whether or not they believe, based on the evidence and conversation with her, that that syndrome is present in her. And it'll be up to the jury to believe if it's credible or not, which expert that they believe, and whether or not they believe the testimony from Sarah Boone, because the only one that can bring in the testimony of the situation of her contentious relationship with Jorge Torres in all the history there is Sarah Boone. That's how the law is written in Florida. Anything else is hearsay. The experts were allowed to look at evidence in order to form their opinion, but they will not be able to present evidence of any kind or to attest to a fact of the evidence. In other words, they can't say, like, Sarah was beat. They can say that Sarah acts as someone who was, and that fits the criteria based on the information and documentation of injuries that have been received and etc. You know, like that. They're allowed to use certain evidence in formulating their opinion. You know, I think Rocket Couch, they have already seen it. Rocket Couch says, yeah, the jury has already seen enough to see that she's changed her story. Exactly. Because even in the opening statements, they did talk about battered spouse syndrome in that she wasn't of the right mindset. Now they're watching her act as if nothing, unusual even happened. Just deniability. But we're going to hear from expert witnesses who actually say that that's part of the syndrome, and that all of the first interviews were just her covering up, everything. It's going to be a matter of who they believe and who they put the most credibility on, Yeah, and I know, Rocket, it's only the first day, right? Yeah. I still, her story does not account for the noise that the neighbors heard as if something fell down the stairs. She has always, in all her stories, said that he got into a suitcase when it was downstairs. It seems to be that the injuries and the testimony of the neighbors and the loud noise may allude to the fact that perhaps that suitcase was upstairs. He got in it upstairs, and she shoved him down the stairs to teach him a lesson. Yeah. And then, well, to me, I've always wondered what was the imminent threat? Like what triggered her? They're trying to say it was his fingers coming out of the suitcase, like he was going to get out. Why was she so worried about him getting out if she didn't do anything? Okay, why would she start hitting him with the bat as she did testify to the forensic psychologist that came out in their deposition? And I'm thinking, well, of course, if you think you're going to have to answer to the fact that you just shoved him down the stairs, I could see that. That makes more sense. So why is Sarah leaving that out of the story? Or has she left it out of the story until now? Maybe we will hear it in the testimony. I mean, her testimony is the linchpin of this defense. I mean, of course she would feel threatened that he would retaliate if she had just shoved him down the stairs in a suitcase. And then he started to get out of the suitcase and the fingers came through the little opening that, the day of her interview, she was like kept repeating, I left enough room so he could get out. Like I was sure he could get out. Like I would never make it so he couldn't get out. She's very adamant about all of that. And that's been like, nagging at me for a while. Like, where is this imminent threat? Like when they said the overt act was the fingers coming out of the suitcase, I was just like, that doesn't make any sense. But if you add the fact that she had already just shoved him down the stairs in the suitcase, well, yeah, she had a reason to be concerned. Because she did do something to him. And he could possibly retaliate. But she hasn't been honest about it. Now, if she is going to be bare bones honest on the stand, she got a better shot, right? Of the jury believing her and believing that it's credible. That now she's telling the whole truth because she couldn't before, because of the syndrome, because of the fear, because of being judged, fearing nobody was going to believe her. I mean, that all makes sense to me. It doesn't mean she should have done what she did or that she should get away with it. Because here's the other thing. The jury could all well understand where she's coming from and think it was a horrible situation and still not think she was threatened enough that she would commit a crime like this and be able to get away with it, to take his life or not pay for it. They could still find her guilty, even if they believe she has the syndrome. It's going to come up to the jury instructions in a matter of law or where they have to land. Because she does not look like a woman out of control. She looked upset. She didn't look out of control. I don't think we do know the end of it, actually, Damien, because I actually think it could go either way. Juries are hearing all of this for the first time. It's going to be how much weight they put on each part of it. Liam says, in her mind, she thinks anyone looking at that video will see her as innocent. There's a disjunct between self-image as whiter than snow and the reality of her being a manipulative narcissist. Yeah, I think she does think she gets away with it. For those that have heard the other interviews where she just says that she's a straight A student and everybody loves her and she's excelled at everything she's done. She does like to praise herself. And she does have a little bit of a distorted image of herself since everything that she is praising about herself happened well before she became an alcoholic. Based on the interview that Brian Boone had given before, she started drinking very heavily and it became a problem when their child was born. Yep, she's lied so much. True, but it's going to be how many of them are obvious to the jury, like coming out, right? It is hard to believe somebody who has lied so much to cover up, but that's what the defense is all about, is trying to give a reason for why she would do that and to try to make it acceptable. So it's just going to be a matter of whether they believe it or not. My mom was a battered woman. If she was going to kill my dad, this is definitely not the way she would do it, because we would get out and he would have hurt her before she could take a bat to him. It's true. It's not exactly, it's very unconventional. As Mr. Owens said in opening statements, it's extremely unconventional the way things were done. And I am sorry your mom was in that situation, or that you had to witness it, Damien. Sounded like she did bursts of emotion while on the phone to 911. Reminds me of a certain bed pooper. Oh, yes. Amber heard. Yeah. Well, you know, it was, but like she would just like all of a sudden like raise her voice and yell something, right? Rocket Couch, you mean on the 911 call? Yeah, that was, you know, I made note of that myself, you know, and emphasis on what happened. Like, what happened? Like, I don't know what happened. Like, she kept saying that, like, you know, well, your boyfriend's dead. You told us what happened, you know. And she's asking people who couldn't possibly know what happened. They weren't there. She was there. The dog Liam, she had two dogs, and one was blind, and there was something with the other one. Like they both had like special needs. Hmm. Hmm. How she got him to get into the suitcase, or why he got into the suitcase, I have no idea. Yeah, she did. She does have a tendency to like, you know, just make it like she's concerned, but the concerns were all for like very odd things, not so much for him. I mean, remember there was this whole part where she was very concerned about his family finding out, and that she needed protection from the police because they were going to hurt her when they found out. You know, I can do you one better than that, Damien. On our jury right now is a battered woman who is in a criminal case against her husband, and she's a witness for the state, and it's going on now, and she's sitting on this jury, and neither side struck her. She will have a unique perspective for the jury during deliberations. She may have a lot to say. I would imagine. I would imagine, yes, that she would have a lot to say. Yeah. Oh. What? Yep. Why do I not remember that she has a child? The child is 14, and she does not spend a lot of time with the child. She hasn't seen, you know, the child did go up for, did do video visits with her, and has been up there to see her, but it's been getting, you know, less and less. And prior to that, before the incident, she had joint custody, but in Brian Boone's testimony or after the conversations with law enforcement, he disclosed that he often had to remind her to go pick him up. It was her day. The child did not want to spend time at her apartment, didn't want to stay over there. She was often missing the days that she was to spend with him, and etc. It looks like they are getting ready. They are actually bringing Sarah back in. I'll put it up like this so we can watch. They're she got her bathroom break and whatever, and they're going to take off her shackles before the jury comes back in. She gets seated first. She's the last to leave and the first to come back. In most cases, because they do not want the jury to see her in shackles and all that. She's to be seated at the defense table when they come in and out. Now, this Kevin Beck, we haven't heard a lot from him, have we? He is the third chair in her defense team. He did help with some of the discovery issues for the Richardson hearing from this morning, and did some of the drill down on some of the documentation, the 550 pages actually that had to be looked at in Jorge Torres's medical record, another 398, I believe it was, GIFs or JPEGs, pictures of evidence that were dumped the day before from the state that they were complaining about the way that the defense was submitting evidence in. On their exhibit list. They got a lot of stuff stricken because it didn't exactly exist. Nobody had access to it. It was never forwarded. There was quite a few things dropped off that the state had pressed on, and defense had to admit they're not going to be presenting any of it, so they can just, remove it. Yeah, Karen, that it was interesting yesterday when we went through the jury process. All right, looks like our judge is back, but he hasn't turned the mic on yet. Well, he's ready. He's ready to go.
We are back on the record, case number 2020 CF 2603.
All right, here we go.
State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone. Yeah, Rebecca, yeah, Sarah Boone.
All right. Ms. Boone is still seated at counsel's table, wearing the same black suit and pink blouse from this morning. State, anything we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Not from the state.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and we can bring back in our panel. Thank you. You may be seated. State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
Members of the jury, again, if you could please raise your hand, showing that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. All right, the record reflect all jurors have raised their hands. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Deputy John Martinez.
Sir, good afternoon. Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
John Martinez, Johnmartinez.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Thank you. You may inquire, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us, who is it that you work for?
Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Deputy Sheriff.
How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
I'm going on my 16th year.
Prior to working for the Orange County Sheriff's Office, do you have any previous law enforcement experience?
I do.
And where was that?
I first started my career with the New York City Police Department,
And how long were you with the New York City Police Department?
about 10 years.
And what was your position with the New York City Police Department?
I was a police officer.
And at the sheriff's office, tell us, what are some of your duties as a deputy sheriff?
Respond to calls of service. My primary function is the school resource officer.
And is continuing training a condition of your employment with the sheriff's office?
It is.
Tell us, how is it that you became involved in this case?
I was dispatched to this location.
And what was this location?
It was located at 4748 France Lane, apartment number 3.
And is that here in Orange County, Florida?
It is.
And when you responded to that location, who did you first come into contact with?
I came in contact with Miss Sarah Boone.
Do you see Sarah Boone here in court today?
I do.
Could you please point to her and identify an article of clothing she's wearing?
The lady sitting in the middle with the black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
During the time that you were on the scene, did you have a body-worn camera?
I did.
And was that body-worn camera activated?
It was.
Were all your contacts with Miss Boone recorded on that body-worn camera?
It was.
Were other deputies also on the scene at that time?
Yes,
And was Deputy Rodriguez there?
she was.
So would both of your body-worn cameras both captured some of the same time frames?
Correct, yes.
Did you have an occasion to go inside of the apartment?
I did.
And inside of the apartment, what observations did you make?
When I first entered the apartment, I noticed a Hispanic male laying on his back in looks like a small nook dining area. Later identified Mr. Jorge Torres.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states K and been shown to defense?
You may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states K. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Is a copy of my body-worn camera.
And does this body-worn camera fairly and accurately depict the portion of the events that took place on February 24th, 2020?
It does.
And are those your initials on the disc?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states K into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as states K will be received into evidence without objection as state 7.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may. Madam Clerk, can you dim the lights?
No, she's trying to get his attention, it looks there.
They're coming out now. I'll get you somebody, okay? She wants to say something. She wants to call someone.
Don't know anything though, like why or how? So that we will not know the answer to that because we're not. So once that goes to the office, they'll have what's called an autopsy. Yeah, that'll be first thing tomorrow morning. I'll know a lot, hopefully a lot more tomorrow morning as far as him. But I cannot. There's no way I can say how, why. So just by looking at him, like, why is he purple? That's normal when someone passes away within any I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
Well, you have all these evidence here, so while we're here, nothing's gonna happen. Before we go and make any notification, you'll have plenty of time to leave or do what you need to do. Whatever you need to do, okay? And we can talk about that more in Sunday, right? Yeah, you. Whatever you're trying to do is fine.
But like, I don't, like, this was totally like not intentional. Like, that's what I'm scared about too. Like,
We'll have all the answers, we'll have a lot more answers tomorrow, and then have a budget. Like you said, what you're seeing here is common. This is us coming out.
Protocol.
Yeah, it's no real medical history that we know of. For those who have passed away, we come out.
I know. Yeah.
We come out to an investigation. Medical examiner's office, we send people out, this is what we did. If he was 75 years old, and had a heart condition, we wouldn't be here.
I don't know what it is.
Exactly, and that's what we're here to find out. We're just here to give you answers. The answers that you want, the answers that the family
I
want.
really want to see my dad. I mean, I know I can't go anywhere, but right. So do I just like sit out here and wait for you guys?
Yeah, you would, yeah, please.
Anybody else have you to show up or wait here that needs to be here? My team's here that needs to be here. The medical examiners will show up when we call them, but we're not ready for them yet. So they're gonna take him, they're gonna take the photos, take him, but that's towards the end of it. And they'll be called well in advance when we're ready for them, but we're not ready for them at this point. So we won't be calling them quite yet. Okay? So like I said, I gotta go do some paperwork. I know they're gonna chat with some people, and then we're gonna come back and talk to you if you're okay with that. So just give us a little bit more time, like I said, and you don't do that.
So, like, do you guys tell his family, like, today or after tomorrow?
You have to. Our investigation is pretty much complete here. Once we leave here, we will know it.
But again, we'll know. I'm not gonna just go and do it without you knowing. You'll know. Talk to you about it, anything like that.
But how, I mean, I understand what you guys and how you do it, and, you know, so, but like, what are you just telling us? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the reason why it's delay?
We tell them what we know at that point. We tell them the truth.
And that we're gonna be waiting for the autopsy results, and I will get the autopsy in the morning. And hopefully the doctor will be able to give me some of what they think and see.
Their number, they can contact them, you know.
But yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that we're still.
They're gonna think I feel him. They always have said that. They've always have said that. I told you because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon, that's what they call me, because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them. Even after I've encouraged him numerous times to go there and see his family.
Do you have somewhere safe that you can go tonight?
Both my parents are deceased, my grandparents are deceased, my aunt and uncle are deceased. I got nobody. I have a brother that's in the Marines, and I got another one that's in jail.
Unless you want to Marine local?
No. Well, he in Altamont, but I think he's doing whatever Marine he's doing. But the only way.
Your phone's inside, correct?
Yeah.
Does he have a phone?
No.
No.
He used my phone.
He uses your
Yeah,
phone.
the sheriff phone. So the only place I could go is over to Brian's house. So I don't think I have a problem with it. So.
Well, like I said, we're not gonna leave here, if you do not feel safe, you're not gonna leave here when you're not feeling safe. And then we're like,
And then so I'm in Philadelphia.
well, she's in Philadelphia, but yeah.
There's gotta be a funeral.
Right. That, you're talking like days and weeks. No, I'm talking right here, right now. So let me do my notification, let me go do this paperwork that I'm talking about, because we can go back and forth about what it's like all day long. I promise we're not gonna leave here for you and you not feel safe. Right? Please.
I don't even know what to tell you.
It's okay, just take a seat, have some water, give us a few minutes, let us do our thing, and we'll be back to talk to you, I promise, okay?
Let them know.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. Okay. There's nobody here, just me.
Okay, that's fine. You're right there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you're fine. I have relief coming, so just give me.
Okay.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Sean.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're released, not subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely no cross on any of the
State,
law
may call your next
enforcement
witness.
officers.
State would call Melissa Roughergen.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Melissa Roughergen, MELISSA ROUGHGARDEN.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Ma'am, who do you work for?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
What is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I am a forensic biologist with the forensics unit. Prior to this, I was a crime scene investigator for 5 years.
And how long in total have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
About 6.5 years.
And tell us all the positions you've held during that time.
Those two, a crime scene investigator and a forensic biologist.
Let's turn to your work as a crime scene investigator. What does a crime scene investigator do?
We respond to crime scenes. We photograph and document those crime scenes through photographs, notes, and sometimes sketches. We collect evidence, we process the scene, and then we do further processing to that evidence back at our forensics lab.
When you say process evidence or process the scene, can you tell us what that entails?
It depends on the scene and the evidence, but it includes the photographs. We also take swabs for potential DNA. We can also do testing for possible blood and things like that. We also process for latent fingerprints, among other things.
What type of training did you need in order to become a crime scene investigator?
Upon being hired with the sheriff's office, as a CSI, I completed a 16-week training program, which includes in-house processing, as well as going out to crime scenes with trained crime scene investigators to observe and then assist, as well as taking on calls with the trained crime scene investigator.
Approximately how many crime scenes have you processed in the course of your time as a CSI?
It would be hundreds. I don't know the exact amount.
Were you working in this capacity as a CSI on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, I was.
And tell us, where did you respond out to on that day?
I responded to 4748 Franz Court, apartment 3.
And is that in Orange County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
And when you responded to that scene, whom did you make contact with?
I made contact with the homicide detective, Chelsea Kepsel.
Did you receive information from the detective?
Yes, that it was a death investigation.
Did you walk the scene with the detective?
Yes.
And tell us, what does it mean to walk the scene with the detective in a homicide?
We go into the scene and just observe. We don't interact with anything and discuss what we see.
When you walked this scene, did you see Jorge Torres?
Yes, I did.
Where was he located?
He was located on the floor in the living room of the apartment.
Did you, with the detective, identify potential items of evidence to be collected?
Yes.
You had mentioned previously about documenting scenes with photographs. Was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Hmm. Okay. We're going to see
Your Honor, may I approach
more
the witness
evidence.
who's been marked for identification as States M and been shown to defense?
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm showing you who's been marked for identification as States M. Can you take a look at the contents of State M to yourself and tell me if you recognize the items contained within States M?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Anna. That is what I focused. They could have actually brought in her mannerisms and challenged it. That's what I mean by low effort. But it looks like they're going to leave it to the jury to actually form their opinion. Exactly. I know. I understand that. It can only actually question what's been said. We understand. But there were things, especially in the 911 call and in the interactions with the officers, that were said.
Do you recognize the contents of States M?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is the contents of State M?
They are photographs I took on the crime scene.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how that crime scene appeared on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States M into evidence.
How many photographs are there? Do you have a total?
111.
No objection.
All right. What was pre-marked as States M will be received into evidence without objection as States 8.
I do hope we are going to be able to see these crime scene photographs now. I do believe one of them has the bat in it.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may.
And we're going to see.
Your Honor, do we have the lights dimmed?
Yes.
I do think they're being very pragmatic in how they're laying everything out, and it's appreciative. I think the jury, it helps for them to understand everything's being laid out in a straight line as it occurred, as people showed up on the scene, as things were done.
And I'm first going to publish as part of States M picture photo number 4. Tell us, what is this?
This is the front door to the residence.
States 5.
This is also the front door of the residence, just a closer image to the door.
I agree, Rocket Couch. It's going to be quite the startling contrast, actually.
When you enter the residence, what is the first area just off to the right of the front door?
That would be the kitchen.
Showing you it's been marked as States 11.
Yes, so this is just inside the door. To the right, there is the kitchen area.
Mm-hmm.
Showing you States 14. What is this a photo of?
So this is the counter with the sink in the kitchen, and there's also the open area just above where you can see into the living room.
composite, photo 19.
Yes.
What is this?
This is a hutch inside the kitchen. You can see in the background, that is where that first photo of the kitchen was taken. So that's the entryway. And then this is the hutch, and there is a cell phone on the hutch in the kitchen.
Showing you states 22.
This is the trash can in the kitchen. You can also see the hutch we were just looking at there on the side.
States 23.
This is the contents of the trash can. You can see 2 wine bottles on the top of the trash.
Did you also find receipts in that trash can as well?
Yes.
Photo 25 from the composite.
These are those same wine bottles and 3 Publix receipts that were removed from the trash can.
Did you take these items and collect them into evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Photo 32 from the composite.
Yes, this is just in further into that entryway. You can see the living room.
Photo 35 from the composite.
This is another photo of the living room. You can see the victim located on the floor and a suitcase in the bottom corner of the photograph.
Photo 36.
This is another photograph in the living room. This is that wall we saw in the kitchen there with the opening. You can also see a wooden baseball bat leaning against the wall.
Was that baseball bat collected into evidence in this case?
Yes, it was.
Photo 38.
This is, excuse me. This is also a photograph of the living room, just the other side of the room.
Photo 43 from the composite.
Yes. This photograph was taken in the living room. You can see the stairs leading to the second floor.
Photograph 45.
This is a photograph of the living room just from the other side of the room. You can see the front door in the middle back of the photo.
from the composite.
This is a more close-up photograph of the suitcase.
Photo 50.
This is a photograph of one of the zippers on the suitcase.
Photograph 51.
This is a close-up picture of that same zipper. There is no zipper pull on it. It appeared to be a small wire of some sort, the pink wrapped around the zipper. This is the zipper on the other side of the suitcase.
Just for the record, that's photograph 52. States 53 from this composite.
The close-up image of that same zipper. There is also no zipper pull on that one.
Photo 54 from the composite.
This is the contents of the suitcase after just lifting the lid.
Photo 56 from the composite.
More of a close-up image of the items. There were miscellaneous papers and paperwork, some clothing items, and apparent blood inside the suitcase.
What items, what apparent blood was inside the suitcase?
It was observed on the white cap and a necktie, and there was also visible blood just on the interior of the suitcase.
Photo 57 from the composite.
The contents of the suitcase, but you can see the white cap more clearly and the blood observed on it.
From the composite.
You can see the necktie with blood. It appeared to be silver multicolored. And then there's also a diazepam syringe in the plastic casing there. It was prescribed to the victim.
Photo 61 from the composite.
That is the miscellaneous papers and paperwork that was removed from the suitcase.
Photo 62 from the composite.
That's the suitcase after all of the items were removed.
Photo 64 from the composite.
Yes, that is what appeared to be some like small pieces of paper that appeared to be soaked with blood.
Is this inside of the suitcase?
Yes.
Photo 65 from the composite.
That is the baseball bat that was leaning against the wall in the living room.
Photo 68 from the composite.
This is back to the stairs to the second floor in the living room.
from the composites.
So it's moving closer to the stairs to the second floor.
Okay.
Photo 70 from the composite.
Photographing more of the staircase.
Diazepam.
These are the steps leading to the second floor before I proceed up to the second floor.
Mm.
Photo 71 for the record.
Oh boy.
Photo 72 from the composite.
The upper portion of the stairs leading to the second floor.
How many bedrooms were on the second floor of the unit?
There were 2 bedrooms.
Photo 75 from the composite. What is this?
This is the hallway. You can see a closet in the hallway and then the door to one of the bedrooms.
This appears to be a child's room.
Yes, it did.
Photo 79 from the composite.
This is a photograph within the child's bedroom.
Okay.
Photo 86 from the composite.
This is the door leading to the other bedroom upstairs.
Did this other bedroom also contain a bathroom?
Yes, it did.
Photo 90 from the composite.
This is the bed within that bedroom.
I'm wondering if we're going to see some carpet photographs, if there was indentions in the carpet where the suitcase was.
Photo 97 from the composite.
This is the bathroom.
In that master bedroom upstairs.
Yes.
Did you also have an occasion to photograph the defendant?
Yes, I did.
You see the defendant here in court today.
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to them and identify our article of clothing they're wearing?
She is right there with a black blazer and a pink shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record so reflect.
Showing you photo 98 from the composite.
This is the photograph I took of the defendant.
Why is it that you are photographing the defendant at this point?
I collected her buccal swabs, which is a DNA standard from the inside of the mouth, and it is part of our procedure to photograph that person for identification purposes.
Do you also document the rest of her body as well at that time?
Yes, I did.
Publishing Photograph 101 from State's Composite.
This is a photograph of her hands facing upward.
Photograph 102.
This is her right hand facing upward.
Photograph 103.
Her left hand facing upward.
Photograph 104.
Both of her hands facing downward, so the tops of her hands.
Photograph 105.
This is her right hand facing downward.
Photograph 106.
And her left hand facing downward.
Photograph 107.
This would be of her right arm.
Photograph 108.
Her left arm.
Photograph 109.
Her right arm with it facing upward.
Photograph 110.
Her left arm with her arm facing upward.
During the time you were interacting with the defendant, did she ever indicate to you that she had any injuries?
No.
You had previously testified that you also collected physical items of evidence from the home as well in this case.
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness what's been marked for identification as state C and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm assuming it was marked for identification as state C. Can you take a look at that package for me?
Yes.
Do you recognize that package?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that package?
These are the 2 wine bottles that were collected from the trash can.
Is your name on that package?
Yes, my name is on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, and my initials are on the evidence seal from when I sealed the package.
And it also has your agency case number and the location information for this case.
Yes, that is correct.
Ma'am, could you open the contents of states C and look at it to yourself?
It is good to see good evidence procedure. I will say that.
not recognize the item. They're wrapped in bubble wrap.
Sure, just how the view from the board. What is the contents of State C?
These are the 2 wine bottles that I collected from the trash can.
Are these wine bottles in the same or substantially the same condition as they were at the time that you packaged them on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, the same time I collected them that day.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States C into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as State C will be received into evidence as States 9 without objection.
And Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
You can unwrap it now.
Oh, they are the bigger bottles. That does put things into perspective, doesn't it? My. Hmm.
You can put it back.
Okay. As previously reported in testimony, they are not the standard 750 ml bottles. They are the 1.5 liter. Double the size of a standard wine bottle.
Did you also have occasion to collect the baseball bat from the living room?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as States B and shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States B. Can you take a look at this item?
Yes.
Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do. This is the wooden baseball bat I collected from the living room.
Does this item have your name on it?
Yes, it has my name on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, as well as my initials on the evidence seal.
And it also has your initials and your agency case number as well.
Yes, it does.
Ma'am, can you open States B and look at the contents of it to yourself without displaying it to the court?
Yes.
Yes, in answer to the comment in the chat, there are 3 receipts. It is said that there was 2 from the one day and 1 from the day before. So I'm not sure about where the 3rd bottle was.
What is contained within States B?
The wooden baseball bat.
And is that bat in the same or substantially the same condition as it was at the time that you collected it on February 24, 2020?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States B into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as B will be received into evidence as States 10 without objection.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may.
Okay. Oh. Showing it to the jury. I recognize that bet. I have the same one here.
You also had an occasion to collect the suitcase as well in this case.
Yes, I did.
Oh.
Prior to placing the suitcase into evidence, did you process it?
I took measurements of the suitcase.
What are the measurements of the suitcase?
It was 28 inches in length, 20 inches wide, and 8 7/8 inches deep.
Your Honor, at this time, may the witness step down from the stand and approach the court's area.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
Ma'am,
not like
show
that
here
anyway, Liam.
who's been marked for identification as
But I do
States
keep a
A.
bat in the car.
Tell me, do you recognize this item? Tell us, what is this item?
This is the suitcase I collected from the living room.
And how is it that you know that this is a suitcase you collected from the living room?
It has the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I labeled with the item description. It also contains my name and the agency case number, and my initials are also on the evidence sheet.
Ma'am, at this time, could you open States A and look at the contents of it to yourself?
Sarah is not looking at them at all. She's just keeping herself busy. Let me see the size of the suitcase. I can imagine the jury will be overwhelmed if the man was inside.
This is the suitcase I collected from the living room.
And does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as the time that you collected it and placed it into evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as States A into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as A will be received into evidence without objection as States 11.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask for permission to publish States A to the jury.
You may.
Oh my.
side of it.
And to think a man was inside there. My goodness. He was tiny, yes, Liam. 103 pounds. Very slight. Wow. Still to see it like up close.
How easy is it to operate the zipper that closes the suitcase?
It was a little difficult.
Yeah, it was. You could see she struggled.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Exactly, Liam.
Any cross-examination?
Oh, they're gonna cross her. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Are you also referred to as the medical examiner investigator as opposed to just crime scene investigator?
No, that is not my title.
Do you do reports that the medical examiner necessarily relies upon in the process of doing the autopsy and additional investigations?
Exactly.
You would have to ask them.
Who makes the decision at the scene as to what items will be photographed and what items will be taken into custody, what items will necessarily be tested or analyzed?
That's a collaborative effort between the crime scene investigator and the lead detective while on scene.
That would be yourself, and who was the lead detective?
The lead detective was Chelsea Kepsel.
Now, you authored a report in this matter, did you not?
Yes.
And that report was utilized, if you in fact know, by the medical examiner in developing her autopsy report, was it not?
I do not know.
In your report, did you advise the medical or whomever might read your report that in fact the body had been removed from the suitcase by first offenders or first responders?
No, I don't believe so.
And we know that you have the capacity to do DNA analysis, correct?
No, we process DNA or collect swabs for DNA, and then that's submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for conventional DNA analysis.
You did that with a sample from the inside of Sarah Boone's mouth.
Her buccal swabs were submitted to the FDLE.
And who made that decision?
The detective and I.
Who made the decision not to bother to do a DNA analysis on the blood from the items within the suitcase or the suitcase itself?
That was a discussion between the detective and I.
And you chose not to do that?
No, we did not.
You assumed the blood inside the suitcase belonged to Jorge Torres, correct?
There was blood observed in the suitcase.
But you don't know who that belonged to because you didn't bother to analyze it or have it analyzed, correct?
The blood was not tested.
Now, State's Exhibit B, the back. You took that into evidence. Was that again a collaborative decision by yourself and the lead detective?
Yes.
And what efforts did you make to have the bat analyzed, given the fact that it was apparently evidence?
It was just collected as evidence from the scene.
Did you advise either the lead detective or anybody else involved with this investigation that there may be matters that could be analyzed when analyzing the bat that would help or assist in the investigation of this matter?
It's my job to do the documentation and the collection of evidence.
Well, you said it was a collaborative effort between yourself and the lead detective, so did you participate in that decision?
We chose to collect the bat and put it into evidence.
And so there was a fiber analysis done on the bat to determine whether or not it was used to strike Jorge Torres when he was in the suitcase, was there not?
Pardon?
In fact, there was not, was there? There was no effort to analyze the bat.
Jack, I don't believe the witness had an opportunity to answer the question.
Sustained.
I'm sorry. Please.
Can you repeat the question?
If I can remember it, I will. Do you know that there was any effort made in this particular investigation, the investigation of Sarah Boone, to analyze the bat for fibers?
No, there was not.
And why was that not done?
It was not done.
You indicated that you had some interaction with Ms. Boone, is that correct?
I collected her buccal swabs.
Did you speak with her?
In collecting her buccal swabs, yes.
Did you speak to any other witnesses?
No.
Did you make any determination of other matters that might be of import or evidentiary value when you were going through the house and taking photographs and documenting the interior of the townhouse?
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, how many pictures of the child's bedroom did we see?
Here today,
Yes, ma'am.
we saw the entrance to the bedroom as well as a photograph of the interior of the bedroom.
What was the evidentiary value of that?
It's my job to photograph and document while on scene, so the rooms in the upstairs were photographed and documented.
Did you photograph holes in the wall, possibly made by the victim?
I don't recall photographing holes in the wall, no.
Did you take photographs of items within the house or throughout the house that may have depicted incidents of prior violence?
You'll have to be more specific.
How about bloody pillowcases? Did you make any effort to collect and analyze pillowcases of the rooms that you were photographing?
No.
You have significant experience with zippers?
I use zippers regularly, yes.
Enough to have an opinion as to whether or not a zipper is stuck or not.
Is what? Sorry?
You testified on direct that the zipper was a little tight.
Just that it was difficult without the zipper pulls to use the zipper.
And that was your opinion.
Yes, from opening the suitcase here today.
Today, you only tested it today?
Pardon?
You only today have for the first time tested the ability to pull open the zipper on the suitcase?
No, I'm saying it was difficult today.
A redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor. In this case, you documented the entirety of the house as you saw.
Yes.
So every room in the house,
They were all taken overall photographs.
walls in the house.
In the overall photographs, yes, they weren't all individually photographed, no.
And you did not document or note any type of holes in the wall or any type of damage to the walls, anything like that.
Not the walls, no.
Is that something that would have been documented both photographically and also within your report?
Yes.
You also, as we've previously seen in the composite, saw the victim where he was laying in this case, correct?
Yes.
Was the victim, did he have blood on his mouth and on his face?
Yes, he did.
Did he have open wounds on his body?
There was blood coming from his nose and his mouth. There was also some other areas like defects noted on his body.
You also made contact with the defendant too, as well.
Yes.
Did you note any other wounds or cuts or anything else that was not documented that you haven't testified to?
No.
So No wounds, nothing on her.
Not that I recall, no.
No further questions.
Thank you. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Owens, can this witness be released?
Judge, we'd like her to be on call.
Subject to recall, ma'am. Thank you.
Seems reasonable not to test the blood if there's no other wounds noticed on anybody else at the
The
scene.
parties approach.
Seriously. Not like two people would get inside the case together. But man, was Kevin Beck testy or what? Like, that was aggressive attorneying for sure. A little more impressive than the low effort that was there before, but wow. I don't know, the jury could take that either way. It can be off-putting to be that aggressive. But then again, they may think he had a point to make. But she remained unflustered. I give her a lot of credit. I do this.
Members of the jury, thank you so much for your attention in this matter. It is 4:52. At this time, we're going to go ahead and take our recess for the evening. Madam Clerk has letters that I have signed regarding your jury service for you to provide to your employer. Court deputy will provide them to you in the deliberation room before you are released for the day. I have a similar instruction to read to you that I gave you before the lunch hour. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to release you back to the deliberation room for you to receive the paperwork for your employer, and we will see you at 9 a.m. this coming Monday, October 21st. I thank you for your sacrifice and your service.
And there we go. So, ending right on time, even though we started a little late because of the motion hearing, but wow. So, wow, this one full day of testimony, 10 witnesses, a lot of evidence put forth. We still have some of the bigger stuff coming up in the beginning of the week. We've got the investigative detectives, Copel in Logsdon, or Lowell, rather.
You all may be seated. Thank you.
Mhm.
State, anything else we need to discuss?
Not from the state.
Defense. All right. Thank you all very much. We will see you at 9 a.m. Monday, October 21. We're off the record.
Wow. There you go. Off the record, which means muted, but they'll be coming in to get that Kevin Beck, boy, what a presentation, huh? First time we heard from him. I mean, he did do some due diligence on the evidence for the team just the last couple of days when the judge ordered that the large dump had to be whittled down, or he would have to make a decision on whether on it without knowing what it was about. Oh, the judge just called them up. Oh, we don't get to hear that anyway, but that's interesting. Lawyers like to poke at chain of custody stuff. And the CSO did the right job correctly. Yes, they did, but she didn't do anything wrong. But like the blood thing, I mean, it is interesting that they didn't test the blood. But it's also reasonable. There was absolutely no wounds on Sarah Boone at all, and there was blood wounds on the person who was inside the suitcase. You know, sometimes these decisions are made reasonably as to cost and effectiveness and whether or not the information is going to be useful. Um, is it an incorrect assumption to assume the blood was from Jorge Torres since he was the man inside the suitcase? No, it's not. And since there was no other incident involved, like he was in a fight before that with somebody else or whatever, um, I mean, I guess it could be something to lay out there for the jury to think about if they're looking for some doubt. Well, how much doubt is there when there's absolutely no wounds on her? The women stand and immediately turn their backs to Sarah. You mean the paralegals and the people in the courtroom, Liam? Mhm. I'm wondering, how close did you get, Rocket, with filling that card? How about you, Liam? Because man, was there a lot. There was a lot in here to fill those cards, and I did like watching the banter back and forth in regards to other trials that we've had and things that have happened, and how we can relate. Yeah. Yup, the paralegals. Yeah, I noticed. I mean, that one day they were all like nice and with her, but now not so much. Like they're just they might be over it. A little, apparently you can only take so much of Sarah. Small doses. Yeah. So I can see that some of what what the defense is putting forward is what Sarah has said from the start, that this is all like just organized against her. It's the world against Sarah Boone. And there's our clock, and we're done with the case for the day. Oh, well, I'm gonna just see if you have any questions. But wow, what a long day, huh? Interesting though, like very, very interesting. Um, a lot of like 10 witnesses. Okay, 10 witnesses, straightforward. We heard from the very first witness was Juan Torres, that is George's brother, and they talked about the phone call and how she was aggressively yelling in the back and how he couldn't really tell if George was drinking or not, and that everything seemed reasonable at first. Now, he also said that they weren't friends, and there was also the text message read between Sarah and Juan to where she said, "Don't worry about it. I'll get rid of him." That was in December. That they had a contentious relationship. He didn't want her talking to his children based on something she had said prior, and probably because when she starts to get drinking, she wants everybody to know how badly Jorge Torres treated her. She would say things like, tell them how you choked me, tell them what you did yesterday, tell them when you did this, you know. Then we heard from the Publix manager in a 911 operator, and we had entered the Publix buying of the wine CCTV in the 9/11 operator film, which we had heard later, uh, prior to the testimony of the detective, uh, the deputy sheriff, rather, Kayla Rodriguez. We also heard from the two roommates, Brandon and Vincent, about the loud noise, as if something had gone down the stairs at about 10:30, maybe between 10:30 and 11, about there being arguments earlier in the evening, about loud voices raised, both a man and a woman, but none of the words. That's all contrary to what Sarah had said about it being a good day. No one touched anyone. They'd been having a good run. They didn't fight. They just did puzzles and art and played hide and seek. They drank 2 rather large bottles of wine. Yeah. We also heard from Brian Boone, her ex-husband, in regards to how he became on the scene. Okay, there'll be more testimony later about her history with him, but that's not going to be talked about right now. I'm sure he's also on the defense's list, and also he can come in for rebuttal. And here's the thing: the state gets to call in rebuttal witnesses to Sarah's testimony. So some of the things that didn't get said by certain witnesses can be brought in later to rebut her testimony. Those that they didn't release completely. Brian Boone was not released. We heard from Kayla Rodriguez and also from the other deputy, John Martinez. Was it Martinez? Yeah. And we saw all of the body cam footage from their interaction with her. So they've got a lot of evidence in today, And then when we got to the crime scene investigator, we got into all the photos, so the crime scene photos of the apartment. We got in the baseball bat. We got in the wine bottles. We got in the suitcase. And to me, seeing the suitcase and the size of it and knowing that he was like folded in half in there made it very, very real. Very, very real. Yeah, they've had their. Oh, you got 16 out of 25 on the card. That's pretty good. No, I'm going to timestamp the afternoon also, Anna. I timestamped the morning. I wrote everything down. As soon as I close this out, I will be taking care of that. There was brief cross here and there, but not a lot of substance. Although I was quite shocked by the antagonistic tone of Kevin Beck, the third chair for the defense team, the one that came out of, Arizona? He had been in the Zoom, for most of the hearings. He's been copied on all the, we haven't heard much from him, but wow. Like, he was quite, don't forget to mark that one off. Attorney is the a-hole, because wow, that was aggressive. Like, I think he could have made his point without being that aggressive. I think he was trying to shake up the witnesses. She was unflappable. She's testified before. She looked at the jury when she did the evidence. She looked at the jury when she answered, and she corrected his insinuations, so to speak, in his questioning with clear answer. Yep. Yep. The bat. Yep. All of that was entered. All that we know from before, Anna, it's just now the jury knows it too. And there was very little stated about it, though. Like, they haven't actually, they're waiting to hear, I guess, testimony from Sarah to actually go back of what they think actually is happening. They're laying it out for the jury to see what they have and what they were thinking. Don't forget the crime scene detectives, the lead investigators still have to testify in regards to this. And we need to hear from the forensic psychologists on both sides. Yeah, honestly, I think Beck earned replacing Owens' name with his on the X on the a-hole square. Yes, like, we just could change that to attorney because, like, occasionally they both are, But I was quite impressed with the direct way that the prosecution is just laying everything out in the exact timeline as things were discovered in the order. That's going to be very clear to a jury and easy to remember, Oh, your grid is naff. I'm sorry about that, Liam. Don't forget to turn them in, though, guys. I do have to still do the video for the last 2 months for the drawing, and when I do that, I will probably present that on Sunday, like during if we do the live show. I mean, which I'm planning to do. Besides that, I will see everybody on Monday morning if you'll join me again. We will be back. But I think that was a very interesting first day of trial, and I'm so glad that this trial. I mean, congratulations, George Michael S. Kraynick. You have successfully moved the Sarah Boone case into trial on date that you selected, on time. Even with all the shenanigans that was going on with motions, he did it. So well done, sir. Like, well done. You got your jury seated yesterday. Yeah, well done. Even though a hurricane tried to blow you off track a few days. Okay. So thanks, everyone. Any evening streams coming up before Monday? Sunday, I do believe that we're going to be doing the normal. It won't be called Bear and B because more people will be invited up because I'm not doing the Friday show. So Mrs. Cassandra will be there. Record can be there if he chooses, anybody that wants to come up and talk. So we're going to have it more like a chill-in vibe kind of Sunday thing, in the Bear and B slot starting at 7:00. Bear and B and the rest of the zoo. Yes, anybody who wants to go. Yeah, so it won't be really nothing. It's going to be a little bit of something, I think, but still no planned agenda, just a simple format, But for anybody that wants to come and hang with us, it's usually a lot of fun. And I love to start my week with it. So I am looking forward to it. And then besides that, we will see you on Monday morning. And based on the trials ending at 5, there will be brief true crime and legal update on Tuesday evening anyway. I will put something together because we do still have to keep up to date on some of the other cases, little things happening here and there. They're just not going to be as involved, All right. And those were big bottles, Anna. They were the big 1.5 liter, not the 750 milliliter bottle. Yeah. Yep, they are. They are, Liam. They're great. Well, thank you all for joining me. And thank you for keeping me company and asking great questions and having some conversation going back and forth. I think we learned a little bit today, a lot about how this case is going to proceed. And I've got a lot to think about now. So I'm gonna head off for the evening. You all enjoy yourselves tonight, and I'll see some of you on Sunday, and the rest of you back here on Monday morning. Have a good one.